Faker.
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. That's one. That's two with the blade and make it three.
It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Just give it to him, bro. One, two, three. Get three on the ground.
That's so devastating.
What a rampage for Smurf.
I mean, what a series that they play.
Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to yet another beautiful day of sunshine, rainbow, and money. Like, what are we doing?
What was this?
You guys started.
I'm excited. I'm excited about money, guys. It's passion. It's love for the game.
Nah, it's all about money.
It's not. Oh, all right.
But the thing is, we are playing for money here.
Yeah.
Big bucks. $1 million prize pool on the line, of course, for our teams. For us, not so much. So
We should do, all right, the next game show production, I'm just going to hope this is cool. $1 million prize, guys, in the next game. That's all approved, right?
We have more than one game on the pre-show today, so someone's going to pay up. But this is Zoe here, joined by Danny and Jake, our experts for everything Overwatch, and then some, like penguin meat.
Penguin meat.
Never forget.
Apparently, yeah, I did some research. Apparently, they're very oily and fishy, and that reminded me of, there's foods like that, like salmon sashimi. It's oily and fishy.
Salmon is oily?
Salmon is not oily.
I feel like
fatty.
it's not oily.
It's
I mean,
fatty,
there's a fat, but it's like a, yeah, that's...
You know what's
Penguin meat.
about as juicy as penguin meat? Probably our standings.
Nice.
Solid transition. I did it as
is it
safe
juicy or
today.
not juicy?
It's not oily, that's for sure.
Okay.
It's delicious.
It's fatty.
It's delicious if you're one of those top teams clinching a spot into the playoffs, because everyone else has to play through the plains. There's still some movement, which can happen here, of course. So, nothing's in the book except from Atlanta Reign, who have clinched their spot. Now, of course, over on the lower half of the bracket, we do have some things which are already set into stone. Vegas Eternal and the LA Valiant are out for good. Gladiators kept themselves alive with their victory yesterday. It was extremely important, and they looked good. So now there is still a lot in the air, and a lot of teams which are on the brink of getting that last elimination spot, and unfortunately won't be able to actually play through the play-ins. But that is everything we have to say so far in the West. So let's take a look at over in the Eastern region, or rather let's talk about the Eastern region, or rather let someone else talk about the Eastern region, because if you are like me and you need sleep every once in a while, occasionally I do dabble in sleep, so we unfortunately don't get to watch all the games in the Eastern region. However, we have some experts on that side, of course, and they will fill us in on everything that went down over in the East.
Just concluded the Summer Stage Knockouts East Day 1 and 2. First weekend of games, not too bad. Let's start shaping up the brackets here. We finished the day with Dallas Fuel taking on Poker Face, and that was a swift 3-0 game. Honestly, not too much resistance coming through from Poker Face. Dallas Fuel looking as good as ever, playing a bunch of junk and quid. Hammerbin looking fantastic. Hangzhou Spark versus Dreamers. Really good day for Hangzhou as well. 3-0 there, not too much resistance from Dreamers.
Yeah, next up we have Soul Inferno going up against SPG, and Soul Inferno, we were all looking forward to Skewed and MVP candidate getting to play some Iliari, and we were not disappointed. Zest and MN3 were unleashed on their respective roles with a little bit more flexibility, and then we went over to O2 Blast versus Soul Dynasty, and a little bit of an upset, but hardly surprising. Who Are You is apparently really good at Genji, and with a leaning towards the old Jotes meta, O2 Blast managed to flummox for Dynasty. Now moving on to our brackets, as we go over to bracket A, we actually have Fuel versus Spark as our winners finals now, which is going to be a mad matchup of styles as Spark continue to grip onto old metas and try and stay on the Winston, whereas Dallas Fuel, they are moving back towards Vajunka Queen, where Hanbin is at his best.
Over into Group B, it's Soul Inferno versus O2 Blast for the winners bracket. There should be a very interesting matchup. And then you have Guangzhou versus the Seoul Dynasty. Shanghai Dragons taking on some Prisoner again in the lower bracket. So another rematch there to end things out next week. Thank you so much for tuning into the recap, and back to you on the desk.
Thank Thank you so much, Lekte and Avro, as per usual, filling us in. And remember, you can join them as well as yours truly for playoffs live in Toronto. We're so excited. Make sure to grab your tickets right now and say hi to us, right?
Yeah, we're going to be there. And all the teams are going to be there.
Not all the teams.
Most of the teams are there.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're
The last one standing. I mean,
I would go anywhere. Why not?
Yeah.
No, you
Celebrate.
don't. You
don't
you
go?
lose. You're mentally broken. You need to go back.
Nah,
and you need to practice. You need to go and grind. That's the only way to feel better, guys.
Nah, you go and mingle. You go
Celebrate.
And
No, you
celebrate.
grind.
You gotta go and social.
Whatever, man.
I mean, listen. Okay, maybe you don't go, but that's why it's so important for the teams to want to qualify.
Should go.
Yeah, the fans should go. The teams want to go. So some of them are still in the running and in the middle of the pack, but could actually not make the playoffs. So everything on the line. And two of those teams, which will be fighting it out today in the ultimate battle of Canada, are, of course. I assume that's a Canadian anthem. I don't know.
Is this the actual anthem?
Sounds like
probably
it.
is.
Sounds very.
It is? Okay.
Sounds anthemy.
How do we...
Well, listen, we want to talk Vancouver Titans and Toronto Defiant. Vancouver Titans, before the break, they've looked fantastic. They've looked really good. They looked solid. They looked stable. Toronto, not so much, you know?
Yeah.
So let's see how they will fare in this new meta. Starting with the Vancouver Titans, what are our expectations?
I mean, I think we should be confident in this team going in. I don't think the last meta was like exactly ideal for them, but I still think they brought it together and they looked really strong. However, I think this is a meta, in theory, they should be feeling better. I think Punk able to play more of those like mechanical heroes, the off tanks that he's known for. I mean, he looked fine on the Winston by the end, looked very comfortable compared to a lot of other off tank players, and their team had synergized well, but now I think he's on a comfort hero. Sugar Free's Genji is something I really want to look out for with how much Genji we've been seeing. And then Heesang's been, of course, monstrous on the hit scan on anything he plays.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see what Heesang is going to bring to the team as well. I think that he definitely leveled up after joining the Vancouver Titans. And we saw him on the Tracer a lot. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be playing for this meta as well.
And I think, honestly, though, the more interesting team here right now, from what we've been hearing behind the scenes, is actually the Toronto Defiant, who, you know, I've heard tell the Scrimbucks are extremely good. And although, you know, you can't cash those in. You've got to convert them. How much
do you buy into it?
You've got to convert them. I do tend to buy in because I've heard good things and from different sources from across the league. And moreover, it makes sense, right? Like these individual players, their competencies, what makes them the best. You know, the Toronto Defiant, I think they are at their strongest in a poke meta, in a highly mechanical meta. You got a player like Kaluj on tank, who I think is elite tier when he's able to play, especially those aiming heroes. Similar to Punk in that way, like was looking pretty good on the main tanks, but really is going to be even stronger when his individual mechanics are able to be put into play. And then I think the supports as well. People have been saying, RuPaul told us on the show the other day that
that's true.
Sir Majed is one of the best Iliaris. So if that ends up being something Toronto can leverage, they'll be scary.
Absolutely. You don't sound like you're buying into the Scrimbucks. Got hurt in the past? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Every single time someone tells me, hey, Scrimbucks, this team's doing really good, and I like buy into it, and I just...
But that's because you listen to Johnny, and he misleads losing predictions.
It's Johnny and Costa all the time.
I know, like they just...
I wouldn't gaslight you guys. I wouldn't do that.
Now we trust you. Probably. I trust your expertise in most things. So there's that. Yeah. And that's why I need more of that. More on this show. Yesterday, we got to pick all of your brains and the players' brains on our new hero, which has recently been introduced, Ilaria, of course. But also, we have 2 new maps and a completely new competitive game mode. And I want to dive deeper into those, starting with Suravasa. What are your initial impressions? What have we seen thus far yesterday, which maybe, you know, surprised you even?
I mean, what I like about Suravasa initially is it feels very open, despite it being like a very large map and there's a lot going on there. Every point feels like there's all these routes interlinked with one another. It doesn't really feel like there's ever one choke that you must push through, which, to be fair, a lot of control maps kind of have that feature in Overwatch where it feels like, wow, we've really got to break this hold. But Suravasa for me is all about rotations. It's all about coming from unexpected angles, you know, punishing enemies on the rotate, or just attacking from unexpected positions when you're able to cap the point. So I think there's a lot of creativity to be had on this map in terms of how you want to approach it, different styles you might want to play. Generally, we've seen Lucio be dominant and a lot of highly mobile styles be dominant, leveraging the mobility that the map enables you to use.
And if we want to take a look at the second big map, this is so beautiful. I just actually love New Chunk City. Looking incredible in the overview. So much detail once again, but a gigantic map once more.
It is a very big map, and I also agree that it's both of the maps are very beautiful.
Yeah.
And not only that, I think it's Flashpoint is very unique in that like it's very fast paced, and it requires a lot from the players. Like even Pelican yesterday saying that like because there's 5 points or 5 maps that has to be played. You gotta have the endurance and like you gotta be you have to be able to focus throughout the whole 5 maps, and I think that's something unique that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, non-stop fighting. You're not having any time to like, round reset, talk about what's going on. You got to keep going, get to that next fight, get to the next point, and I think that kind of chaos is going to really be a test for teams. New Junk City, I think, is a little bit more close quarters than Servasa. You're going to see maybe a little bit more of these like death ball comps. But again, I just feel like Lucio is just crucial for Flashpoint in general, where those rotations, whether you're coming through chokes or wrapping around the map, it's all important.
Yeah, but it's definitely opened up a lot in terms of the meta and what compositions can be played on different parts of the map even. So that keeps it very interesting, and we have yet to see more on it. Of course, only just one day went by, right, where we got to see a first look of those 2 new maps. And we understand that there is points of interest in those 2 maps, and they have official names. But as per usual, we think we can do better. So we're gonna be creative, all right? We're gonna flex our creativity. You at home can join in on the exercise. We're gonna take a look at some of the points of interest. And I want you, fine gentlemen, to write on the whiteboard an alternate name. Just something you think would
alternate name. Yeah, sure. We all know the actual names, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
100%.
Totally know.
The captain told us about it yesterday.
We studied up.
Yeah.
That's right.
But we're just doing it for fun. We know the names, but yes.
All right. So we're starting with this. This is the actual name for this part of the map is Temple.
Temple. I knew that.
So
right?
So let's come up with something.
I got something better.
Equal or better. Love the candles.
I'm very confident in my answer. I think this one's. We gotta change the name.
We'll see if you've got what it takes to beat me.
You got a long name, so.
It's a longer name, so it might not be convenient to use. I just feel it's accurate because that's the vibe.
Okay.
Are we all at the same? All at the
Let's
same
do it all at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, let's go down the line. Eardrum boom. Wait, what?
Eardrum boom. You seen the bell in that thing? Look at the echoes in there. It's gonna blow you out. There's like a giant bell about 10 feet from your eye.
Lotus.
It's like an omnic bell
like
too.
Spa.
It looked like it sort of looked like a flower, lotus flower. I think it's a sun on the very bottom, but it looked like the lotus, like a flower.
The flower.
Yeah, that works. I have a Bed Bath and Beyond because there are a lot of candles in there, so I was vibing with that.
I like Zoe's the best actually.
Okay.
Right. Again, not convenient because it is a tad longer than Temple, I guess. Let's see. This is Palace, usually. But what else could it be?
God.
I gotta be real with you. I only prepared my first one, so I was like,
No.
I'm ready. You guys are slowing me down.
Yeah.
All right.
Rate of play, guys.
I fumbled everyone.
I don't know either.
Tiles.
Splish, splish.
Splish,
I like
splash.
that.
Bath?
I wanted to say splash.
Bath?
Bath?
Like
Okay.
splish. Tiles.
Tiles? Wait, that just
Maybe
says a lot of tiles.
tiles.
Okay, I feel like we all kind of failed this one.
All right, this one's okay.
That one.
Maybe Palace is still better. I think we all lost to the Overwatch devs. Pretty sure they should
What
have
is
made
that?
the first one.
What is
Bed
this
Bath
one?
and
What is this
Beyond.
called?
This is the arena. From
Arena?
New York
Oh,
City.
I got this one.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that's.
All right, I'm ready.
All right.
All right.
Prep.
3, 2, 1, and.
Thunderdome! Metal Gear Fluid.
Ineffective birdcage. That is an ineffective birdcage. Maybe just a more open.
It's open concept
situation.
birdcage. It's very modern. It's open concept, right?
It's a deconstructed birdcage.
Yeah, we're ultra modern.
Yeah, we're just very modern here. Well, okay, maybe we can't do better than the devs, but maybe there's some hope for you at home. So if you think you can be more creative than us, and I don't feel like we set the bar too high, maybe
what do you
just post
mean?
your suggestions on socials using the hashtag OWL. That was good. OWL 2023 is the hashtag you need to use, and maybe your answer will be featured here on broadcast. Can't be worse than ours, is what I'm saying. But yeah, we saw, of course, not just the changes to the hero and to the maps. We also just saw how those changes in the game impacted some of the teams yesterday. Some for better, others for worse. So let's look at some of the teams we will be saying today, starting with one of the most storied franchises we have in the league, the San Francisco Shock, which, I mean, they've been not fulfilling expectations heading into this season, but with this meta, how do you rate their chances of a big comeback?
Look, if you're a Shock fan, if you're on the team right now, you're not worried about what happened at the start of the season. You're focused on now, on the moment, and I think they're looking good in this new meta. I think they've already shown. They were the only team who wanted to play comps like this. In the last patch, they wanted to play Baptiste, Zen, these like double flex support comps. They brought Orisa in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, they were the only team to be willing to play these comps and showing that they already had the proclivity to go that direction. And so this is a meta that should favor those styles, and this is such a key element is the Genji. That's what we saw yesterday, really popping off, Genji being a crucial hero, and those insanely elite players on the hero are able to have so much impact, shutting down the enemy snipers, punishing those flex supports who aren't that good at defending themselves from Genji. So I'm really eyes on Proper to have like a lights out performance when he does bring out the Genji. As well, jumping on the Orisa has been really impressive. On top of that. So I think there's a lot of threats on the Shock. I think they should already be comfortable on this style, and they got a relatively easy match going up against Vegas. You just got to make plans as the Shock and then show us what you got. The first half of the season, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. As long as you make plans, you win this, you qualify for play-ins today. It's important.
All right, I'm excited. I'm excited to see the Shock in action. I'm excited to see what they can do in this current meta. And I'm also very excited about the first match we have today. It's going to be between two Titans, Boston Uprising and the Florida Mayhem. It's going to be the first match today. A big clash, but I do smell a debate here. Because, one
debating?
team is going to be better than the other team, and we love debating. But also, there might be a chat vote at the end of it, so we can't let him participate. So it's going to be
All right.
us. So let's get ready to debate.
I'll be the angry judge.
We prepared
Merciless
merch, of course.
Yeah, I got my merch.
Represent. Are you okay?
Show us what you got. Team spirit, baby.
I made it cute.
You got some good stuff?
Yeah, we made it cute. I made it a cup.
Yeah.
Oh.
We made it cute.
Oh, Danny.
Oh,
Danny.
Is that how you try to win the debate?
We gotta show the back as well.
Oh.
That's just cheap, man. That's just cheap.
Looking
All right,
good.
I'm gonna start because the winner always starts.
Convince me.
Right. I convince you, and it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be 3 rounds. We're gonna go 5 rolls.
5 rolls. Okay.
And we have the board.
Wait,
up
are
there.
you okay?
Skater against Terrier, so technically already lost because I
Boston
don't know
Terrier.
how you can actually win that fight. But yeah, start the clock. I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, so
don't
we
even
go.
need all the time because checkmate. Great Genji is gonna go great this very meta. But Merit though, if you've ever been a true Houston outlaw.
I think I have.
Oh, wow, really?
You're saying just because he
Tugging on
wears
my
different, you
heartstrings.
can't.
It's working.
You can take the green out of Merit, but you can't take the outlaw out of Merit. Something like that. He's handsome too.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you. There we go. There we go.
All right. Checkmate and these other guys are too new. We got the OG Birdring and Decay. Birdring, hey, we've been seeing Bastion a lot yesterday, right?
Okay.
Hey, Bastion, Birdring has been using that way before Summer Qualifiers. Decay, great tracer, just great person. I don't know if he's a great person. I don't know him personally, but hey, he's a great player.
Probably.
I'm pretty sure he has a great Genji as well. And yeah, these two, definitely one of the top DPS duos that we have in the league.
Surprisingly, I think I've got to give round 1 to Danny. Danny convinced me with the Bash and the Genji.
Can't believe.
Merit is very handsome, and that was a
can't believe.
strong argument. It almost got me. So I think we've got a competitive debate on our hands.
He abandoned Merit.
I'm sorry. Merit is
not watching
Merit
that
is
show.
beautiful.
All right, backline. Right, okay, listen. Maka, don't know anything about. I want to talk about Chorong and RuPaul. I'm sure Maka's great, but I mean, Chorong. if you want a Lucio, he's easily one of the top 3 Lucios. He's the top Lucio. Let's start strong. RuPaul,
confident.
Dude, whispers out there. He's going to be the Illari player. And don't touch me, Bob. How dare you? How dare you? I mean, you can't bet against that backline.
Listen, all right, this is gonna be easy. All right, hey, we're talking about Lucio, Lee Jae-gon. He has a map named after him because he's such a great Lucio. He has Lee Jae-gon Tower. All right, Twilight,
He's a
Godly, Ana, Izayaki, a great support player. Hey, this team, they could do double flex support. If they need a Mania with a Lucio, they could put in Lee Jae-gon. They could do boom bap, everything. This team's, they got it down.
Guys,
I don't know.
Danny is going in, man. Like, I thought Zoe was going to take this thing. Danny's dominating.
Let's go! Let's go, Boston!
But what I'm going to say is that the last round, since it's only 1 tank, it's got to be worth double points. So, Zoe, you've got a chance to draw. But yeah, Danny wins the second round. Zoe, you've got to come back now.
I'm ready. Because, I mean, what better way to come back than get those guys out of here? Where's my man? Bring him up.
Where's my man?
Where's my man? It's his man too. He is everyone's man. He's someone. He's everyone's someone. I mean, someone literally can play everything. He is just so creative in his hero usage. He's someone. Like, he is considering betraying the Boston Uprising as we speak because he can't bet against this guy, and neither should you.
Oh.
Neither should you.
All right, Danny, what you got, man?
All right. Florida Mayhem, someone is great. He's a great tank. He can't play everything, surely. He's my MVP. I'm sure. But hey, Kalios and
defending
Smurf.
Boston.
Smurf, great main tank. He's one of the best Winston. He could play Winston. He could play Ryan. I'm sure he could play Orisa as well. Kalios is there to back him up as well for the flex tank. But I love someone.
Danny felt the limit here. Danny felt the limit here. And for the double points round, no surprise, chat, it's got to be Zoe. So we've got a tie, which I think means the teams might actually have to play a match to figure out who wins.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, guys, we can't just decide it here. But this was Zoe on the final round. So in the end, we've got a draw in the debate.
It's crazy.
This was 2-2 with the double points round.
This was hard. I didn't know you were gonna pull the someone card, the MVP card on me.
Yeah, I would have lost without him.
Even Danny felt he couldn't fight it. He couldn't resist it.
He felt
or we gotta hear from you guys, chat.
Yeah, chat can decide the winner. So let's see where they're going. But if you're voting against someone, then I don't know what you're doing with your life, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, generally we want your input on not just this, but overall, who is your MVP? The votes are still open. They started to open up this week, and they will be open until September 3rd. So cast your vote for the Overwatch League 2023 MVP right now, because we're now heading into a quick break. So we have all the time in the world, and afterwards we will be back with all the action, so don't go anywhere. Beautiful artwork. And what's also beautiful are our team jerseys. So make sure to grab yours now. They're on sale for up to 20%. Get yours at shop.overwatchleague.com. Many people are, in fact, saying that wearing a jersey feels just like a day at the beach.
It's my job. Beach.
What?
Your job is to be at the beach?
The beach. With the team jersey. Only a team jersey. So if you're in the LA area, go check that out. It's a sight.
Which beach?
It's just beach. My
Just
job is
beach? Okay, all right.
The beach.
Nice.
Well, actually, his job is to talk about Overwatch. So let's get that one going. Boston, Florida, I mean, both of those teams, they're There's so much to say about those players. The Uprising is, of course, sporting a veteran roster. Those guys have been around for 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons for some of those even.
Oh, geez.
So they know what they're doing.
Yeah, no stranger to the pressure. And I think that this Florida roster, though, is in contrast, is a much more upstart team. But so many of these players you have to be excited for. And we've got Maka coming in off the rip, so suggesting maybe Florida want to bring out potential a double flex comp, which could make a lot of sense to them. In the past, they've had Cholwang and RuPaul play, Kiriko and Baptiste, things of that nature. So I think they've got the flexibility. Mostly, I'm really excited to see the DPS line up together. I think Checkmate did pretty well, and the Tracer was looking solid, especially with his pulse bombs. But I think Genji is much more his specialty, his speed. I think this is a meta where he can shine, and we know what Mara can do on the hit scan. Just an absolute monster. I want to see some Sojourn out of Mara. His Soldier's great too. He's got it all.
He's got it all. What a guy. So how did you not win the debate?
All right.
Suddenly he's a stab. You know what it is.
Well, you should have convinced. Just tell me about his Sojourn. Tell me about the triple kill, one-shot headshot.
I thought you would just know. I knew, and that's why when I looked at my predictions, it was an easy one to make. I, of course, want this to be a close match, but I actually don't really think it's going to be. I think the Florida Mayhem have the upper hand here. I believe in Checkmate Genji's supremacy like no other. Mary is going to, shoot his shots from the back, and someone can just do everything, as we established already. I just want to reiterate that I'm winning this debate. I'm trying my best right now. But yeah, no, 3-1 for me.
I'm in a very awkward position where I was debating for Boston, but I went with the Florida Mayhem as well. Their versatility is one of their biggest, weapons that they had, playing against. I'm not going to throw it away. But I mean, yeah, I think it could be a very close match. But I'm very excited to see Maka having his debut match today as well. So I went with the Florida Mayhem.
Surprising as well to see Maka come out on the control round, right? Like, that's a place you would really expect to see Lucio come out on a lot of maps. So I'm kind of curious to see if Florida have been cooking something for us. But you've got to believe a little bit at this point in Chef Gunba. Like, I predicted Florida as well because I believe, he's been very consistent. They've consistently had innovative strats, specialized to every map. They've been like always out of the gate hot on new metas and new content in the game. And so I just have to think this plays to Mayhem's strengths. For Boston, they were heavily reliant on dive and they were great at it. But will they be as consistent in a new meta? I think this could be, again, like close, but I guess
I thought it was going to be
don't
close.
agree. I think the fans are believing it.
83%.
I do see Florida as this is just so it's a perfect storm for them.
Yeah.
And guess who else supports Florida right now? Houston Outlaws. If Florida Mayhem wins this game, Houston Outlaws and Florida both clinched to straight to playoffs. They skip the play-ins.
But that also means everything's on the line for Boston Uprising. Maybe with backs against the wall, this is where they're really going to excel. And again, they have the veterancy, they have the experience to be able to not falter under the pressure and make it work in their advantage. So we're ready for this game. It's going to be a big one to kick us off. And to cast all the action, Jake, would you please?
Go, Jake! Yeah!
Jake and Jack.
Welcome
Jake
back.
and Jack and Jake.
Happy to get a cast in.
JJ duo.
Make sure I don't trip over the cables.
Let me just do some quick jump rope before we start.
That's cute.
Let's get some calories burning before we jump into the game. Yes, it's Jake and Jack. Or Jaws and Jake, it's up to you. If you had another gamer name, what would it be?
Oh, I don't know, man. I feel like I've moved past that era. I'm just Jake. I can't be anything else. Just me.
That's sad.
I put my last name in. Be like even more.
Lion?
Even more
that's
normie.
Well, that's not that normie. It's got a Y in it.
All right.
It's
that's
not
cool.
an I. I mean, Lion's pretty cool. That's pretty sick. All right, let's go into the game. Florida Mayhem and the Boston Uprising, Jake. I mean, this is scary stuff for Boston right now. They need to be able to collect a W here. Like Florida Mayhem, like you said on the desk, they're clinched. After this, you clean this one up, then the Houston Outlaws, they're feeling pretty damn good. I mean, the schedule for a lot of these top-end teams right now are pretty easy, you'd say. This one is going to be the biggest challenge.
One of the most hotly contested matches left in the regular season, I'd say. And, as you mentioned, crucially for Boston and Florida, they're very confident, I think, to be bringing in Maka here. Like, this is his debut match in one that really does count for both teams. So I think they have to be really confident in his skill. I want to see what he's got to bring as a player. And it's a meta where I think these high skill flex supports are really going to shine. We saw like Violet doing insane things on the Kiriko, like literally insane things. I mean, good, but also insane. And I kind of want to see, maybe that's an energy that the Florida Mayhem could follow on. Like, I mean, I think Maka, they've said he's a high mechanical skill player, and maybe he can leverage that today.
Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. Here is the maps for today, of course. If you've only just joined us on this beautiful Sunday, we do have Flashpoint in the rotation now as well. So Suravasa will be third, but first of Ilios and Numbani. Like you said, Mayhem, just a quick and easy dub. Just brush it off. walk home, and then, hey, it's good to go. You're feeling really confident going into playoffs. And making a substitution this late into the season, too, is pretty scary for a lot of teams. But, I mean, if there's one thing that Florida Mayhem and the backroom staff, Gravy, Gunba, do very well, is pick up these diamonds in the rough and turn them into superstars.
Yeah, and I think they've found like that great polishing strategy coming in with new comps. Like whenever there's been, you know, flux in the meta, uncertainty, Mayhem has been coming out on top in those situations. That's why they're 12-2. Like people knew this team would be competitive. They knew they'd be strong, but I don't think people would have put them at like the top 2. And I mean, they've already beaten the Atlanta Reign. So we're looking at one of the very serious title contenders for the season. And they've got a nice Spicer comp coming out here. Bastion Soldier being loaded up with the double flex support on well. I mean, this is historically a map where Dive can outmaneuver these high damage poke comps. So I'm kind of curious to see what positions do the Florida Mayhem take, especially with this Iliari, the movement. You know, where is she going to go on the map? I think this will be really instructive for players at home, like thinking how to play these poke comps. It will be a Torb, though, from Checkmate. Wise decision against what Boston is fielding.
Yeah, it's just dive for Boston. Uprising, Decay, and Birdering on the Echo Tracer. A big wraparound, but it kind of makes sense for Florida Mayhem here, Jake, to just kind of push over towards that cage side. It's pretty hard to dislodge people from there, and especially if you've got that healing pylon. But at the moment, it's just Mucka and Checkmate just hanging around each other on the Torb, and the Alari will take a lot down to the front line. Who's diving? What's the dive comp? Who's got the dive comp? Sorry.
Someone.
It's someone on the Florida Mayhem diving straight onto Twilight in the back. First blood, Legigon's off the map too, and there you go. Florida Mayhem win the first fight in the first cap.
You are not the dive comp. I am the dive comp. That's incredible. He just runs him down. And even, I mean, this double flex supports, right? Decay is already forced off the Echo because there's so much hit scan pressure. It's not just Soldier 76. It's the Baptiste. It's the Iliari all together. You got triple hit scan basically poking up at that Echo, and Decay, he felt that pressure. He was not staying on that hero. Genji, though, is going to put you in a very all-in position. You've got to be so quick and aggressive with this hero.
Torb turret is a hit scan too, just so you know. Just FYI, don't forget about the turret. Someone playing
Jack's the ultimate Torb fan.
I really am. Oh, Maka ended up going down to a random whip shot. Okay, that fight was pretty over pretty quickly. Not sure how Maka ended up going down, maybe pushed into the well. Potentially, someone's going to be able to stall for almost eons as he pops the Fortify. But there's the flip for the Boston Uprising.
Scary thing about Florida's comp, I gotta mention though, is once those supports do start to fall, things can snowball and crumble, right? If Decay finds one dash reset, he's probably gonna get a very big cleanup. You don't really have that backstopping hero for the Florida Mayhem. And again, very aggressive from Boston. I like this playstyle, but it doesn't work out right away. And Smurf is just, oh my god, where'd he go?
Where did he go? I don't know. I think I saw the nade from Twilight to potentially save him. It did anti a couple of people, but didn't hit Smurf quick enough. There's the pulse from Decay, does miss, but Decay did get nanoed. Blade available to him, as he does get pushed off the map. Almost 4 HP, chased down by someone. That nano boost can't be con with the blade, not if you're dead. Birdring gets shoved away with the spear. Someone, with the help of RuPaul, takes down the DPS duo with the Boston Uprising, and now Florida Mayhem pushing them well onto the point.
Someone so threatening on this Orisa. Smurf, though, he's back to stall, and potentially with a Primal Rage here. This is the type of spot you feel pretty good about on dive, you know, trading heroes.
Yeah, but look how many ultimates the Florida Mayhem have, Jake. There's a window for RuPaul to stop Boston Uprising saying hello on the point. And, well, someone's diving again. He's in your back line. Legigon is down. The point is Mayhem's, and they still have 4 ultimates, Jake, for this next fight.
Someone is just a beast on this Orisa. I mean, if he's missing any of these spears, I'm telling you guys, he's not finding these kills. So mechanically outplaying, showing his prowess on the tank role, especially here on the Orisa, kind of leveraging to a level. Honestly, I don't think we've seen him on that level yet so far. They're crushing the Boston Uprising.
This Terror Surge could be quite scary, especially for someone like Smurf. Does have Primal for a little bit of backup there. Decay already using that to reflect. Blade's been pulled. Spear's been for someone to try and find him, but Decay dodges out the way pretty quickly. There's the Captive Sun straight on top of Decay, who dashes straight back into the Terror Surge. There was nowhere to run. Captive Sun burning alive or just getting smushed into paste. He chose paste. Smurf rips the Primal Rage, kills Maka as well as the rest of the Boston Uprising.
He's got this.
Just throwing in as many ultimates as they can to try and win this fight. Someone eventually goes down. No chance to really use that ultimate from the Torb, sadly, but Mayhem, they're up to 92%.
I will say you've got the Nano for Twilight, but I really think pressure's on Twilight to find a big nade here because the Nano alone, I don't know if it's going to cut it. And you've got the Molten Core, you've got the Tactical Visor, great anti-dive ults from the Florida Mayhem. These DPS are kind of one of the big reasons that dive doesn't seem quite so strong this meta. So we'll see if Merit and Checkmate can leverage that, make it actually work out against Boston Uprising's dive.
Birdering under perma pressure by that turret. Smurf super low, has to get out. Got naded by Twilight. Defensive use of the Molten Core there by Checkmate. So it's going to stop Boston Uprising assaulting their position, but, well,
relentless.
Again, on the Orisa. This guy just does not miss a spear. Florida Mayhem are now just chasing the rest of the Boston Uprising. They got to find Twilight. Twilight does not survive. 2 spear throws, 2 kills for someone, and that should just be the round. Decay is going to get there. Birdering does get a touch, but what can they really do without any ultimates here?
Yeah, the window's going to come down, and it's just going to become impossible to touch the point. Someone is just... He's not here for the point. You guys get the point. That's not my job.
He's here for kills. So all he wants to do, just get more KDA. Smurf dead, there's the boop, surely it's over. Spear,
oh my, is he off?
He's off! Oh. Someone lands another one. Wrap it up. Florida Mayhem can just walk straight to playoffs after that performance.
Danny Lim just straight called an MVP on day 1 of the season. If really someone wins it, I mean, he's looking like this is MVP form. Right? This is what we talked about from this guy. I mean, he's looked great on the Winston all season. He's looked great on everything he's touched. But now in a meta where the tank is like a fragging role in this meta. You know, you're not actually, it's not really your job to just hold back, hold space. Oh, I'm creating space for you. No, Orisa kills. And that's what makes her so dominant right now is when you have these incredibly good mechanical players in the tank, they're finding solo pickoffs. Twilight, he constantly has to heal EJ Gone because Brig is just getting run down by the horse.
It's so scary. Like you said, so much damage. With that increased damage from range, Jake, as soon as you hit that spear, if you get a stun with that too, you are as good as dead. Looks like Smurf, is that enough for Winston? Not surprised. I'm going to be real. He jumps over to an Orisa of his own. However, this is what I want to see. Birdering and Merit Widow duels.
Sniper duel, so crucial. Birdering has been he hasn't played much Widow this season, but when he has, it has been terrifying. Checkmate on the tour, probably expecting some dive. We might see a swap from him. Still too soon to tell. Maka still finds one there, but it's not going to be. It should probably be a cleanup. Someone running out of skills here. Birdering, though, I mean, right, remember, I'm thinking back to that game he played on Rialto. Just absolute monster performances from him on Widow, and he barely plays it. It's just his proficiency on this hero without needing to spam it, without getting a bunch of reps on it, is really terrifying. So for Merit, I think this is going to be a very tough test. If he can hang with Birdering, then there's really no question for Boston here.
The crazy thing to me as well, coming into the season, is Birdering took a break, and he's still this good. It is very scary. Well, Merit's trying to line up the same angle here. There goes the pylon in the kill feed. Twilight, of course, now on the Alari. Just slowly but surely, Florida Mayhem trying to gain as many inches as they can, as much space as they can. Nice. Oh, okay. That counts. All good.
Nice advanced play there from Merit. You got the Venomine to protect your own head. Nice little tech on the Widow duel there.
Marco's taking a fair bit of damage. Point's going to get taken, so careful. Yeah, both Orisas just spinning their spears at each other. And it will be Checkmate cleaning him up. So there you go. There's the flip. Very slow, cautious play right now from both the Boston Uprising and the Florida Mayhem. But Florida just eking out that victory.
Yeah, nice little positional outplay there. Not relying on an opening pick from a sniper, just getting the position to more effectively pressure the point. But
double body shot.
Finds that? Incredible.
All right, okay, now Birdering's got free reign over this point, you'd imagine. You've got to be careful now if you're RuPaul and Checkmate. There's the Captive Son looking for a target. Doesn't want to roll into disrupt shot, throws it out, hits at least one, I believe. A little bit of extra healing, uses the outburst to gain some space to try and heal the rest of his team, but was not looking at Smurf, who just falls down once again to the front line of the Florida Mayhem. Another Captive Son, this time on Decay. He has no chance being in that fight. Not with Maka piloting Alari. That's a double kill for the rookie as the Florida Mayhem continue to hold.
Birdering has been lights out, but it's been the team play from the Florida Mayhem that's been winning them this comp. Their movement around the map, they're holding those crucial positions, and Boston can't get a foothold on the point, even with an opening pick. That doesn't bode well for them here in this matchup.
Really doesn't. Sight's coming up as well for Birdering, so you'd imagine he's going to win this Widow duel. Merit's going to have to play super careful. 25% away from his own. 20 now, he's a little body shot.
Yeah, there's going to be a big advantage. The walls add so much in this team comp. Everybody can use it. Very scary moment for Florida.
Ooh, Yeah, you see RuPaul instantly there, Jake, just backing all the way. And look at that. I mean, look at where Merit's playing. He's playing in the corridors. And Burdering's actually going to try and match him. Nice Venom Mine placement, though, is going to reveal him. Speaking of which, there's another one. But all the meanwhile, across map, as Twilight actually going down to checkmate. However, Decay takes down Merit, so a 1-for-1 trade. But Florida Mayhem looking towards overtime right now. A Terror Surge in the backline again. Lee Jae-gon did not expect that one coming. Now someone on the receiving end of one, but pops the Fortify, just running down Smurf. Super low, another spear lands, as someone just continues his dominance on the Orisa. Burdering takes another shot, takes down 2 people in this fight somehow, some way, but it is still the lone gunman, someone on the point to try and force OT, and he does so successfully.
I mean, Birdring just hyper carried that fight. Like, Boston had no business winning that from a team perspective. Birdring just got, what, 3 picks? Absolutely ridiculous. But they switch on to a very weird comp. This is not a good comp what Boston's on right now. They're going to have to just somehow continue to pop off like crazy to hold on to this. If Florida get positioned on point, can drop the window without getting picked, things are looking really rough. For Smurf, it's going to be, he doesn't have like those diver assists to come in. There's no nade, there's no tracer to help him. He's got to find something, but it's very difficult right now on this Doomfist. Awkward position for Boston.
Really nice counter as well, that Orisa to the Doomfist. He can hear Merit even around the corner, grapple up, and well, Merit's away. I mean, Smurf's distracting, sure, but look what's happening in the kill feed right now. Yeah, they're capping Jake, and RuPaul's taking the one-on-one. Why not? Exo boots onto the high ground, a little lamp for protection too. However, Captive Sun does take care of checkmate, so he is punished somewhat, and Smurf has rejoined the fight. And now the Florida Mayhem are just completely split up. Merit was not in that engagement either that whole time, Jake, because he was distracted by Smurf. And it will be the rest of Boston Uprising just in a 4v4 on the point, winning it out. And there we go, a round 3 on control.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay, I think, there by RuPaul, thinking he could catch Decay. Decay knew the push was coming, was already kiting back, and though RuPaul looks for that pressure, doesn't find a kill, and Maka goes down at the same time. So you have to think, okay, that's actually what Florida was succeeding at all round long, was staying together, having great team movements. One little slip up there at the end, it cost them. And so normally I would think, you know, Smurf out of the fight, Merit out of the fight, that's probably going to favor the Widow, but here we get to see a little bit more what happened on the point. How Birdring brought this fight. I mean, this is like a one-man army situation.
It really is. Hitting shots like these, the rest of the team don't need to do anything. Look at that. Are you gonna? No. I mean, even that hitting the headshot didn't need to.
I mean, if he misses one of those kills, that round is done. Florida's winning this match. Like, if he had 2 out of 3, it's not enough. Incredible.
It's the power Widow, baby. It's on the Tracer now, not so much a Widow map, sadly.
What is this car?
But this car, okay, it's looking a little bit London on the side of Florida right now. TP to point with the May. And look at this, Jake. The Boston Uprising,
full swap.
Maybe they're deciding to change Birdring over to the Ash now instead. Bit of extra AoE damage as the Florida Mayhem are going to reconvene. Just teleport on the point. And this is a lot of healing, I'll tell you that right now.
Historically, these comps have had a lot of merit because whether or not you're winning these team fights, you're just going to keep capping and wasting a ton of time. So Birdring and Decay, Twilight as well, they've got to find some sort of opening here on the fight, get a pick. So hard against the Kiriko Moira, though. Very, very survivable supports, even when they're in a tough spot. And Checkmate is shooting back.
Yeah, Checkmate or maybe Marco with the kunais for across the map, keeping Birdring in check. And like you said, Jake, it's just wasting time. That's all they're doing right now. It's just delaying this point with the walls, with the TPs if they want to, with the little turrets. It's going to be tough. Twilight needs to land a big anti here, but someone's been quick on the mark with that shield. Another one. See, back-to-back shield block there. Although, a little bit of splash damage onto Merit. There's the clone, though, the copy onto Ride. There's the easy shatter. 2 swings, 1 shatter, and 1 kill.
Cool, though.
Marker ends up going down, but the Coalescence is going to stay in the rest of the Florida Mayhem through this fight. Twilight, no longer on the high ground, decides to join the rest of his comrades on the point, and ends up going down. RuPaul with a quick Coalescence ends that fight.
This is a very scary scenario for the Boston Uprising. That's the fight you're supposed to win on the dive comp when you get the first ultimate up. Typically, it's going to be first, but for all the damage that Decay did, it was RuPaul getting a ton of healing to counter, and he's got the Cold to answer the push. So, yes, you've got Smurf's Primal. That's a great option here, but stuff like Mail and Shatter can shut down even the Winston's Primal here on the point. This close range situation is very scary.
He needed that dupe to find a little bit more value. You got 1 kill, I suppose. Teleport. Little bit of a bait, forcing Twilight down to the low ground there. So he has a A bit of a worse angle when it comes to throwing those nades. There's the Blizzard on the point, and Birdring's already dead. 81% nano boost on the Winston. Smurf joins the fight once again. Props the Primal, but really little to no damage done. Florida Mayhem is still holding on. The Shatter hits nothing, but it's all good. A little bit of a dissuasive tool, I suppose, for the Boston Uprising. Smurf somehow gets the kill onto Checkmate, but again, stalling time is what Florida Mayhem need. Someone still, of course, he picks up a kill, but it is 99%, Jake. Every single ult almost is thrown into that fight.
I like this nice little farming, a little bit of extra ult on the sim turrets by Lee Jae Gon, a little bit of extra value there because the nano is going to be crucial. You've got potentially a Bob to stall, potentially a copy, but okay, Florida's going to go for the full swap. This does make sense. They only have to win one retake fight here, and so now with no Tracer, no flanker really to speak up for the Boston Uprising, this is a scary moment where now Tracer Summer's coming out, double flanker. Yes, Summer doesn't get those EMPs very quick. That's not what she's playing for in this moment. She's playing for picks. I think Twilight is going to be on the menu here. Tough spot for Ana to be.
Twilight, he's got Lee Jae Gon right next to him. The hack does come through. Twilight afflicted with it. Can they finish the kill? Doesn't look like it. The backup is just too good. Copy for Decay. Goes on to the Moira of all picks. I mean, hey, why not? You can just right-click people. One healing orb or one damage orb. Might just give you a convalescence. Nice little double kill on the Copy. And a free coal too to boot, I'd imagine, if he gets a bit more damage in. But doesn't look like it. Nice fight win there for Boston.
I think the number to watch now is Lee Jae Gon with this rally. If he can get that online, it should be enough, potentially able to stun the Cole from RuPaul and just put a ton of pressure onto Merit and Checkmate. But 80% is not 100. It's going to be potentially a little tough. I think Florida, they really need to find these picks. If those ults, Nano and Rally come up, Boston's going to be feeling very good about this round.
TMP is going to be hard to get off as well.
Oh, missed jump.
Oh, that sucks. There's the cold. There's the damage orb. They're going to force him into the little bathhouse down there. But no, Smurf takes RuPaul out. Bit of a look of shock on his face. And he couldn't even peek because Bob was hanging around as well. Good use of the Bob by Birdring. Stops Florida Mayhem going any more aggressive. And now Boston Uprising in a very good spot to actually just take this map. Nano boost onto Checkmate. Just guns down. Nano boost onto Cave. Just guns down Checkmate. And now any more staggers here are going to be disaster for Florida.
Yeah, I think this is round over. I don't see a way back in. Merit, maybe he can touch point on the Sombra, but
they got Rally.
I don't really see any hope to win this team fight. You're back in a stagger situation, so Boston brings back two very difficult rounds and able to take the map here, it looks like, on Ilios.
Oh, Checkmate does go in, throws the pulse bomb, another touch. Merit does have EMP, but here comes the rally. Good early preemptive one there by Lee Jae Gon, making sure that EMP is a little less effective. Twilight may be dead, but so is someone at Maka, and it is Lee Jae Gon just swinging away. Checkmate, no recall by the looks of it. Ends up getting headshot by Decay. Only one more person to touch. It is Merit, but without recall and without RuPaul to help him out, that'll be Boston Uprising take the first map.
Definitely the veterans he's showing on the Boston Uprising there right now. Even though I felt like there were so many moments where Florida had outstratted them, it was these veteran players, Birdring on the second map, Decay coming up with huge picks on the third. Impressive performance from Boston to bring that back. I thought they were on the ropes the whole time, and somehow they come out 1-0 in the series.
Maybe it is that veterancy right there. Yeah. A lot of rookies, when you think about it, on the side of the Florida Mayhem, or, well, not even just rookies, but people that have not been around as long as people like Twilight, Birdring, or Decay. Oh, Lee Jae Gon, that was a headshot.
I mean, that's a ridiculous spear too, like perfect prediction. I mean, this is ridiculous, guys. I'm telling you, get 2 kills, get a double kill here, and it's ridiculous, and you still lose Boston. Like, you just thank Mr. Birdring right now. Like, there's no... Look at that. Like, come on, dude. I feel like that's not even a misplay from RuPaul. This is a ridiculous shot.
No, Birdring is just... He's on another level. Honestly, when he's online, he just hits different. And like I said before, to think he actually took a break at one point, he's back in the league and back on a good team. And it feels pretty good to see Mr. Birdring back in action. This is what must have happened.
I mean, game-winning play.
Off. Yeah, I mean, you don't get him back from that one, that's for sure. Numbani is up next. I mean, I want to see what Florida Mayhem are cooking, honestly. Some interesting comms coming out from them over the last couple of rounds. I'll have to wait and see after this break.
winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, them C's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pounds. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again.
Okay. New Boston hype intro just dropped?
Yo.
All right. I like that one.
That was dope.
Oh my god. All right. Okay. I love Twilight, my goat, getting a few kills in there. Love to see it. Boston Uprising, I mean, yeah, what a team of absolute superstars. Speaking of which, one's coming off the bench right now. Lee Jigon taking a little step back. Izayaki in the field now. Going on to Numbani as the next map.
Numbani map where it looks like both teams maybe are going to commit to a poke style, and it's kind of easy to see why Boston feels so confident that, I mean, Birdring, Widow, this guy's a freak of nature, man. That was like, I mean, he's had some of the best Widow performances. I think maybe the best Widow performance this year. We haven't seen a ton of the hero, but when Birdring's on it, man, it is terrifying.
4 minutes, 4 and a bit minutes, 6 final blows, 4 scope crit kills, so 4 headshots, and only a single death on Widow. More Widow, please, Birdring. And yeah, he's just an aimer. He is just so good at just a raw aim. It's crazy. Any character, honestly, put him on Alari. I'm sure he'll dominate with that pick too, right? I mean, we've heard rumors of DPS players going on that, but their backline's also pretty damn stacked.
Izayaki and Ty. It's kind of a tough argument.
Tough argument. But still, I mean, what is he going to play on Numbani? Not sure. We'll find out in just a moment. Interesting map, though. I think we've seen a lot of things from a lot of different teams. Even before the patch, we saw London force the Reinhardt, TPing onto the high ground, or like wrapping high ground to force people off of that. Very, sometimes unassailable height, too. And with this new Alari pickup as well, I'm curious what people like, the teams like Florida Mayhem are going to bring out, because we know how many different shades of the team they can bring. They can bring the Orisa, they can play Dive, they can play Diva, they can play Doom, they can play so many different things. They can even play something like this as well. Sigma, Alari, BAP in the backline, and checkmate on the Echo, and Soldier 76 to wrap it up.
You know, we've seen a little bit of Sigma being played, but it's sort of, I don't think it's come into dominance yet. I think it's a great choice, though, for a map like Numbani, where Orisa is kind of an all-in commit hero. Wherever you are, that's where all your pressure is going to be. If you're on the right side high ground on Numbani defense, you're going to be fighting that choke. If you're top left, that's where you're going to fight. Sigma at least has the potential to move his shield over. He could support, let's say if Merritt wants to take an off angle, you know, someone could throw that shield at range and let Merritt utilize it. So I think a little bit more flexibility on the map. Gonna be, I think, tough for Boston to break. Normally, I think you would want to pull out a full dive setup, which we know Smurf is more than confident. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Boston potentially go back to Winston once they see the Sigma.
Well, they'll soon know. They'll hear those spheres being thrown. Smurf sees the... Okay.
It's a long way back, though. Is it worth it?
Yeah, I feel like he's thinking about it. Not making the big commitments just yet, but now here comes the push. Straight to the back of the point. They're trying to get a big wrap here. Make sure someone has to look 2 different angles and place a shield 2 different ways too.
Yeah, so much pressure coming from multiple angles, and all these Hanzo arrows from Birdring. Any one of them could be enough to find an opener here.
Just take a fair bit of damage though from checkmate. They can't wait too long either. You don't want to waste too much time. Smurf just using the Matrix, finding a little bit of point presence there, but it's not going to be enough really to dissuade the Florida Mayhem from shooting him. Nice little pylon placement too. Birdring's got his personal heal bot right next to him, thankfully. And here comes the push here from someone. Falling off the high ground now, Jake.
Still though, Sigma's a great...
and there's the arrows.
Birdring.
And there's the arrows. No Suzu available for Twilight, however, not enough to save Smurf's mech. Will it be enough? I mean, they've lost the support, but Smurf without a mech is going to provide almost negative pressure. He does end up falling anyway as Birdring picks up a second kill of the fight. Checkmate down, but now Twilight is alone. Might not even be able to teleport away. He's being forced all the way to the back lines of the Florida Mayhem, and Maka comes back to clean him up.
One of the challenges there is, though, even though you get an opening kill, you've still got the Batiste, one of the best supports in the game to have as a solo support. He can heal himself, he can heal teammates, and he doesn't mind sort of carrying all the heals in the comp. That's what makes Illiari such a great combo, because, hey, you don't need to heal so much, just kill him, bro. But now Smurf is going to come over to that Winston. Still, though, no Ana, there's no nano boost to come down, so the combo isn't quite so natural. I do think this Kitsune rush from Twilight could be really scary if it comes down on Florida's backline with Smurf diving in.
I mean, Izzyaki just wants to build up towards that. Oh, nice headshot. Oh, gotta be careful, RuPaul. Double headshot from Izzyaki. Birdring finishes the job with a single arrow. A beautiful ultimate too. Is there any follow-up? It might be enough, though, to be fair, Jake, to just dissuade them. Merit's on his lonesome on the high ground, forced all the way out as someone falls. Tried to get back to the point to contest. 2 ticks on board for the Boston Uprising. A duplication from Checkmate onto a Kiriko of all things. And Izzyaki is just dominating the front line. Support carry for Boston as they claim the first point.
That multi-angle pressure, while at the same time threatening the point, proves too much for Florida. I think they did admirably to just manage all the threats in that setup, but eventually the picks, it feels like it has to come in eventually when you're being poked from all those angles. There's only so much RuPaul can do. Someone gonna go over to the Diva now. Maybe feels a little bit more effective on this against the Winston.
Yeah, it's the ability to eat those stickies as well from Decay, eat a lot of the damage coming out from Illari, even hit the Illari ults too. RuPaul pops the window down. There's a copy from Decay onto the Diva, instantly gets demeched. Can he get a remech kill? Not quite. That pylon heat keeping everybody from the Florida Mayhem rather healthy. Same with that healing station. Self-destruct launched in. RuPaul in a little bit of trouble. No, it's just the summons. Don't worry.
The buildings are broken.
The kill feed filled with summon kills from Decay's self-destruct. Speaking about summons, the mech's gone too.
Yeah, we'll see if Florida can clean this up. Someone out of the mech is kind of tough here. You're losing your ability to press forward, and Boston's been capping this whole time.
Yeah, I mean, captivating Sun available, or a captive Sun even. There's the outburst onto the high ground, and there's the ult. It's been ripped. Twilight, the target, instantly blown up. 2 explosive shells launched straight towards him as Smurf is, well, yeah, he's pushing. He do be pushing into the spawn doors of the Florida Mayhem. Merit got a double kill with the visor, Jake, but Checkmate is so low on the point. A good trade for him. He trades himself a bird ring as the spawners from the Florida Mayhem do end up coming back in time. And with someone arriving in just a moment's notice, it's up to Izzyaki to try and end this fight. Captive Sun hits 1, but it's not enough, and there's no follow-up. Rather healthy is Merit behind the point. He eventually gets taken down, but a big ult for it, only just a single kill. They're looking for a little something more, I think, Jake. Birdring coming back with a visor in just a moment, but someone getting the D-mech and the remech with a self-destruct. Any kills? No, and actually it's the point that goes over to the Boston Uprising. No touches remaining, even with the zoning self-destruct.
Yeah, that visor proved to be too much, right? Diva out of the suit, can't Matrix. And so even though Florida looks like they're going to come out a little bit on top of this fight potentially, they do lose the cap in Boston. They've got to be feeling pretty good about that. Time. However, I think on 3rd point, potentially it might start to get hard, but hey, maybe Twilight can make things happen on the Kiriko, poke out this Diva. Theoretically, I think Diva should be very threatening in this type of situation, just pressuring the Winston all the time. We've seen Smurf taking a ton of heat in this comp without like great healers to support him, but he's been managing that admirably well and still delivering for the team.
A lot of ults for Florida Mayhem, feeling pretty confident in this fight. There
nice
you go.
Flank.
Good kills. DPS down. Yes, Illari is a support, but let's be real, she mainly does DPS. Still though, 3 minutes-ish for the Boston Uprising on this last fight.
It's a beautifully executed pinch play from Florida, right? Coming in with the window from the front, everyone from Boston naturally is like, we gotta hide from the window, obviously, and then both DPS show up on the flank, and you're just trapped, you're cut down right there. So just a nice little clean team play execution, 1 ult, set up the fight. It's masterful from Florida right now.
And they still have ults to spare as well, only using the window in that fight. You got Visor coming up, you got Copy, you got Captive Sun, you got everything. I wonder if Smurf can get anything done with this Primal Rage. We haven't seen a Winston juggle an Illari out of midair using that Captive Sun just yet, so maybe Smurf wants to get the first ever one. Ooh, someone. Wow, that was a very aggressive push by someone. Is he going to just demech? Yeah, he is. Very, very early demech from someone. both Captive Suns being used. Actually, Checkmate coming out with kills. Smurf trying to stop this Visor from finding any value. Goodbye, Merits. Off the map you go. Checkmate did duplicate the soldier, so at least they had one left on the field, but there's 2 tanks now for the Boston Uprising as Decay hits the copy on the Diva. Smurf just doing an expert job of stopping the Florida Mayhem DPS doing anything, and they're getting this payload moving again. They finish with over a minute, Jake. Could be disaster for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, Florida really wants to make a stall work here. Late swap to May for Checkmate. Interesting play.
Big
but I think all the pressure's on Summer right here. He has to stay alive in this mech, get the Diva Bomb, and just manage the pressure because we've seen what Birdring does with that Visor. Someone, you've got to be ready to stop that ultimate, and here it goes.
Visor ripped, Checkmate on the points, and there's the eats. That Matrix absorbing a lot of that damage, Jake, and the self-destruct is still available. Birdring taking a little bit too much pressure as Decay ends up going down. Smurf struggling too in the front line to try and stay alive. Birdring is just getting perma-pocketed right now by Izzyaki, but Izzyaki just wasn't doing damage. He was permanently healing Birdring, ran out of heal charge, and they both end up dying. 60 seconds to go for the Boston Uprising. Florida Mayhem with a very good swap. Checkmate 75% towards that Blizzard now.
Yeah, so much damage, really putting out a ton of pressure with the Icicles. The 5th sniper, May, comes into play. And I think that really shows the strength of this comp we see with the Bapiliari, that them together, right? If someone just holds the car, he gets a ton of heals, able to just camp that position forever, and you've got 4 serious threats on the other team, or the other players on your roster that can all find their own kills. Both supports, both DPS, all threatening kills, and once one comes in, it feels like Boston has no hope to push out someone.
There you go. Someone luckily kept his self-destruct as well for this fight, so another big zoning tool. Or a big killing tool. I mean, pretty nice kill when you get them in the corridor.
Pretty much 5 ults here for Florida. This is super scary.
Yeah, I mean, even the window captivating Sun. 1-shot body shots. I'm here for it. There's the wall for Twilight's ult, and as Marker finds himself in the back line. Oh, a little bit overeager maybe. Has put the healer pylon down. Can't quite survive. Bit of a mistake from the rookie. Thinking he can 1v2 with a Captive Sun, but it's not to be. There goes Decay and Smurf, self-destruct, and the Visor. It's just an overwhelming barrage of ultimates from the Florida Mayhem, just all clicking Q at once. And Boston Uprising, little to no hope of even using the nano boost at the very end. They hold them. There was a 3+ minute time back going into third. Jake just couldn't quite get it done.
Yeah, even though Maka did go down there pushing in with the Captive Sun, it seems like there was a bunch of follow-up from Florida, and the push ends up looking good. And I mean, that's the right way to play. When you got 5 ultimates, I mean, Boston is 20% from like every one of their ultimates, 2 at the end of the game there. So for Florida, I think they made the right call. Pull the trigger. You got 5 ultimates. There's nothing more to wait for. We're taking the fight right now, and like, you know, everyone put your cards on the table. Turns out when you have 5 ults, it's looking pretty good.
I mean, I like the play from Checkmate too. As soon as they hear that Kitsune Rush from Twilight come out, pops up the wall, they wait for it to dissipate, and then they go for this big re-engage like we were talking about.
Yeah, and that allows someone to not have to hold all the pressure by himself. You know, he can, you know, cycle off the cart. Checkmate can hold some of that pressure as the more tanky DPS, and then, you know, trade it back to someone when he's out of skills. So that, you know, those little cooldown cycles, they buy more time for the snipers, and I think Checkmate is a kind of crucial part of that sniping course with very, very threatening. Oh, that's such a good Male Decay. Just uses dash.
Right on the corner as well. I think it caught Twilight. Yeah. Oh, it's so sad.
Nice.
Nice double kill from Checkmate there. All right, let's have a look at the defense then from Boston. So it's just like a dive defense, kind of. I mean, I say dive, it's just Winston, really. Birdring and Decay on the Soldier and the Echo, and then Illari from Twilight. All
it's
right.
a little bit of an odd comp. A lot of faith in the Illari here, because I just don't see an obvious synergy for her right here, other than just being a sniper. Right, if this were Houston, I think Houston would probably have played the Kiriko over the Illari here. And Florida, oh, we've got a spicy one. If this Bastion lives for like 5 seconds, Boston will have lost. Izzyaki has to hit a nade here. Like, that is how you defend this, is the nade.
Oh, the problem is there's a shield. Oh, the nade did land. And no follow-up. Very unlucky.
Even drone is held. That's huge.
Yeah. Oh, Florida Mayhem, they have high ground already. I mean, Birdring's kind of chilling. Maybe chilling a little bit too much. Outburst to push 2 people away. That being Checkmate and RuPaul. But this high ground control is just so important. You can see the pylon, Jake. How indestructible is that pylon? Like, that is not dying. Just so many heals on the high ground. See the jump up there from Smurf, trying to create some more space, but Merit, just no fear even after getting anti.
That pylon is such a nice position where you're defending it so effectively with the Bastion. You know, Bastion's the type of hero where, you know, you go for the kill on Bastion, you have to be instantly targeting him down, and that's a great synergy with the pylon, where the pylon is also something you want to instantly be targeting down. So Bastion, he puts you in this double bind scenario. You feel like you have to kill the pylon, you have to deal with the Bastion, you can't do both. So, you know, really challenging. And the Zen does come out for Florida, so absolutely all in on damage. Smurf is over to the D.Va, so I feel like D.Va and Genji feel pretty good playing against these insane levels of poke. I'm a little worried for Maka. It might be hard to stay alive on the Zen when the dive comes in.
Speaking about staying alive, someone super low. Jeez.
That's a limit test.
Yeah, actual limit test. 50 HP or something like that. I like this comp from Florida Mayhem. It literally is just merit. If you can kill people, that's great. We're just here to support you, buddy. Some love and support thrown your way.
Yeah, definitely a tank killing comp here for the Florida Mayhem. Smurf, even on the D.Va, very survivable hero against Bastion. Could be challenging.
Oh, there's the Nano. No blade, though, but Decay, not normally someone that needs it, to be honest with you. There's a window, and good luck executing anybody now. So many high health bars too, Jay. There's no, like, the front line doesn't really have 200 HP, right? You got way more than that, plus armor. It's really the back line that's really vulnerable. Marker specifically, like you pointed out a second ago, but they're so defensible, and they're doing exactly the same thing Boston did. They're just running. They're just walking towards the point right now. They just non-stop push. Merritt did get put to sleep, but not for long before he gets woken up. And they're just going to continue this rolling. Maybe Twilight rips an ult here and they find some kills, but they're going to do something fast.
Maka's getting flanked right now. The pressure on the Zen, but both supports peeling back very well for Florida.
Yeah, oh, Twilight. Selfish Suzu, but nice transcendence. All right, it's going to keep them alive for a moment longer. Twilight pretty low as the Flux comes in. Blizzard on point, and would you look at that? An execution of the dive from Boston, unsuccessful, and they were also rather unsuccessful at defending the actual payload and the point. 5 minutes for the Florida Mayhem. Honestly, just a masterclass at this comp in general. I mean, you're putting all your faith in Merit. Marco and Rupel super safe in the backline. Boston just unwilling to commit to one fight or the other.
Yeah, Florida plays the map so well. I mean, splitting as a team is one of the most difficult things to execute in Overwatch, and Florida did that perfectly. Both supports peel back, keep each other alive, outlast the dive, and Smurf, he just can't stay on cart against Sigma Bastion, mate. It's not possible. There's a certain, you have like just a time limit where you're like, I'm dead. Like, there's nothing I can do, and Florida just outplayed them right there.
All right, Twilight on the Zen now. Nano, blade, up to back, and here's where you die. A lamp was good for at least half a second there, but Decay's got the Nano blade. Ain't no way you're surviving that one. 3 kills, maybe 4, yes it is. Ace, unfortunately, running away all the way back to spawn, and Smurf picks it up. Hey, yeah, we'll call that a delayed ace, why not? A team kill, though, for
Smurf
Boston Uprising.
bombs to remake there? I think he could have jumped off the map. That's a big error. Unless he wants to switch D.Va. Okay, maybe he's going to switch D.Va. That makes sense. Going maybe to a poke on the Doomfist. What?
What are you doing?
All right, you have to full hold for 4 minutes. You need pop-off potential. If you play the poke mirror, you're going to get out-ulted. So there actually is logic to this, I think, for the Boston Uprising. They're going to have to make solo kill plays, and I think they're recognizing what they're up against here.
Well, Smurf doing 200 damage from Checkmate and has to back off. Alrighty. There's the rock. Smurf slams away, and, well, Birdwing's dead. So here comes the Mortar Strike. Oh, run, Decay, run!
He juked it. He juked it.
He's 1 HP. Well, your other teammates have 0 HP, so this might just be over. Couple of meters to go. The Florida Mayhem just rolling over the Boston Uprising. Boston just didn't know what hit him.
Just a shooting gallery, honestly, and incredibly well played by the rookie in Maka. This is the first time I think we've seen him in the Overwatch League, and that was a very difficult test, going up against some of the best dive players we've ever seen in the Overwatch League. And I think Maka and RuPaul, they passed it with flying colors. That is so much pressure on your Zen there. Like, Zen is the one everybody knows on Boston. We're gonna try and kill your Zen. Like, you are the target 9 times out of 10, and you have to just be in the perfect spot. You have to hit the shots to pressure enemies away from you. Perfect communication. I mean, I can't understate, like, that is a really rough spot, and having your rookie perform like that, you're feeling really good about this poke meta going forward if you're the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, I said it yesterday. MVP, the votes are out right now. So, yeah, cast your vote. There's a couple of candidates for sure in this one. Even some role stars, too, to vote for my role stars. Something I need to be reminded of, and I think I've got a couple of names in my head just from this series so far. Florida Mayhem tying the series up. What a piece. Going to Flashpoint is the next map, Jake.
Yeah, Flashpoint Gonna be an interesting map to see how these teams perform. I feel like Boston should be happy. You know, they won on control. Maybe they're feeling good about these, you know, a lot of flanking, a lot of like diving potential. They seem to be leaning that way already. And I think Flashpoint is a mode which favors that style. But Florida, I think they've shown a lot of flexibility. I'm not really worried about their ability to adapt. So I think both teams are going to come in with something special for us here on Saravasa.
Well, Saravasa is the map up next. Esperanza and Dorado to round us out. 5-map gigabanger coming up, I assure you, after this. All right, Flashpoint up next, going to Saravasa. A couple of substitutions as well coming in just a moment. We'll bring those up on your screen, but the Florida Mayhem on that map, they made it look easy. It was like pub stomping almost in a way. That payload just did not stop going. And as you can imagine, Flashpoint, large maps, Saravasa means a lot of Lucio play. So Lee Jigon and Choron coming back in.
I think Boston were caught sometimes in a rough spot compositionally where they either needed to fully commit to the dive, right? Smurf comes out on the Doomfist, but at the same time, they're switching off the Genji. I think that, to me, that doesn't make sense. Like, have that one flanker, potential for snowballing with a dash reset, someone to get in there and assist you on the dives, but Florida just looked very polished. I feel like they always knew the next step in the swap game, and that was kind of the difference maker for Numbani that made it look so strong.
All right, Saravasa up next. What have Florida Mayhem been cooking, huh? What's Gumba been whipping up?
from what we've seen from other teams, and especially the subs, I think they really give it away. I think both teams are going to play some sort of Lucio variant, but I think from within that, there's a lot of options, right? We've seen Houston has played Doomfist full like dive styles with Lucio Kiriko. Other teams, they play the Lucio Bap. Maybe they play an Orisa and just a fast-moving Orisa comp. Other teams have chosen Queen, so I think there's flexibility. I think it's kind of, right now, there's no solid meta. It's sort of up to the teams to think what they think is strongest, what they can execute most confidently on.
That's what makes it most exciting as well. We're heading into the play-ins rather soon, right? So you think of the meta maybe solidifies by then, but if it's all up in the air and just constantly switching around like this for the next few weeks, I am not going to complain. All right, looks like someone's hovering the Orisa to start off with, though. Orisa is just so unkillable, and especially on some of these points. Like, there's lots of ways you can kind of cap the point, then play off it. We're seeing a lot of teams do that now, where they're just, okay, we've capped, and now we're just going to play up slightly. So you have to get past us to actually get to the point to put pressure on us. So, I mean, someone's anchor tank in Orisa, or, well, for him, it's more of a dime tank, to be fair. It's going to work out pretty well here.
Yeah, I think the one I'm worried about is Smurf. I think Winston is going to be hard against Orisa. You have so many ways on the Orisa to displace Winston and to pressure him down with focused DPS. Smurf's going to have to play immaculately to stay alive.
Well, let's see how it ends up going down. Got a bit of extra dive, like you were saying, with the Genji 2. So the two-person dive will be beautiful, but getting spear spun, like a spear, like anything, like it's so hard to kill him, man. So hard to stop someone from just dominating you. Although a good railgun will start this fight off pretty nicely for the Boston Uprising. Okay, what are Florida gonna... Okay, it looks like Florida's just gonna instantly disengage. They know they can't win. Just try not give up all of your lives, but looks like Boston are on the pursuit. Someone is in their sights. Smurf, Tezza cannon him down. Doesn't want to go down though, and there's the kills. Okay. Good stuff. Already up to 25% on the board for Boston.
Yeah, and once again, it's Birdring as the X factor. I think the comp-wise, Boston, they're fighting the flanks, but they're a little bit scared of the Orisa. Once one player goes down, I think Florida are correct. Like, you lose one to the dive, you don't want to take that fight anymore. The Orisa relies on having all of her teammates alive, putting out DPS together, and someone's going to take the mirror match on the Winston. He felt maybe that was a stronger pick. You know, maybe this makes sense on the retake. Could be hard to walk up with the Orisa against dive. You got to come predictably through those chokes. Could be easy to get punished there.
Well, you've only got really one fight here if you're the Florida Mayhem to try and take this point, because they're already up to 70% of the Boston Uprising. Merit is putting down an absolute boatload of damage. They just need to execute on some sort of dive here. They can't wait around too much longer. Maybe they want to get a priority position on the next point, but it's actually the Boston Uprising going to force the issue with a Kitsune rush. That should just be about it, surely. Yeah, checkmate is dead. Florida Mayhem looking a little bit lost to start off with on this Flashpoint. No really kills whatsoever going their way, and that is a 100-0 on first point, unless someone somehow with Joron caps. No, there's just no way. There's just no way. That should be the first cap going over to Boston.
Love that little decision making from Boston by getting off the point and rushing the back line of the Florida Mayhem there. Someone has to come to the point. Literally, someone has to come to the point. It happens to be someone this time, but by coming to the point, you're down one player, and then that cleanup in the back line is pretty elementary for the Boston Uprising.
Heading to the top of the map now. There's a small little duel in the center of things. Going to Temple as this next checkpoint. A lot of ults available now for both teams. There's the blade for Decay. A lot of ults being invested by the Florida Mayhem too. Sound barrier as well as that rush, but Decay just chewing through that overhealth. Look at, I mean, what is that? Merritt gets juggled almost out the map by Smurf's Primal Rage. I mean, it was a good idea from Merritt there, using that tactical visor, Jake, straight on top of that rush, but you are not surviving against that Primal Rage, man. There's not any amount of damage that is going to stop Smurf from killing you.
Yeah, this series so far, I feel like
he's just crazy.
Florida has been great on these, like, you know, new meta comps, but when it comes to the Winston mirror, it's so hard to face up against Boston Uprising.
Right.
And now Boston's on the full last season playoff meta, the Reaper Sojourn, Kiriko, Winston, Lucio.
I mean,
definitely, hey, a comp that all these players have experience on.
Yeah, it kind of works too, right? I mean, a lot of close quarters action going down. All right, rush available. You got the overclock available. Blade for checkmate could be large, but they need to make a move. They can't be undecisive, and here it is once again. Boston Uprising going in first. Nice Suzu on Birdring so he can dodge out of the way of that blade. And there was no value brought at all. It's actually just checkmate's life that they lost. Twilight doesn't end up going down, so it's a 1-for-1, but the kills are still going the way of the Boston Uprising right now. They look so drilled in this game mode already, always willing to press the issue. They're going first 9 times out of 10 right now, Jake, and it's working out. Looking like the second cap's going to go over to them as well. There's only 10% to go, and the Florida Mayhem turn tails and run.
I want to see Merritt get over onto the Sojourn. I feel like right here in this match with the Winstons, you can get that rail charge up, and the threat of Bird Ring's one-shots is really suppressing Florida from being as aggressive as they want to be. Soldier might do a lot of DPS, but it's those one-shot threats that seem to be so impactful here in the series.
All right, Palace up next. Alrighty, playoffs comp. Let's go, Reaper Gaming. Bit of WM1 action. Pretty nice high ground control from the Florida Mayhem. Would be good if they can just have Merritt set up here for Eternity, just lay down some damage on the high ground. But Smurf's going to make your job pretty hard with this Primal. He's looking for it, man. Oh, Choron in a little bit of trouble. He's super low, gets healed. Those offloaders from RuPaul do end up connecting as the point unlocks.
Still though, Smurf under a lot of pressure, might get bullied up. This corner is hard, it's hard to evict him, and now they're coming at Smurf's. A beautiful bubble there.
All right, here you go. Florida Mayhem trying to make a move first this time. They're going to use that rush. They're going to boot the DPS away as Smurf goes really low and really deep into the back line. Don't jump off the map, all good. I wasn't worried. Point capped by the Boston Uprising though, as they force that beat out from the Florida Mayhem by using one of their own. Someone once again, trying to create space. They're trying to force the issue, but they end up paying for it. Both Winstons down, way more deathmatchy now, and here comes the visor. Merritt's going to clean up the rest of the Boston Uprising as they cap the points.
Not sure he needed the visor though. I think that's the type of ult, you know, you're back against the wall. You can't lose one more point. I think that's a great ult to maybe be a little greedy with, hold on to, but a lot of respect being shown by Merritt. Knows how good the players of the Boston Uprising are. They can clutch. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
2 Death Blossoms coming up too, 10% away from checkmates 1. And Decay's got his Death Blossom Rush Blossom up onto the high ground. Boston Uprising just marching straight on forward. Everybody goes super low. Suzu comes down, doesn't quite hit anybody though. They can only hit one person. Death Blossom from high ground. Checkmate. Already killing Lee J gone. And there you go. The Florida Mayhem cleaning that one up really quick. Any staggers? I think they're maybe trying to look for somebody. Yeah, they're trying to speed down Smurf. They seem to have lost him. Hiding in a cardboard box, maybe. Oh, there he is! Wait, he actually just shoots the other way. He thought it was the other way. No way! He gets away somehow, and that's actually going to afford them another touch here, Jake. Healing station down for the Soldier as 95% and ticks up. The Boston Uprising trying to get the touch on the point. They do so successfully, and Birdring rips the overclock. Chorong headshotted. Merritt in trouble. Giving him the oopsie daisy, though. Ring around the rosy. Doesn't end up going down to Decay. The Boston Uprising managing to find the flip as they get 20% and counting now on the clock. The Florida Mayhem have lost their tank, and they've got time though, Jake, to regroup, and just get back onto the point.
I think they're going to threaten the cap here. This Kitsune rush could be so hard to recontest into. Smurf low HP, wrapping around, see if he can find something, but Kitsune on point is very threatening.
Are they going to charge? Yes, Smurf gets in just in time, but like you say, Kitsune rush comes out from RuPaul. There's no chance, not against those Hellfire shotguns from Checkmate, sending you 6 feet under. The Florida Mayhem, 99%, team kill. They're capping their first point, a Flashpoint, and here we go. Still Boston Uprising though, with one more cap, they'll take the map.
This is great patience being shown by the Florida Mayhem there. I think when that 3-on-3 resolved a little bit, Florida could have been over-aggressive. They could have tried to chase those kills, but they're patient. They know Kitsune on point is going to be very dominant. It's the trump card in that fight, and they save it for the perfect moment. Now in position to get the opening cap on this next point of interest.
Just both teams jostling for position right now. Is a little way away, so...
I like this from Florida. They're kind of blocking Boston's entrance.
Yeah. Disappointing Temple. They were fighting around Market, the midpoint. Like you said, just them getting a priority position, not letting Boston rotate for free.
And are you going to open with beat here? I think that's so hard for Boston Uprising. They don't... But
Twilight randomly finds a kill. Choro with a sound barrier only hits 2. I mean, that's a wasted ult for sure.
Yeah.
2 dead
as well.
Super early on. And a sound barrier and a rush utilized by the Boston Uprising, but they get the first cap more importantly. Remember, they're on cap point, Jake. One more capture point taken, and they will win the map.
Twilight really proving his worth there, and I love this forward hold setup here. Very hard to cross these corners with the Reaper on the off angle. Decay, though, he is going to TP out. They're going to... Boston's going to like to hold a little bit further back, a little bit safer.
I like this. Threaten as well. Smurf's got the primal raise. There's a lot of environmental potential here too. A lot of ways to escape though, to be fair. Kiriko, etc. can just TP. Looks like Merritt's just trying to get a decent angle in, but Legion gone with a boot kill onto Checkmate already. Now is you have to make a decision, but Florida, you have to make a decision. You got to win this fight, you got to disengage. It's 60% and Merritt dies super late. No one from the Florida Mayhem could die right now, or the map might just be over. Someone's got the Primal Rage, but look how aggressive the Boston Uprising are playing. With Choron dead, it's almost hopeless for RuPaul to stay alive. He does TP out as the Boston Uprising now playing a little bit more passive. They know how much damage they've already done.
That's a beautiful dance back from Florida, though, not losing everybody, keeping a little bit of position. They'll have one more chance to get back into this map.
A lot of ultimates, though, on board. Jake, there's the Death Blossom. He does get pooped away, but a little damage done, and Checkmate already using that Wraithful, man. He's pretty low. Can he get kept alive? No, he cannot. RuPaul came to the rescue, but failed. Checkmate and RuPaul dead. It is someone on the point with the Primal Rage, but he's got so many people to kill. A humongous mountain to climb. He almost gets pooped off the map, but Birdring puts him to rest. The Boston Uprising with a 3-1 on Flashpoint. Take us to match point.
On these fast, highly mobile compositions, I think Boston really are showing their edge there. It's a very tight game, but it is the little details that end up counting. And for the Florida Mayhem, I think they're going to be feeling pretty rough about that one. That's some of the pressure of the new Flashpoint map. You know, I think both teams showed things that, you know, you can kind of take home in ranked and try to employ yourselves, whether it's the aggressive positioning or, you know, holding those forward chokes on the certain point. But Boston, it was just those crucial opening picks for me. Those were the difference makers, right? It was Twilight at the end. Birdring started us off on the first point. And although Florida fought back valiantly, it wasn't enough here at Flashpoint.
It's still a tricky game mode. It is brand new, right? The teams have been scrimming it, yes, but it's nowhere near solved just yet, or if it ever will be, to be fair. But I like the tempo that Boston Uprising are playing. They are playing very aggressive, willing to chase these kills too, because they know how quickly the timer does tick up. And if you can get these late staggers, an extra 10-15% really can make the difference. And with Boston taking that 3-1, oh boy, we're looking at a map 5. I can feel it. Esperanza's up next.
Yeah, I'm loving that Soldier versus Sojourn matchup. It does feel like it can go both ways, but with Birdring being so consistent on his rail shots, it just feels like it's a little bit more threatening, a little bit more potent.
Push up next. Esperanza is the map. Mayhem need to win this one to take us all the way to Dorado. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. Alrighty, Flashpoint was the Boston Uprisings at the hands of this handsome man right here, Smurf playing the Winton. This is the match so far. So about 27 minutes played, let's say. Quite a lot of final blows there, a lot of primal rage kills. Eliminations off the chart too. Truly another Winston god we have in the Overwatch League.
Yeah, Boston proving this hero is still incredibly relevant even in the new meta. I think Houston showed that a little bit yesterday, and Boston are making it look just as good here, taking out a much more threatening opponent, or so it seems. We're only up 2-1, and I think there is very real potential for us to go to map 5 here. I think Florida, they've got what it takes.
Remember what we said at the start of the game as well, the start of the series, Jake. Florida Mayhem, they need to take some dubs here so they can secure themselves in the playoffs. The Boston Uprising, they're the ones that are fighting back. They're fighting, not for their lives per se, obviously playing still a guarantee here, but they want to get as many points, as many wins as they possibly can to disrupt that upper echelon of the Overwatch League right now.
You've got to give, if you're the Boston Uprising, you've got to give Houston a chance to trip and fall. Remember, Houston are going to play London, and although you might think, okay, like Houston's probably a stronger team there, London is always an X factor. They're always an uncertain team to match up against. And so I really think for Boston, like, this is a match you have to win, whether it's for building your confidence for play-ins or potentially earning a play-in spot. I think either way, like, it's a match you really want to win because, like, the plans are looking scary, man. Even if you are the top seed, there's a lot of these upstart teams looking good in the new meta. I don't think you want to go to play-ins. Like, it is a dangerous place to be right now. I don't think you can be like, Boston, we're top 4 team all season, like, no problem.
It's variance, like you said. And London is that X factor. There's all to play for right now as we do get into the map in just a moment. Just some of the players are setting up. Looks like Boston kind of chilling, just waiting, making sure they can actually take this one to Esperanza. Oh, sorry, they don't want to take this one to the last map, Dorado. They want to take Esperanza and just win the series. I think the Florida Mayhem as well. What a team. What a crazy anomaly that Danny predicted someone being the MVP, because right now I'd say in a lot of people's minds he's the front runner for people. He's just been the linchpin for the Florida Mayhem, his flexibility and his just star power too.
Yeah, I think one thing that for me highlighted that last map was Merit on the Soldier. He's great on the Soldier 76, don't get me wrong, but for me, Merit is like a Sojourn player. That's where you want this guy, and I know he can go toe-to-toe with Birdring. So if we do go to those similar matchups as we had the last map, I want to see Merit on that one-shot potential hero. I feel like there needs to be a little bit more pressure on Birdring, because when you give this guy any kind of room at all, he is just taking your head off. And so many times, that's been the killer for the Florida Mayhem, right? It's hard for their team play to shine when they're dying to these opening pickoffs. Twilight did the same thing too, though, so it's not like you can just tunnel vision on any one player. That's the difficulty playing against a great team like the Uprising.
Well, there's no swaps in this map either, Jake. So we are sticking with Chorong Izayaki. So we're thinking potentially the dive here, the rush with the Lucio, I would imagine. Sorry, Twilight Izayaki. Yeah, no marker. It's Chorong. So we're thinking, obviously, at least for the Florida Mayhem side, we're sticking with the Lucio. Are they going to still run the Orisa? Or is it going to be more of a Winston-style play? What are you thinking?
I think there's a big question right now for the coaches. I think that's really the test right now for the Florida Mayhem. They've been good all season, figuring out what's going on in new metas, what's the best comp to play. And now you've got this very valuable data, the first half of the series, how it's been going so far. And you have to ask yourself, what do we have the best odds on? Can we win more R style, maybe playing with like someone's Orisa, maybe a Queen, like a more brawling style? Or do we need to match the dive? Is the Winston too oppressive on these high mobility maps? I tend to lead a little bit more toward the rush side. I think that's where Florida's look the strongest. Who knows though? It's up to them to decide. Right now, Florida's looking like, all right, you know what? Just put Merit on Sojourn, we believe. And it's actually Smurf who's thinking about playing the Queen. So potentially we could see these teams sort of cross paths, take each other's roles for a map.
I wouldn't mind seeing that either. Yeah, both Lucio players in. Fast, fast, fast. Speed, speed, speed. That's all they want to do. Yeah, no messing around for the Florida Mayhem. That's looking like they want to play just the Soj, the Reaper. It's all playoffs matter. Here we go, baby. And Smurf. Okay, yeah, no funny business with him
Sim
either.
Commitment. Hold on.
It is a Sim Queen Genji from the Boston Uprising.
Okay, this is going to be explosive. Tons of damage on both teams. Not that much survivability. People are going to die fast here, and it's about who finds those openers. Birdring already TPing in.
TP rush. Nice move from Chorong, though, pushing a lot of members of the Boston Uprising actually off of the high ground, but it's Chorong that falls first. A high-energy Birdring now, protected by the lamp. Mary does land a railgun. It's actually a trade. It's a 2-for-2, but with Twilight dead, Boston Uprising need to find kills, and they need to find them now. It is Merit, the only damage dealer left for the Florida Mayhem, though, and it will be the Boston Uprising winning that fight. And what a knife by Smurf. Gracie right to the dome of RuPaul, and here comes the swaps for Florida. It's checkmate on to the May.
The unbridled aggression from Birdring. He's like, we're going into the back line. And that's, I mean, that's a strat. I think, you know, I think Atlanta played a similar comp to this with the Orisa instead, but still very aggressive Sim play. Looking strong right now, like able to survive, get to that full energy beam, and Sim is one of the most threatening DPS in the game if you get that online.
Yo.
Uh-oh.
Yo. Birdring gets the kill with a turret on checkmate. I mean, I'd blame Chorong there. He did walk through the choke point without shooting the turrets. But that's just me.
These days, it's not the turrets, right? It's the rest of the team comboing with them after that damage nerf, and so it's a bit of a mistake. It's going to be costly for Florida. Like, might be even a checkpoint for Boston. I think Florida's going to find a way to touch here.
You got to, surely. Boston? Okay. Ooh, yeah, you got to keep pushing the bot. Don't give Florida Mayhem a brief second here, which they did. Rush coming out from RuPaul. Sound barrier from EJ gone. Smurf can't enter the fight, though. There's a giant ice wall in front of his face. And I saw a two-man cleave there with the axe. Gracie goes a little bit wide, but a rampage in the hands of Smurf. The overclock has been ripped, though. Merit's always to be trusted with the ultimates. He takes a head clean off of one Boston Uprising member, maybe even a second there. Nice team kill by Florida. And Boston Uprising hesitating a little bit. Didn't end up capping that point as they got off the bot for a brief moment as someone calls for a brief pause.
I gotta say, what about that wall from checkmate? The TP comes into the window room. Boston tries to take the initiative. They beat in aggressively, and checkmate jukes them, jumps out of the room to the car, and then walls them in there. He's like, oh, you nice TP, buddy. Like, such a sick play. And that, I mean, it felt like all the intensity and the initiation value of that beat was just sucked out of the Boston Uprising. And then, you know, Florida kind of easily win the long fight from there. The other ults just Boston don't even see the window to bring them down. I feel like that one skill usage from checkmate got picked out the last fight, but this fight, it was his wall that really secured the team fight win for Florida. What a crucial win to avoid this map snowballing out of control. Now, these ults for Boston, they are very useful, but I'm not really seeing the clean way to open things up here, right? You might pop Blade, you might pop the Queen ult, but when the beat comes down from Chorong, Boston's got to survive that. They got to outlast it to get more ults into play, and that might be really tough.
Yeah, without a beat of their own, yeah. Tough, tough, tough. TP, shout onto high ground. Checkmate, rather cool, just chilling around. And there you go. There's the sound barrier, Jake, as the blade was pulled. But look at how many kills the Florida Mayhem already coming through. Speaking about survival, there is no chance there. Nice, not quite a stagger, but Decay still dies late. Good fight from the Florida Mayhem right there.
And we are going to get the Sojourn matchup. I think we kind of all knew the series was going this direction. Birdring says he knows he can hang in that fight. And the Queen ult might be a little bit more threatening here, but you do have RuPaul with that potential Suzu available to cleanse his teammates with Smurf. He's got to choose his timing wisely. If this ult gets cleansed, that's a lot of free healing for Kariko, and that could just turn her ult online. This fight could look really hard for Boston, especially from this low ground. That's looking rough.
Leads. Oh, not quite. Window from Boston Uprising, forcing Mayhem to back up. No lead taken.
Still though, Boston, I mean, they're stagnant. They're on the low ground. It feels like they can't open things up from here.
It's tough. You can just eat that Blizzard in too. Not really too many things to eat it up. Oh, looks like Checkmate going aggressive. There it is. There's the Yeet. Shout already been used. Birdring in trouble. Is he going to get frozen? Yes, he is. Same with Legit God. And there comes the engagement. A beautiful wall from Checkmate again. It stops Smurf right in his tracks. That Rampage only hitting one. And someone with the Primal Rage finishes up the rest. Another beautiful executed wall by Checkmate, stopping Smurf in his tracks. Checkpoint unlocked for Mayhem.
Guys, I'm feeling a map 5 coming on. I'm feeling like Florida is playing so well here. Backs against the wall. It doesn't look like that. It looks like they're dominating this series here on Esperanza. And so, yeah, Boston gonna go over, like, come closer to this mirror match. You know, I think we might even see Checkmate swap too, but his May has been so sick. Like, he could keep the May.
Honestly, yeah, at this point, might as well. Might as well. Lead you gone with the sound barrier. Chong 10% away, but you've got to be careful of Merit, though. Overclock in hand and high ground in control of the Boston Uprising, or the Florida Mayhem right now. Decay in trouble. Got walled off, but there's a sliver there of opening, so he did manage to get out alive. Now high ground control is in their favor. Once again, Merit with the overclock, just find one headshot, but the sound barrier comes out just in time to save Twilights. But is there going to be any more ults available? I mean, Twilight's just being hunted down right now. A nice little disruptive shot from Merit, who's just been unimpeded in this fight. No one for the Boston Uprising looking at him. 3 damage down by the Sojourn. You've just got to look at Merit. Stop letting him free fire and railgun your backline.
You can
Smurf
do
is dead. Someone is just running rings around Boston. He's like drawing as much aggro as he possibly can, just letting Merit free shoot.
God, Merit is a monster on this hero, man. I'm so happy to see him come out on it. He is tearing Boston limb from limb right now. Birdring has the chance to answer back here with the overclock. We'll see if he can make it look good here.
See if he can match. Oh, Charon feeding. Oh, wait, but RuPaul kills Birdring. Okay, overclock down. There's Twilight with the ult, puts the rush near the point, but someone with the Primal Rage. Is Boston going to be able to clean this one up without Twilight? The Death Blossom utilized by Decay chases RuPaul down to the Mega Health Pack and kills him. Unfortunately, someone can't be the hero of this hour, but they've still got it a fair distance, and Checkmate even snuck a cheeky couple of extra meters, almost up to 90 for the Florida Mayhem with ults to spare.
I feel like Florida, they're all going to get forward spawns. That was a fight. Very, very well played. They only used Primal Rage that fight. That felt like an even trade of ultimates. That was 3 from Boston Uprising, and only someone's Primal is enough to secure them like kind of a draw in the team fight. You're feeling really good about that. Still though, Birdring's overclock is always a threat. Even if there's nothing to back it up, you sometimes don't need any more than this guy on the Sojourn.
But Merit has built up his one. That was like 70% ult charge in one fight from Merit, even though he went down. All right, he's going to rip it. There's the rush though to force Birdring all the way back. He used the slide to get away, and look at Checkmate, he just throws it in, and Birdring frozen in his tracks as Checkmate finds 3 in the fight. You can't be shooting anybody when you're frozen ice solid. Florida Mayhem just run over the Boston Uprising again. They know the threat to take down. It is Birdring, who has been just on fire this whole series, and they throw 2 ults, 3 ults in fact, with the rush to win that fight. The bot is in control of them. They've unlocked the forward spawns once more, and they've still got sound barrier.
Yeah, sound barrier can be threatening. Lee gone 15% away, needs to finish that build. Florida though, might get very aggressive though.
Oh no, Smurf. He tried to go for the jump kill onto RuPaul, but Charon laid down the beat so they can push even more. Birdring now down. This is disaster for the Boston Uprising, and Jake, I gotta agree with you. I think it's going to a map number 5 if Florida Mayhem can make their way with the Boston Uprising again. We're approaching the final corner on Esperanza now.
Florida is so on point right there. They made the read that EJCon didn't quite have the beat. They go in right off the rip with theirs, and EJCon instantly dies. Can't get his ult up. Another team fight for Florida. Masterful execution.
Someone's going in, and if you don't know Winston's going that deep, you best believe he's got Primal Rage. There you go. A nice little boot from Lee J-Gon, forcing the Primal.
Stops it soon.
It does, indeed. And now, well, guess what? Florida Mayhem couldn't just chill. They're chilling. They don't need to push the aggression right now. It's up to the Boston Uprising to try and gain control of the fight again. Check with a nice snipe on to Lee J-Gon, forces the Ajax and the Boston Uprising. They may be getting a few kills here, but will it be enough to actually win the map? 114 meters to 51 of the Boston Uprising. A nice little Ajax, a cherry on top, if you will.
That's the most painful Ajax of all time, where you Ajaxed and your team didn't even need the beat. That's rough.
Forward spawns too, Jake. They're just going to run up on this high ground. I mean, how far are the Boston Uprising going to be able to push this bot? They got Russian 2%. They can just rip it on the high ground, no worries. Smurf already using that jump. He's on top. He's just going to get chased. He's in trouble, and he's just dead. No Primal Rage, no extra leap. He just gets slowed up by Checkmate, and that's it.
Decay on the signature Tracer, but it's so hard with these support lineups. So many heroes are going to be able to one-shot your Tracer. Birdring does find Choron, but that's a wait. Oh, who's still on the gun?
What is Lee J-Gon doing?
Grand Theft Robot. He's out of there, man.
He got out 1 HP.
Okay, 7 redemption. Schmoves from Lee J-Gon. Respect the Lucio.
Well, he did kind of buy a little bit of time there for the Boston Uprising to get back.
Still, though, it's a rough spot to be so many ults for Florida. I don't even think they need to worry about pushing bot here. You're on defense for Florida Mayhem. You don't even need to initiate if you don't see the great opportunity for it.
I mean, this is 2 or 3 fights, right? For the Boston Uprising to try and get in the lead, and Florida Mayhem have a minute to go, and they got 4 ults. Probably 5 when someone gets his online. Nice little shot onto Checkmate. He's going to force the ice block, but is it going to be enough? The rush, the overclock, the blizzards, and the sound barrier available. Merit's in a bit of a precarious position behind the Boston Uprising right now. He's got a fully charged railgun, but actually no one to shoot at. Might not matter though. The Blizzard comes out, forces Birdering all the way back, and unfortunately, Birdering, I think your time has come. Same with you, Smurf and Twilight, who can't even rip the rush. 20 seconds to go now. The bot may have been stolen, but Florida Mayhem are just going to steal this map. They're chasing somebody. Is this Legion on again?
It's Decay
No, it's
in the
Decay.
backline. Although if he gets caught here, his team's going to be fighting short-handed. They're committing very hard for this.
Hits the re. Yeah, there's no shot he survives this. Legion does end up capping the point or touching the point, but he's not going to survive long either. Smurf is going to come back, but Jake, this is an mountain that is almost impossible to climb.
Good ult though. Kitsune against not much. Oh
And
no,
Legion got
losing Lucio is rough.
Well, there's the rush, the wall to block it at least somewhat, and it is someone keeping Birdring in check once again. They know the threats, they know how to execute it. Map number 5 on the cards. This Primal Rage is going to have to be gargantuan to win this fight, but there's too many heals, there's too much damage on the board for the Florida Mayhem. Overtime ticking through, map number 5 on the cards.
Checkmate was out of control this game. Mei is not a hero you would traditionally play in that comp. Think about that comp, right? All 5 heroes of the Boston Uprising have tools at their disposal to escape the Mei ult. Theoretically, you really shouldn't be getting much value on that ult. Time and time again, Checkmate was not just getting one, he was getting multi-man blizzards, winning teamfight for his team, shutting down enemy ults. That is way beyond expectations. I knew Checkmate was incredible on the Mei, but I mean, this is a tour de force on the hero. Any Mei mains, you've got to be watching this POV. He is taking it to the next level in a spot that it like shouldn't be possible. Like, I don't recommend this if you are not Checkmate.
Do not play Mei in these comps and against this comp. You are not going to perform
Checkmate,
as
though,
well.
like do whatever you want, bro.
Yeah. I mean, against a comp that is so mobile, like you said, landing these multi-man blizzards should be an impossibility. But boy, is this guy making it work. Map number 5, Jake, we're going to Dorado.
Like, I'm super excited to see a map 5 escort 2 potentially interesting in a place where I think the snipers have defined a lot of this series. Will they still be dominant? Dorado, we've seen, I mean, I think Widow's very viable here. Mayhem have also played strats with merit on the Widowmaker here. I think both teams will kind of see the extent of their preparation. Did they expect this series to go to map 5? Are they ready?
They gotta be. Florida Mayhem wanna clinch this one so they can grab their spot in the playoffs. Boston Uprising. Right now, if you're against Checkmate and Checkmate's Mei or whatever he picks, oh, it feels pretty impossible. We're gonna jump to a break. A map 5 banger coming up. Welcome back. Map number 5, the Boston Uprising and the Florida Mayhem are taking us all the way to Dorado. And with that map win on Esperanza, the Florida Mayhem have clinched a spot in the playoffs, Jake. So big dubs coming out from them. And, you know, they want to finish off the series strong, that is for sure. And you got to admit, man, Checkmate is just having a series right now.
Yeah, he looks cool, calm, and collected. That's exactly what you want to see. But dismay on Esperanza. I mean, this is a signature hero for Checkmate. I think something he's extremely comfortable on. But, I mean, for me, playing it in that fashion, like, that is not a map that you expect to play May on. It's not a comp you expect to play May into, but the way Checkmate leveraged it, he used every skill to its fullest potential. It just felt perfect. It felt like this is a comp we should see all the time in the Overwatch League. We don't, guys. Like, only a few players, I think, have the, not just the mechanical skill, but really the technical expertise to execute like that.
Yeah, I mean, the stats didn't look all too impressive, but the impact was just felt throughout the server. Was a small substitution there for the Boston Uprising. So we're seeing Izzyaki come back in. Jake, we're not seeing Charon come out, so
these teams,
two different styles right now.
Yeah, seem to suggest they have different takes on how to play Dorado. If anything, honestly, the Boston Uprising's idea, I think, is like more intuitive, that like a Dorado's often suited to poke comps. You know, there's a lot of open space. You can play your supports far back. Having 2 poke supports could fit right into that theme. Keeping Chorong in, to me, suggests Florida Mayhem, maybe they want to play a little bit more of a mobile style. Maybe it will be the Lucio, could be the Kiriko. I don't know just yet. I mean, they're hovering some silly heroes. Not going to see those.
Okay.
It is going to be the Ana Iliari for the defense.
That's, by the way, I just want to mention, it's kind of crazy that Twilight's not playing the Ana here.
Yeah, surprising. It made me feeling really confident on the Iliari as well.
Yeah.
This comp, though, I'm not a believer just yet. I do feel Iliari, she's like a good sniper, but I feel like you want her heal to be pretty good. Like, you want to have that, at least maybe you can sometimes burst heal the tank. I think people are still underrating how valuable that burst heal is on your, you know, your Bastions, your Mays, your Reapers, heroes who are easy to track as a support. And so for the Boston's comp, this puts a lot of pressure on Twilight to frag out. That is his value right now.
Smurf just doing a little bit swinging. Oh, hello.
Little cheeky pedal play to open it up. Yep. Mix up from the traditional Widowmaker.
Small yoink.
Florida. They played this before. Okay. I've seen this before from Florida. They love this Bat Brig. We're pushing the court all day. What are you going to do about it? That's what this comp is asking Boston Uprising. Very rough for Smurf to contest. Echo, Diva, Bap, great heroes to pressure Winston off the cart. And there's no traditional flanker for Boston. I think this card is going to be rolling.
It's going to be so tough to dislodge Merit. I mean, he can just free fire.
He's far.
What are you going to do as the Boston Uprising? Like you said, no traditional flanker on their side. You can maybe throw a couple of tri-shots, a Helix Rocket, but like, Merit is very okay. He's going to be safe as anything. Oh, nice. Oh my God. How did Soldier get away from that? How did Birdring survive? What's that? How did Merit
walked over the sticks there.
Oh, right.
It's sometimes hard when they're on the ground. You know, you're looking up and, oh, Twilight's coming in for the punish.
Yeah, okay.
One mistake will cost you against a team this quality.
The track in. Oh, Birdring. Oh, he still dies. I think he was like spinning on the tree. Nice aim by Twilight there.
The classic legend moving to hit the 360 sprints as Soldier, but Birdring going down there is kind of painful because, you know, I think Florida, they are going to have a little bit of a power play, a few seconds here with an advantage. So far, though, Merit has not found those opening picks. You really need something out of Merit right now, although that cart still should roll even without a Widow pick. Just his presence should be enough. You want to see a little more.
Hard to get Widowmaker any value here. You have to really just put her up on the high ground, but it's just so easy to dive. Just looking over the cart, I think, is the name of the game right now. Nano boost onto Decay. Good whip shot by Choron, and that defense matrix stopping a lot of those tri-shots from actually landing. And now Decay a little bit scared of Merit. At least with that extra damage, he did earn himself a duplication, but now he's under a lot of pressure. Being damaged going through the defense matrix, helping the kill onto Checkmate. A lot of ultimates available for the Florida Mayhem. They do end up pulling one, and, well, a duplication rather late into this fight from Decay. It doesn't feel all too necessary, but you want to fight.
In the end, just staying alive is okay. It ends up being a decent ult trade for Florida. I think Boston, though, you're running the clock down very low here. You've still got a couple tools to work with. I don't think you're too upset about that.
Oh,
but that is what you are upset about. Oh, come on, Merit. That is exactly the...
Oh my God! Give us another one. Oh my God! How does he know? How does he hit those? A 360 spinning soldier? Just give up your life, Izzyaki. There's no point. And he
Dude,
hits that
get out of the server.
Smurf.
He is him. He's there. Oh my god.
Okay, I've seen enough.
Hold on,
I have
guys.
seen enough.
I need a break. Whew.
Merit is very well warmed up now.
Look at him, man. He's ice cold too. Jeez, I'm worried if I'm the Boston Uprising after that. I'm like, maybe we don't peek him ever.
Everybody was trying to just run around. Birdring was like 2k DPI, just spinning on the spot too. Still hits the headshots. And now High Ground's in control of the Florida Mayhem 2. Merit still hunting and searching as a very low HP soldier. Tracer now, a flanker to deal with Merit. Oh, someone actually just eats up the Sun. Twilight's ultimate just goes by the wayside. He didn't got a bit of an aerial there, but not much extra damage done.
Yeah, and the copy is going to come in from Checkmate, so if he can get a Primal Rage here, which it seems like he might, not much damage on him, very split fights are good for the Florida Mayhem's comp. But that nade from Twilight is crucial picking off the Briggs.
Oh, there we go. Smurf, just finish this one up for you, buddy. Alrighty, there you go. There's the dive. Oh, redive, though. Merit somehow goes Smurf. Not sure how that happened, but it should be the Boston Uprising just gaining control. Self-destruct for the remake. Do not get killed by the mech. No,
nice patience from Decay there. Waits out those little counter strafes. Someone's trying to wait his clip out and pop the mech as soon as he's reloading. But Decay, very wise to that. Reads the strafes, patient with his clip. I mean, that's why he's a Tracer. But like, this is a signature hero type of moment there. Very few players, I think, will kind of have the patience to make that read.
I don't think Twilight's got a Torp turret. I think that's just a pylon. That looks quite funny on the HUD there. Sights for Merit, though. Now everybody has been revealed.
This guy doesn't need wall hacks, man. He doesn't need them, but he's got them.
Whoa. Okay, nice counter dive. Smurf pretty low. No Primal Rage. In fact, extra low. Ooh. Nice beam healing there from Twilight. But now you got to be careful. I mean, Merit's got such a good angle to look up onto that high ground there because Twilight needed to be able to peek to heal his Winston. And the payload, Jake, it's moving once again. Decent time back considering what happened on first point right now.
It's the power of this diva, just constantly bullying the cart. That whole time Smurf's dancing. Sure, it's okay, he doesn't die, but it's the cart rolling.
Tag buys for Birdring. All right.
I don't think he's getting anything with this. Maybe Tracer?
No, his the recall was in cover when that happened. Chilling. All good. Oh, Decay's in trouble though. No blinks. Oh, no blinks. One left. He's going to get hounded down though. Yeah, 70 HP. Pulsable on the floor. Can he get away? No, he cannot. Someone just body blocking that doorway. Decay does end up going down, and now the payload's moving. 4 meters to go. Is Merit's in the perfect angle to try and send people to the grave. Twilight's with the outburst there to try and get some positioning on the enemy team, but wasn't to be. Even Birdring trying some funny business in the backline. Merit with a swift grapple away from Smurf. He does end up popping the Primal Rage, but it's actually going to be worth it because Checkmate, you got to look at 1 DPS in Merit, but you've also got to pay attention to Checkmate. 3 kills in the fight. Self-destruct goes off. There's the point. 2 minutes to go for Florida as they push into the factory.
It's a tough spot to be if you're Smurf, right? He gets that nano on the cart and you feel like, oh, is there a dive going to be coming? But remember, Decay got picked off. There was no Tracer and no Brig in the comp to come in, hold the car contest, and enable Winston to go aggressive. So the nano ends up being pure defense. Well, a lot of indecision from Boston, like multi-swapping there back and forth. Certainly some indecision right there, not knowing exactly what to do with this instant swap from Florida Mayhem over to the Bastion, over to the Sig that worked so well for them on Numbani. Has Boston found the answer yet?
They feel so drilled, that being the Florida Mayhem, right? Oh, the pulse, that was so close. Izzyaki 1 HP, Twilight, you're gonna need to do some healing, buddy. And Decay actually just dies to a random nade from the Bastion. Merit pretty low, but saved, thankfully, by that lamp. That Captive Sun just not finding all too much. Twilight's not had too much success on this ultimate just yet. See if Choron could be the difference maker with his own. They're pushing this payload to this last point now, Jake, as the outburst straight onto the high ground, and now Choron in a perfect position to just light the Boston Uprising up. Oh, almost a deflection there, but it actually did connect with Decay. He is just obliterated on the point. And with 52 seconds remaining, the Florida Mayhem cap.
I got 2 words for you, Jack. comp gap. That was an absolute outplay from the Florida Mayhem time and time again. I feel like that D.Va always working the card up. Even when Florida weren't winning fights, just kind of drawing them, trading out. That's what they want to do with this comp, and they're moving the cart the whole time. Boston, it felt like they got 1 to 2 fights per point, never really getting those like long static defenses that they're hoping for on the defense side to run the clock out. And then, oh my God, I mean, if Merit, I don't care, you're a pro player, you played a million games in the Overwatch League, it's nothing, but when a Widow does that to your team, it puts the fear of God into you. You're like, I don't want to peek that player again. That was beyond ridiculous. Like, those shots 3 in a row back to back, I mean, when a player does something like that, it just sparks something in your whole team. Everyone starts to believe we are untouchable, and when you play that way with everybody really at this skill level, sometimes it starts to feel like that for the enemy team too. Like, maybe we just can't win this, guys. You feel that limit.
All right, so have a look at what happened to Merit here. Oh, the look at this nade. Was it Decay deflecting there? No, he was not.
Behind him though.
Oh, rest in peace, man. Hey,
the
grenade
nade
does a lot of damage.
It's been buffed. It's a key skill now in the Bastion's toolkit. One of the very threatening, because you know Bastion can a lot of times get people low and then they hide from predictable damage, but that nade sometimes is the finisher.
Merit's on Widow, man.
Birdring, okay. Yeah, we needed this. We needed this.
This is what Overwatch
is
about.
The right way.
Right
the
here.
right way.
Oh,
Widow
yeah.
on Widow.
Birdring. Can you match Merit? That's the question. And Merit's hitting heaters as well, Jake. It's pretty tough to rock that boat. We'll see if Birdring can do just that.
Birdring has come in cold time and time again, though, and still delivered. So I think this can go either way.
Ooh, okay, they know where Birdring is now, so a bit of an easier job for Merit. Not sure where Birdring knows where he is. Ooh, just the tootsies of RuPaul. Seen that?
Did he get a glimpse?
They're both corner peeking. I'm not sure. There's such a weird angle as well, because you have this like jutting structure, so you're going to be able to see the feet of the Widowmaker before anything else. Could be tough for Birdring, but it does look like Florida Mayhem are going to back up. Now you step into Merit's domain with this long sightline.
Yeah, I think this is wise from Florida. The attacker Widow does have a big advantage in that opening section of the map. Here, though, defenders should have the advantage. Didn't matter to Merit last time, though, so can go either way.
Slowly but surely. They're both playing very passive right now. Merit back up onto this large high ground. That is an extremely aggressive push, Twilight. Yeah.
Frankly, Twilight showing inexperience on Brig there. Like, that's a mistake, and that is going to be painful for his team, not having Lee gone in, the much more experienced Brig player. And I think with someone's D.Va, you really feel on the Boston Uprising, like, we need the Brig. Brig is a great hero against D.Va. Easy to, you know, boop her around, proc your heal at all times. She's not too threatening to you on Brig. So I think it's the right pick from Twilight, but Boston, maybe they made the wrong call with this roster. Maybe Florida has outstratted them here.
Oh, Birdring. Almost had that body shot on Decay. I think there was an Ana shot on Decay as well, so that could have been an insta-kill. No headshots just yet for either Widowmaker on each other. It's just been a battle of who can kill the supports. Birdring goes for another grapple. Oh, Merit is just disgusting.
Do not witness me.
Okay. Finally, he is shut down by Birdring. But, bro, damage is already done, lad. He's already killed 2. Florida Mayhem can just clean this one up. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I mean, Smurf's primed him with the nano boost.
Desperate.
RuPaul is kept alive by Chong, just throwing in cookie after cookie after cookie. Oh my
That's
God.
a crumble. What? Nano Primal? You're down 2. What? Boston is flailing here on the last map. Florida have every tool they need. The only thing left for Boston Uprising is some sort of absurd pop-off from Birdring. You're praying to pop a Birdring right here if you're a Boston fan. He's going against Merit. Look, counter wall, though. No advantage.
Counter walls. Here we go. Who peeks first? Who has the biggest cojones? Oh, please. Do not sit on the payload. There is a Merit looking at you right now. He's just pinging all the supports out as well. Smurf is super low, Jake. No primal raid. There was no nano. There is a, well, there's a duplicate, I guess. You've got an extra tank on the field in Decay now, I suppose. But with Smurf dead, 55 seconds to go, Boston Uprising need to just reset. You've got to reset. They pop in Rally.
All in. They get supports, though.
Somehow RuPaul and Chong do end up going down. This is just an, you call it a support cap, that's just heroics there from the Boston Uprising. Looked an unwinnable fight, but of course it had to be someone to clutch this one out. He's still got the self-destruct too, he's gonna pop it. Little baby baby Diva Blaster pistol? Sure, why not? Birdering down, 30 seconds to go. Every single member of the Florida Mayhem right now just shining.
Yeah, I feel like this comp from Florida, they just made the right call. Boston are so desperate every time they find themselves in these static places where they're just trading damage face to face. Diva absolutely loves that. Winston cannot hang in a trade like that, and especially the Batiste, also super happy for it. Twilight could be an X Factor. I actually like the Kiriko swap. Does he sneak up? No, Merit spots him.
Oh, and is he up? He's already dead.
He's alone. No one helping him.
Has to play the healer now, as Birdering ends up going down as well to someone. It's a disaster for the Monster Uprising. They're not going to be able to get to first point. Yeah. Okay, there's a window. Decay with a no clutch factor. The Florida Mayhem just shut out the Boston Uprising on Dorado. A 3-2 victory. And someone vote for me for MVP. Read it, chat. Go right now. Vote for this lad for MVP. Dude deserves it. What a humongous W at the very end. Just the strength and fortitude to come back in that series. And just, like I said, just firing on all cylinders. Everybody having their moment in the sun as well there.
Yeah, and their strengths, I think, as a team really shined through. They had the right comps when it counted at the end, made the right adaptations throughout the series. And I want to talk about Merit as well. I feel like we have to. Playing the Soldier for most of the opening half of the series, they felt like, okay, maybe this is the strongest hero. Maybe we get the most value on Soldier. And Merit did great. When it became clear that, okay, these one hits are too important, we need to bring out a sniper, Merit's like, yeah, I'll play Sojourn. Widow? Yeah, I'll play some Widow. Yeah. Comes in cold and just crushes the Boston Uprising.
I mean, that is a playoffs performance right there. And we're not even there just yet. Like, think about how much they're going to level up going down the line. And like I mentioned before, after Esperanza, that was their clinch map. They are in the playoffs now, Jake. The Florida Mayhem. I mean, look, there's a lot of MVP candidates this season, and there's MVP candidates on both teams, right? But I think the Florida Mayhem right now, if they can continue this streak, they might just be looking at a grand finals, Jake.
Yeah, and I will say this, I think this clinches all three of our play-in spots, right? Boston probably no longer capable of unseating Houston. However, I think Boston, you still have to be happy, the Boston fans. I mean, yes, you wanted to win, you wanted to have a chance to make play-ins, but you are looking like one of the most deadly teams in the play-ins. I think everyone else in play-ins is going to be thinking, okay, Boston is one of those teams to beat. If they can bring the Mayhem that close. For everybody else, they might be untouchable.
Well, let's have a look at the player of the match from this series. Despite that Widowmaker performance last match, the consistency of Checkmate throughout this entire series on this May pick, Jake, he really sealed the deal on a lot of these fights, just from single walls, like humongous blizzards. Blizzards that he probably shouldn't have gotten away with against comps like this on Esperanza.
I mean, every single hero can escape on their own. Lucio and Kiriko can also save somebody who didn't escape on their own, and you're still finding it. Then bringing out the flexibility, whether it's the Tracer, the Genji, whatever he needs to play on the rest of that, even played some Sojourn himself on the opening map. Like, this is one of the reasons that Florida Mayhem, they don't need a third DPS. So much flexibility on this roster, and I do agree, this was an awesome performance from Checkmate. Oftentimes the unsung hero of this team. He really is the glue that binds them together. And I mean, they just have so many players that have looked way more impressive than I think most people would have rated them coming into the season, all of them having breakout years.
I mean, ignore the rest of the stats. They're cool numbers, but look at Blizzard kills per 10. 6.5 Blizzard kills per 10. May's not doing a ton of damage, but just getting Blizzards off and just helping your team win fights. It is a game-winning fight, or well, it could be a game-winning fight, could be a map-winning fight, could be just a fight-winning fight, right? At the end, fight-winning ult. Yeah, that's it. At the end of the day, if you're landing these big Blizzards on just one or two people, even if they're like on fire DPS like Birdering, you just shut out the rest of the team, and Checkmate's consistency is just, second to none.
Yeah, and then not only, I mean, he's shooting back too on the May. I think that's one of those things you don't, the big plays with the ults, the walls, those are the flashy ones, but sometimes it's that like counter sniping. May doesn't always get the final blows, but I'm telling you that one icicle headshot, it just shuts you down. You're playing Sojourn, you've got to hide, you've got to wait for heals. And in the Lucio Kiriko comp, those come at a premium. It hurts your overall damage as a team. So really the suppressing fire from Checkmate was crucial this series as well, especially Esperanza, that clinching playoffs, that's where it counted, let's be honest.
Yeah, most definitely. And look, at the end of the day, we expected Florida Mayhem to come out with a little bit of wackiness here and there. They've been known for it in the past, but every single comp they seem to pull out, they performed exceptionally well. A very well-drilled and oiled team. They're ready to go to the playoffs. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The desk is going to break that down, and we've got 2 more games coming up after this.
오케이. 프라이머 어쩐다. 나 힐백 갈게. 루저블. 태원. Let's go! 나이스.
Florida with a big victory to secure their spot in the playoffs, and you too can win your ranked games and look good doing it with the new Ryan Prideful skins available now in the in-game shop. As you can see them on your screen, they're looking good. That Soul one, man.
Yeah, the Soul one looks
man.
I want
This
that
looks
one.
good.
Washington one actually looks pretty good too.
I don't know, I was about to say a bit silly there. There's a lot of colors.
Very Captain America vibe.
Yeah, I guess. But he looks silly to me.
I feel like the Spark one's got to be great.
Probably.
Yeah, it's pink. Anything pink is great.
Fact. Facts as evident by Florida Mayhem winning over the Boston Uprising. Proving
what a
point.
series.
Yeah.
One of our
What a
best this
series.
season.
What a fantastic cast from you and
Great
Josh.
job.
Thank you. That was a
bringing the
blast.
action to us. What a comeback. Merit. How dare you? How dare you not believing?
What do you mean not believing? I called that out. I was like, put this guy on the snipers. He's got it. What did I say after Flashpoint? I said, give him a chance. Put him in the ring.
I was Jake. I was listening to you. I think it was after you mentioned like I want to see him on Sojourn, and then he came out on Esperanza on Sojourn, and then he dominated. And then we went to the very last match, Dorado, and he went Widow. I think he was just lights out on Widow as well.
That triple kill.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like, it felt like maybe they could edge us out. Maybe they're trading well. Their comp looks good, but then it's like, boom, get out of my point. You're not welcome here.
That was,
like, come on.
It was fantastic. It was so great to watch. Both of those teams have played phenomenally.
Yeah.
Another thing which stood out during that series was some of your suggestions over on Twitter, because we asked you in the pre-show to name the points of interest, and there are some good ones. This one is the winner of my heart. So you know how I called at one point Bed Bath and Beyond for Temple. Now here for the Palace, it should have been Birth Bath and Beyond.
Oh, this is legend.
Brilliant. This is so smart.
Every point on Serve also should be a Bed Bath & Beyond.
It should be.
That's the real challenge.
Wait, why is it Bird Bath and Beyond?
Because
it's a bird bath.
It's the one with like the fountain in the middle. That one should have been Bird Bath and Beyond. Like,
all right, now I get it.
Follow up on my joke. It's way funnier as well when I have to explain it to you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I like that.
I'm a little. Sorry, guys. All right, it took me a while.
That's all right.
I get it. Yeah,
Like, it went over your head and then it turned around and I hit you in the back of the head.
Thank you.
That's fine. You are welcome. But yeah, keep them sending them in. You give us a good laugh. Another thing which always is a reason for us to just be joyous is looking at highlights, and there were plenty to choose from in this very match. My goodness, those players popped off left and right.
Yeah, I just feel like Birdring came out so strong. I mean, I think without this, like, I think Florida would have won the first map. Without this individual play, Florida probably wins this map 2-0. We would have been looking at such a different series. I mean, it's huge what he's doing for this team. I do think, even though Merritt had a ridiculous play, I think Birdring's been the best Widow this season, just consistently across all the matches.
That as well, as we're seeing right now, Izayaki on Iliari was really good. Like when I was watching this, part of me was sort of thinking, like, it sort of seemed like the new hero was made for Izayaki, like his playstyle, how aggressive he is. And it was crazy to see him on that as well. And of course, Maka, this was his debut match. I'm pretty sure he was a bit nervous as well, because there was a lot on the line, right? Because if they got 2 maps and they go straight into the playoffs, and this is his debut match. But considering all that, Maka, I think, played fantastically.
He didn't look nervous. Like, that was a clean game, very strong. Great to have that tool in your box as Florida Mayhem.
It really is, and I mean, honestly, that's a real test, right? If if your debut match is against formidable opponents such as the Boston Uprising, a team which can be so evenly matched to your team, if you can prove yourself like in that matchup, then honestly, no one should be worried about that pickup. Like, you're seeing Maka in there. I know, of course, he was subbed in for the first map. We kind of expected him to be subbed out, but they stuck with him, and it looked great. Which other players really stood out for you guys?
I mean, Checkmate player of the match. This May performance to clinch play-ins for his team, and then, I mean, I just want to...
May was,
I just want to... Hold on, just
watch this,
Just look at it.
1, 2, right there.
This one is... You got no way, and then...
This one was crazy,
Like, these are not just 3 shots in a row, those are like 3 super hard shots in a row, back to back. I mean, that is one of the best Widow clips I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, and for me, I want to give a quick shout out to Smurf as well, I think, because he was mainly on the Winston, and they were using a lot of Winston dive, which was very interesting, unlike other teams who were like mixing stuff up. And watching him, of course, we all know that he's a great Winston, and he made it work against some of the comps that, you know, like the Orisa or something. Like, it works because Smurf is such a great Winston player.
Yeah, they still want to play that comp because they have so much confidence in their team synergy. I do feel like it hurt them though on Dorado.
Yeah.
That was where so many times, I mean, where Merit's playing on that back high ground defense, there's no way a Winston gets to you there. It's just not doable in a jump range. And so he's just face trading on cart with someone. And so it felt like the flexibility won out. You know, the team strategy, it won out, especially on the defense. On offense, too, the cart was just rolling time and time again. Those aren't the flashy plays that we highlight, like, it's so sick to see. Those are what win you games, though. You have the better setup, you advantage your players, and then that honestly enables them to make more pop-off moments. Merit's getting more chances. Like, Birdring's an insanely good Widowmaker in his own right, also getting picks, but Merit has so many more chances because his team is setting him up better.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And a player we just talked about is his debut performance, Maka. We got to see a first look of him on the server. And now we get to hear him in his first ever interview as well with Danny.
All right, let's go. First time talking to Maka. I'm very excited. I think you guys all should be excited as well. We got Maka here for a quick chat for the post-match interview. Maka, big congratulations on getting the win. And also, this was a very meaningful victory for not only for you, but Florida Mayhem as well, because now you guys are going straight into the playoffs. And this was also your debut match. A lot of things going for your debut match. So how do you feel getting this win today against the Boston Uprising? 자, 오늘 일단 승리 너무나 축하드리면서 마카 선수 오늘 어떻게 보면 데뷔 매치에다가 또 오늘 경기를 승리를 했기 때문에 이제 플레이인을 안 하고 플레이오프로 곧바로 진출하게 되셔서 좀 굉장히 많은 의미가 담겨 있는 승리라고 생각을 합니다. 마카 선수 좀 일단 소감 한 말씀 듣고 싶네요. 어떠신가요, 지금?
진짜 긴장 많이 하고 실수도 많이 했는데 저희 형들이랑 정한이가 잘해줘가지고 이겨가지고 좀 너무 행복한 것 같아요.
Yeah, I was definitely a lot nervous because it was our debut match, and because of that, I made a lot of mistakes. But we were able to. I'm very happy that we were able to get the win, thanks to someone and all the Hyungs, or my older brothers, our teammates, their support, and they were very helpful. Because I mean, you just said that you were a bit nervous, and you mentioned that your teammates were very supportive. You know, how did your teammates sort of help you? I guess not feel as nervous when you were on a stage playing against Boston Uprising. 자, 방금 좀 오늘 아무래도 데뷔 매치이기 때문에 조금 살짝 긴장을 하셨다고 마카 선수가 말씀을 하셨는데 좀 그 긴장감을 덜기 위해서 좀 팀원들이 좀 어떻게 도움을 주셨나요?
막 크게 해주진 않고 그냥 우리가 더 잘한다 하고 정한이도 그냥 계속 정한이가 좀 시원시원하게 파이팅 해줘가지고 좀 그런 거에서 좀 힘을 얻은 것 같아요.
All right, and it's nothing big, but it's just small talks here and there where, you know, just like reminding me that like we are the better team, and, you know, someone obviously was very supportive and doing very big call-outs and supporting me by saying like, fighting, we got this, and those things were the little things that really helped me get over the nerves. And one final question for you, Maka. I mean, you're joining the league pretty late into the season, so I want to ask you, what are your personal goals in the playoffs and of course going into the end of the season as well? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 마카 선수 아무래도 좀 늦게 우리 또 리그와 또 오버워치 리그와 플로리다 메이햄에 좀 합류를 하셨기 때문에 좀 개인적인 목표가 있으신지?
목표는 최대한 높이 올라가서 우승도 하고 싶긴 한데 일단 그건 제가 잘해야 될 것 같고요. 일단 그냥 우승하고 싶어요. 제가 더 잘해가지고 열심히 해서.
I guess my personal goal has to be go as high as I can. I think it's sort of a better way to say this is to just win it all. And of course, to win it all, I have to be better and I have to get those wins and help out my teammates as well. And I think that sort of ties in with my personal goal along with the team goal as well. All right, I'm going to end the interview right here, Maka. Thank you so much and good luck in your next match. 자, 다음 경기 화이팅 하시길 바라면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
First word to hear here in the league from Maka, his debut performance. Really great first showing.
Yeah. If that's how he plays when he's nervous, I would hate to see him at full power.
No, but it is fantastic. Also very unsurprising that someone is the hype man.
Yeah, he's a hype man.
Yeah. Also, someone's reaction after the match is over.
That little post
vote for me.
Vote for me.
A little desperate there, someone, but we take it because it's you. And it just makes him such a lovable character, and rightfully so. And no, the team, they look great. The synergy is there, even though there was a new addition, and that makes them really, really scary heading into the playoffs. They clinched their spot officially, which also means the Houston Outlaws clinched their spot, which means that Boston did not. I don't know why I pointed at you when I saw that. That was weird. Like, you're not on the team anymore.
Are you wearing the shirt again inside? No shirt. Okay.
So like, he has a tattoo.
I'm happy for the guys. I'm happy for the guys. I'm sure they're happy. But now there's very serious opponents in the playoffs, right? Going to the playoffs, it's great. You don't want to be facing the play-ins, but a lot of serious threats in the Overwatch League right now. I think anyone can take it.
Absolutely. And that very much rings true for the match we have coming up. It's going to be the battle for Canada. Vancouver Titans going up against the Toronto Defiant. We will break down all the action right after this break. For the battle of Canada. For Canada.
For the heart and soul of Canada.
Does the other team have to like migrate to the US?
Yeah,
like,
come on down here, guys.
That's the ultimate punishment for Canadians.
It's like, you are officially Americans. Congratulations. Yeah, so as you can tell, everything on the line here for those two teams, because no one wants to do that. But yeah, Toronto going up against the Vancouver Titans. We already touched on this matchup heading into the pre-game, the pre-show rather. And now we once more will be chatting of that. But first, I have a very important announcement to make.
Okay.
That's right. Guys, did you remember the skins in the game?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh,
Well,
we have a winner?
Guess
got a
what?
winner.
We do have a winner.
Whoa.
Listen, man, listen. The community for the Toronto Defiant showed up. Over 8,000 submissions. That's right. So they earned it. They won it, and they will be getting a custom spray in-game for their team, which is really cool. I am very excited to see that. Fantastic colors as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
Town red
100%.
before the grand finals.
Grand final,
Let's
yeah.
go.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone can be repping that. And these are the boys you're supporting with all of that. Toronto Defiant, according to Scrimbugs, they are
the
team right now. Exactly.
They're the new Atlanta Reign then?
I think people are
Let's
considering
not
them
get
generally the
that
team to beat.
Calm down.
But you've got to convert your Scrimbucks, right?
Yes.
You know, we don't accept those. We don't cash those in.
What's the ratio on?
That's all depends on your skill. Depends on can you got what it takes in the match. I mean, that's a question because on the other side there's no easy opponent here.
No, I think the Vancouver Titans this season, they have been impressing everyone. And I think there were a lot of questions for these players coming into this on literally almost every position. But I think all those players really proved themselves.
Yep.
They got a really good grasp on the meta we saw prior to the 2-week break. Now the question is, how will they look like in the current meta? How will it translate? And how will they fare against the Toronto Defiant? We haven't seen either of those two teams play yet. So making predictions is obviously a 50-50 coin toss. So now the big question is, are we buying into Scrimbugs? And the answer is yes, I am. Not because I personally heard anything, but he told me that other people told him. I just trust
Don't
him.
hedge your bets. Don't hedge your bets on my friend. You got to pred for yourself, so don't let me pred for you.
But I had nothing to go by. Like I didn't get to see their scrims, and like you talk all big behind the scenes, like
I've heard big things.
Sources
the people have been
told me,
saying.
The people
What if I've been
were
gaslighting you this whole time?
You might have. And now everyone knows. But yeah, I went with Toronto Defiant. I'm just going to buy into this. I made it a close one so I can pretend that I knew. I almost picked it.
That's good hedge. Good hedge.
Thanks.
I have been gaslighted for so many times the past seasons. I will not. No more. I won't believe in all these Scrimbucks things until I see it, right? I'm going with the Vancouver Titans. They looked good prior to the break, and I'm betting on the Vancouver Titans to continue on their run. Toronto Defiant, I don't know. They could be good in scrims. Does that really translate into how they perform on stage? We'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I think that's very much a fair point. I did go with the Toronto Defiant. I mean, I've heard from sources, shall not be named, but I will also say we heard from even RuPaul, who was incredible. I mean, Florida Mayhem looked like a very strong team. So for him to say that Sermajed is the best Iliari from his perspective means a lot from a team that's that good to
but then question
showing
is,
respect.
how often will they be playing Ilari? Because she's not been a must pick thus far. I think the teams have shown us that there is very well a lot of compositions outside the realm of Iliari to go with. So
depends on the map, but I mean, Sermajed is in though. He is in on this opening map, so I think we will likely see. It'll be probably a double flex support comp, right? With Majed and Ultraviolet. You have to imagine that's what Toronto is targeting here. So I think we're going to see off the rip how it starts to look.
So it looks like the chat has also bought into the Scrimbucks. I don't know where they got them from.
Where'd you guys get the information from?
Are you just spreading the word on the street, or like an apostle
maybe it's,
for the Toronto Defiant?
Who knows? Maybe the fans are they're out in force. They believe. I mean, Toronto's had a resurgence lately. I don't think it's crazy to believe in them, regardless of Scrimbucks.
I mean, we want to see a close game here, and I hope the two teams will deliver. And something which always delivers is, of course, the caster duo extraordinaire. It is Mitch and Matt. Are you guys buying into the Scrimbucks today?
No, I don't think so, because I heard like that we were talking about like Boston playing like a ton of Bastion comps. A ton of them. I didn't do that. Yeah. I think you guys should play a game where two people on the desk at all times in the segment are gaslighting and one person is being legitimate. And the chat has to find out which one is legitimate. I think that would be actually an incredible game. Matt,
Jake just dumping gasoline on the Reddit tinfoil hat conspiracy theories of what do these Toronto tweets mean after patch? Maybe, maybe things have changed. Jake just sending those people into, they're getting their protractors out, they're plotting, they're getting crazy over there. I think the Titans win the series.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna favor the Titans until I see the Defiant come out and be awesome. I think the way that the Defiant probably changed their look is like Sermajed playing really well on Ilari. But other than that, I mean, it's kind of the same look, right?
Potentially. I made up an award. We were just having a chat before the game started, and I said, like, there's a player on this Vancouver Titans team. I used the word breakout player of the year. That's my award. I think we should vote on that. I think that's such a cool idea. But my most pleasant surprise of the year, I think, is watching the player that he's saying has apparently been the whole time, and now is showing that on this Vancouver Titans roster. Really impressed with them before the patch break. Very different metagame though, but like, it felt like they could really do no wrong here. That's an exciting prospect when they're paired with Sugar-Free, Punk. I mean, Faith is one of the cleanest main support players I think I've laid eyes on. We know what Crimso can do. So this team for me, like, I don't see any reason to be predicting against them yet. But Toronto, have they been working on this Orisa-based composition? Can they get Illari really firing in their setups and make a difference? I'm curious to see. I mean, where we talk about the meme. I mean, Toronto want to be in Toronto, playing with their colors in front of the fans. But that is looking like a long shot here.
Yeah, I mean, they need to go on a little bit of a run here post this patch to give them, and obviously, through the LCQ, right, give themselves an opportunity to make it. So Titans, they'll actually play Genji Echo here with the Defiant. This is interesting, Mitch. So typically with the Torb, we've actually seen teams play like the 76, like more of like a hit scan based setup, but they'll actually play Torb Echo.
So there's a question is, like, the Torb, outside of being just very generally strong right now, it's kind of frustrating for Sugar-Free to play against it if he wants to try to wrap around and put pressure down. But from long range, you can deal with these turrets, and he's saying embodies that right about now.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for anybody to dive, right? Like, the Titans, if Punk is going to commit with, like, an Orisa there, the Torbjorn against, like, a Baptiste, right? Like, very difficult to dive on in, as they actually see Sir Majid up here, just basically using that pylon for him and Spectra, try and force him back.
Yeah, and not in a great position to heal many of his teammates. Sir Majid definitely playing as like an off DPS from that position. Obviously, Illari provides healing via the solar rifle at more middling ranges, so hoping, I guess, to top up whoever he can from that high ground here, but Ultraviolet gets hit with the stickies and has to be in immortality field early. He's saying tries to go for the focusing blast, but very quickly an angry Swede starts running at him. We'll have to back out, but has built up that duplicate and again dispatches the turret, but it's a rail shot from Majid. Claims that kill, and both DPS for the Titans are down for the count.
Yeah, and I mean, that's how you see how devastating it is to try and dive and make a play. Like, really nice immortality field there from Ultraviolet, keeping himself alive, but when you saw Heesang go a little bit further, Hydron comes in to save the day.
Turret cleared here by Sugar-Free, but then Defiant playing very far forward.
Too.
Yeah, set it up here on this bridge. That's maybe why Toronto opted to play in such an aggressive spot. Illari looks much scarier when she's able to fight through that, I suppose. And there are a lot of lethal weapons from the Defiant trained squarely on the Titans here. And they're making very slow progress. It's 55% already, an outburst for Sir Majid to create a little bit of spacing as Punk dips his toe onto the point now. Captive Sun, no connection here, but it gets some distance, but Punk saps him from the low ground, rather. He's saying dupes. A Torbjorn here is able to hold his own inside the right side room.
Oh, well, he's going to get the ult here, just going to throw it anywhere. He's going to get a kill with it, so... But is this enough to end up flipping? You still have Hydron here, who's pretty healthy. I mean, look at everything they got to do to just dump at him, as Hydron does get a few players low before he falls, and it's still the Defiant in control of the point.
Yeah, Spectra trading that kill, I think, was huge. Getting rid of Heesang while Heesang's head was turned elsewhere. Sugar-Free also not able to assist in that moment because there's a bloody Torbjorn turret in the way. He had to clear that before anything else. Now Kaluji go for a javelin spin, looking for Crimso with that throw. No connection now, and an immortality field will stymie Sugar-Free to some degree, but is still able to find a kill. A lot of deployables picked up in the kill feed with the Blaze. Sugar-Free really on janitorial duty here, but it's enough with the rest of the Titans surging forward to cap the point. Kaluj, though, will have his say still.
Yeah, I mean, you figure with a Nano Blade, you're able to flip it here, which they do, and this will actually be the Molten Core here used by Hydron. They're going to actually sound barrier and try and push on in. They want to try and finish these players off. They don't want to let them linger.
Yeah, it's a big spend here, but the Defiant are posturing and spending some of those ultimates they built up themselves. The sound barrier timing was crucial to keep Heesang alive, as Hydron was taking shot after shot at the Echo.
Now you kind of take stock of what the Defiant have coming in, right? They ended up just using the Tor Bolt. Don't have a duplicate. You're gonna have like an Amp Matrix, and then Surmajit should actually be able to build up towards this Ilario pretty fast, as just doing tons of damage and just passive healing.
Immortality Field again. That is going to keep Marjet alive as Punk came calling once more. Ultraviolet doing well to keep the team topped up, even getting some healing on the airborne target of Spectra. But here comes the pushback from the Titans. They're coming in waves now. It's Sugarfree landing right on Marjet's corpse. And again, the Defiant are going to be pushed right on out.
And that's the Amp Matrix they're invested as well. They use the Amp Matrix right when like Surmajit dies, but just a few kills come in here from the Titans as they'll let Punk take some damage from the Torb turret, allow to build up towards this Nano. So now you have some Nano options, right? You have Heesang, and then you have Punk as well. Hydron switches over to the Tracer. I think this is actually probably a good thing for the Titans, right? They don't have to deal with that Torb anymore.
The Tracer, theoretically, to put some pressure down Heesang and Crimzo, of course, but Crimzo has dealt with plenty of Tracers coming his way in previous metas. Marjet here playing from a safer alcove as Sugarfree wants to converge on the back line here, but Heesang's been taken out early. Captive Sun activated here. Unclear where Marjet's looking with that one now as Sugarfree's forced into a deflect and back away. Crimzo picked off means that the Defiant are back in control, but it goes all the way, and there's no chance to touch. Sugarfree too far from the point to keep the round going. Faith also in a compromising spot.
Yeah, I wonder if Sugarfree just didn't have dash available. Kalush seems very confused by that. But we'll see as we go into that. So first round played pretty competitively. I actually thought the Defiant, with some their new looks, obviously, that a lot of other teams are using, looked pretty strong there. So maybe some of those scrimbucks are true. Let's see. Do we get a little spear spin here? Oh, no, this is not the end. This is just a good old environmental kill.
So this is the look for the Defiant. A lot of teams are moving in the direction of Orisa and that Illari. Kalush looked pretty good there. The Titans playing something a little bit more classical, albeit with the Genji in the mix, but the Lenny Genji is something to be feared. Make no mistake, it's going to be Diva for Punk this time around. Kalush will reciprocate. Marjet still fancying the Illari.
Is Diva now in play, obviously, with the high mobility, access to high grounds here. Sugarfree still on the Genji, so a lot of teams have been running Genji to pretty good results, but I mean, dude, I think Soldier up on the high ground here, with just putting down consistent damage, allowing Spectra and Kalush able to finish it off, could pay off pretty well. As I say that, it is Punk with some help of Faith, just getting to the high ground and just taking out the Ana and the 76 right away.
Yeah, Vancouver have an extra DPS that can partake of the dive, right? Genji, Echo, and Diva can all pile on in up there. Even Faith can get a piece of it while Crimzo sits back and maintains a good line of sight. I think the Defiant maybe wants something a bit more flexible. So Hydron goes to the Tracer, but the ability to transition, I guess, between high and low ground won't be improved. But having someone on the point here to draw people back like he is now, probably something the Defiant are looking to leverage.
Yeah, but the Genji does offer the ability to access that high ground way easier than Tracer, right? Tracer can put pressure on the point, but really cannot, unless they take a longer route, contribute to the high ground. But that's going to be the Defiant who ends up flipping the point.
Yeah, with their Tracer, right? Hydron gets there first, gets some attention, but some of the Titans pretty unwilling to move that way. Heesang wins out against Spectra. The sticky bomb connection was crucial. And Heesang now, we've seen this before in Ana metas, the Echo duplicating a healer. Now, no access, of course, to the Biotic Grenade. That wasn't a choice for Heesang with Ultraviolet unavailable. But still, the Illari pick looks decent. Got to get the shots, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, self-healing pylon up on the high ground and then some long-range beam in there from Heesang, but still able to flip the point back. But that percentage that Toronto got, that's like not nothing, right? That's like an extra 20% off of just what Hydron getting the point and nobody being able to kind of like stand there for the Titans to be able to contest. So not the worst thing here for the Defiant.
Marjet is hunting for a backliner, maybe. Sees the deflect there from Lenny, knows he can fire it at the ground and get some splash damage off him very quickly. Sugarfree gets the heck out of there. Oh, very close. The debuff actually detonated there, but Sugarfree's having to get back and get some help, but his Fate fall into Marjet, a rail without connecting across the map. Punk can't get back into the mech and goes for the self-destruct. Kalush, though, will have a safe alcove for which to regain the mechanic capacity.
Yeah, you don't get that kill with the Captive Sun, but Sugarfree just gets so low that he's not able to get on the point and kind of play with Punk at that point. Punk is just the only one there. He's got the benefits of the nano boost, but still would have loved your Genji in that situation. He's saying in a...
Would you like to phone a friend? 50-50? Ask the audience?
He's fine. He's fine. He's good. He's good.
Yeah.
He's not good.
You know what they say, Matt? You're good until you're not.
Yeah. You know, losing is learning, Mitch. I'm sure he's going to learn from that experience right there.
All right. Once I reconstruct his frontal cortex from the splatter on the ground, I'm sure he'll be back in the fight. Sugar Free has to get out there, has a Dragon Blade, but there's just no one behind him.
Yeah, why don't you do some a breakdown of that fight? Do you think that Heesang just kind of floating on the opposite side of the map had an impact on them losing that one?
I would suggest that if there was any benefit for any period of time, it was marginal at best. How about that?
Oh man, you gotta put that analysis in your reel. I mean, that was top tier right there.
Ultraviolet. Well, he's over the edge this time.
we got Ultraviolet wants to go for a ride here.
Well, he wasn't given much of a choice really, running with the balls, except they just came too fast as Punk bears down upon him. Fangs and horns bared, takes him over the edge. All right, so Vancouver are back in control here. Sugar Free does spend the blade in order to do so, but keeping a sound barrier in the next fight, it's got to give you some semblance of comfort.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you have the duplicate here for the Defiant, and you're going to have the Captive Sun. Maybe you actually go for like a Kariko one. A duplicate potentially is a...
Don't know about that one, Chief. Submargin! Okay, we can use that outburst to get back in position. Love that. Fate also goes down. The sound barrier was used there for the Vancouver Titans. It looks like the value was insufficient. Spectra finds two, and they're both backliners. That heralds disaster for this Vancouver squad. Spectra, though, going to get knocked out of duplicate. He knows the invulnerability of that is fine. He'll shed the skin that he claimed for himself, and now the Vancouver Titans have nothing to work with. Fate will try and touch here, but he's saying cannot quite get to the point. Looks like they're on a Defiant, are in good shape here to take our first map of the series. It will be a Defiant win on Ilios.
Yeah, and they looked strong. No switching off from having Hydron kind of playing the 76 at the start there in the round 2 to playing the Tracer. I think definitely made a big impact. And I mean, Surmajed being able to play the Illari at a really high level. I mean, definitely scared me going up in the sky that high. Especially when you're going up against like Diva and Echo, right? Both of those characters. But it also seemed like it would like a little bit of a distraction, right? As both players beeline for him and everybody else able to pick up some kills.
7-3 for Kaluja over the map, leading in final blows for the Toronto Defiant. Getting to a lot of work on the Orisa. And then the move to Diva. The Defiant didn't start well. They got dove pretty hard, but then they were able to bounce back. And some good looks there from Spectra towards the end of the round. It'll be Numbani for your second map of the series. Expect to see even more of this Echo play from Spectra and Heesang.
come out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget my peace. We take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the.
Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Can't stop for the talking. Like fire on the pine. If you wanna touch my please use caution.
Well, with big, large Kaluge at the charge, the Dorado Defiant show up in our first map of the series. Ilios looks pretty good. We get two different styles from our teams, right? You get Winston versus Orisa, that first map is, you know, Punk trying to throw it back to somewhat of a previous metagame with Sugar Free on the Genji. Saw the Alari from Sir Margil, so that was fun to watch, and he definitely was able to have an impact. The Diva Mirror, though, favored Toronto in that second round, and so often in Numbani we go with the expectation, I guess, that some of these picks might run it back. Well, we've seen a ton of Echo on this map in the past here. Been very, very powerful, especially defensively.
Yeah, and I think potentially like the Torbjorn here, right, on Numbani, if you wanted to, on the defensive side of things.
That's a classic, isn't it?
Some possibilities. Yeah, that's a little bit of a throwback.
It's the Weaver, baby.
All right, are we going to see the Weaver? We're going to get a little Weaver action?
It checks out, right? There's another layer of...
Does it?
Oh, yeah, there's another... Oh, yes. There's another layer of protection here for Sugar Free. You can always yoink him out of trouble. Maybe you can allow him to play that much more aggressively. Now, obviously, Life Weaver has some self-heal on the dash, so that definitely helps a little bit. And again, the big tree giving overshield, overhealth rather, to teammates is very powerful. It's also pretty darn hard to kill. That thing
honestly,
around.
if he just... if he had a little bit of a faster swap between healing and damage, I think you'd actually probably see him like a lot, you know, compared to where he is right now. But that's really the only downside is, you know, just a lot of just kind of like single target healing, which really, I mean, for this comp for the Titans, you're looking at probably trying to keep like Heesang alive a little bit.
No, I mean, you don't have to. I mean, you can just heal your flankers or Echo and the Genji pretty easily, right? You just need to be looking at them approximately.
This is what Kaluge loves, being able to play Sigma as well.
Oh, yeah.
Get some high ground control with the Baptiste. I mean, look at the amount of damage they put down on Punk. I mean,
we did not expect to see this, right? But we see the Defiant playing around Kaluge. I mean, Kaluge said, he said he was the best Sigma in the world, he felt. They can play a poke composition around this now and have some flexibility in other roles. Spectre's able to bring Sugar Free down here, and the Defiant are trading upwards as they scale in towards this point.
I feel like it's not even really, you know, poke, right? It is kind of like compositions from the past where you're just kind of like, you know, standing at a distance doing damage and just kind of like ticking them down over time. The amount of just like burst damage from range with like the Ilari, Baptiste 76, like Echo, and then even Sigma in the mix, right? Like, I mean, you're seeing these targets of the Titans from a distance go down to like basically no HP.
Sounds like a poke comp to me, big fella. I don't know what to do.
No, well, the poke, you're just kind of like doing damage over time, passively putting back. This is like they're kind of just like chunking players down like instantly from range. I mean, it's a little bit different. I mean, look at how many players are like basically dead.
He's like trying to push in here, though, realizes he's bitten off about as much as he can chew now. Showing back, the light grip pulls him out, maybe not necessary there. As Hydron looked to make a foray into the backline with a flank play. Punk, though, is on the scene immediately and shuts him down.
They'll be able to keep Kaluge up here, though, so just going to wait for Hydron to get back in. The spawn is so close. As a life grip here. Maybe we see Big Tree. Big tree here, block. Yup.
There it is. Comes down, Kaluge trying to back away. Healing pylon overperforming right now for Sir Marghead, but the rest of the Defiant have to get out. They lose deployables, but that's it. They have an immortality field that gives them the time now. Oh, what is this? A flanking captive son from Marghead. Can he connect? Or does this blow up in his face? We got your answer right there, everybody. Ultravar, in the meantime, finds the other support, and the Defiant's gambit does not pay off.
On the other side. Man, yeah, that was a little bit of a cheeky play there. Maybe he actually thought that like they can get a little bit more aggressive from like the front side by like where the cart and the spawn are and follow up on that, but not able to do so. And then as soon as Faith gets hit on it, he just uses his petal, gets right up in the skies, and not really able to follow it up.
Not what the Defiant were looking for there, suffice to say. And once again, it'll be a flanker, but this time Hydron back in position, playing from the periphery now. maxing the resources of that defense matrix wherever possible. There's attack visor looming here. He'd love to get D.Va out of the picture to try and strike a mortal blow. Instead, the Gravitic Flux is going to catch Heesang. At least Heesang there. Looks like Punk and Fate also in that one here. And Kalush is not going to let them back away so easily. The shield placed in between Punk and his team to make it impossible for Crimson to heal him. That is perfect. And here comes that tactical visor. Not shut down by the deflect at all, and Faith is nowhere to go.
Yeah, as this should be a second checkpoint here taken for the Toronto Defiant. And these are the kind of comps I thought if you were going to say like, oh, Scrimbuck's really high, like, you know, these are the types of comps I think you would probably see from them, right? Where Sermajed, who we've seen play flex supports at an extremely high level in the past, can come in, play a new one that does more damage than really any support ever. And then kind of colluge on comfort picks with Hydron on hit scan all the time. I mean, that is like a perfect recipe for this team.
A similar situation, I think, being experienced by the Los Angeles Gladiators is something we remarked on yesterday. It just seems that the planets have aligned for them in terms of giving them a really comfortable comp that is very meta-friendly. Okay, Matrix thrown in the back there by Ultraviolet, maybe reactively, as the Titans look to disengage from it, but they're giving up space and they're giving Hydra the chance to keep pressuring from this off angle. Tree! Big tree, man!
Yeah, but they've already lost Heesang, though, so you do get the overhealing here, you know, from the tree as long as you're, like, inside of it, but Punk has to push even past it to try and get anybody down.
Moderate tree then. Still, they're going to be able to keep Punk in the action.
The tree is fallen.
It does slow Toronto down, though.
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, you lost Ultraviolet now, so you're going to have to just wait this out for a period of time. But still, with Kalush just kind of, I mean, he can get so, you know, sturdy right on the point with, you know, getting some of that extra health and then also having the shield and just kind of like moving up constantly. I don't think there's really a worry. So we'd see Nano Blade here potentially. Yeah, okay. Barely got it off.
And with Halderfield might be an issue with Sugarfree's trying to chase someone down to feel the wrath of the sharp edge. Looks like a captive sub was there from Margin. Yeah, unclear to see if there's any real connection now. But Heesang's able to burn Kalush down with the help of Sugarfree, who got one blade swing at the back of the Sigma while he was chasing kills. So the Titans here are able to strike first, and it's tough for the Defianters. They're caught on the wrong foot, trying to push themselves. Self-destruct here. I think Sugarfree hoping to force Margin out of that corner, but goes 2D.
I mean, he's got the healing turret. He's got like mobility. He's got some teammates there as well. Where I wonder if he was using the Captive Sun as like when the blade comes in, is using it like in a defensive manner, right? Like if he kind of connects to the Genji while he's coming in with that blade, he's able to do some big damage to him, take him out.
Gravitic Flux now Punk in trouble, hit by the rock on the way down. Kalush though on the wrong side of a focusing beam. Hydron forced off the angle. That's Punk ever attentive, making sure the soldier does not rule the roost from the left side. And Matrix, though, is a scary prospect. Punk's still able to game his health pool well enough. And here comes Heesang. Look, oh my goodness. Okay, Ultraviolet turns around. I'm pretty sure Margin had a say in that as well. Punk desuited now. Self-destruct not available. So it looks like the Vancouver Titans will be bundled up here and shoved back towards Spawn. And Spectra with the duplication on the Genji. And he's on the hunt. Faith can't do anything but run and hide.
Man, they have looked awesome so far, the Defiant. Any type of like scrimbucks definitely seem to have been true as finish the map here, 1 minute and 40. It's a good amount of time. I think they just kind of left the Titans like searching for answers a bit.
Yeah, so my question becomes, how many maps, as we look ahead, does it make sense to just keep running this Sigma? Because last meta, I guess you can call it, I did feel like sometimes compositions were dictated by map setup, and I do think they should be to some degree. But we only ever saw Sigma on Circuit Royal, when it was like you were priced into a poke composition and that was all you did. And that started to get counted out later in the day by dive comps. I mean, we went back to Winston on those maps and a lot of teams struggled to deal with that particular factor. But if this works here, you know, there are other maps where maybe, you know, mobility isn't your biggest concern, where you can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, you have just insane survivability, right? Where with the Sigma with the shield and then obviously the healing pylon, the Baptiste, mortality field, the kinetic grasp, it's very difficult to dislodge from some of these areas. And honestly, when you have the amount of damage that comp is putting out as well, you see the spot for that healing pylon high up there.
Yeah, you don't get a real
the amount of
sense,
damage you're putting out, doesn't matter.
You don't get a real sense of the range of the healing pylon just by looking at it. You'd be surprised just how far away
it's really far.
Yeah. Pretty nice. And again, it's frustrating. We discussed this yesterday. To unravel a defensive position, you need to get to the healing turret quite often. Sometimes that's just borderline impossible. It requires like a full commitment from a dive comp to remove. Otherwise, you're better off barking up another tree.
And this is also going to be a pretty difficult composition, I think, to keep Heesang alive in the sense that you're just going to have the Ana there, right? You're going to have the Lucio speed to maybe like just try and get players around towards the opposite side to like try and flank, but still, I mean, you have the mobility, right, to access some of that high ground. I just don't know who exactly you're running down with this type of comp.
So Vancouver were looking for a set play that had Sugar Free and Faith play from behind the point. That got disrupted though because Hydron pushes up on the right-hand side and starts poking. All of a sudden Vancouver say, oh, we split ourselves up and now we're getting pressured. So now they had to pull Sugar Free and Faith back into position and try for something else.
Hydron's been doing a nice job just changing locations to just try and get some damage down. Is Nano here on a Sugar Free, gonna get one of the supports. That's big.
Well, ain't no sunshine when he's gone. Nothing he could do about that as Sugar Free went for the chase. Oh, the Sticky Bomb deflect was cute. Spectra dupes a D.Va there. Unclear if it was for survivability or just because he thought he could catch his targets. But it will get forced out of the Titans. It was a Nano, I guess, that got built up extremely fast from Crimson. So he just throws it out on Sugar Free, knowing he'll have another one by the time Blade is back up.
Yeah, and if you're the Defiant, right, you just really need to get these kills on a Crimson. Like, if you can get rid of Crimson, this whole comp falls apart, right? So look for, you know, as kind of like damage comes through the choke, Punk has to just turn up towards the sky to get rid of that healing pylon. Yeah, they're going deep.
Yeah, Faith part of that dive there, and I mean, what can Hydron do? Look on, say, do I give up this high ground and drop low? That can't be right. Spectra also trying to help out in this situation, but he gets brought down as well. Sugar Free and Faith beeline for the back line, and Sir Marjet, yeah, flattened once more by this dive.
Yeah, as they kind of catch Ultraviolet out by that bridge and they just run him down. That is kind of the kill that they absolutely need, and you see how far they had to go to get it. I think, you know, maybe Spectra plays a little bit closer. I actually like this swap, right? Play the Torbjorn. Like, hey, if you're going to try and dive our Baptiste, there's going to be a Torbjorn right there next to him, you know, with that turret ready to go.
That may well unravel this particular strategy. Heesang has been trying to clear them on Ilios from longer ranges, but if a turret's around a corner, then that's not really a possibility. Spectra wants to play front center. That increased fire rate of the Rivet Gun is a scary thing to face off against. Hydron's playing so safely here. He's well and truly out of the fight.
I mean, it's not paying off, really. You know, trying to like go on these flanks, and by the time he gets there with the speed boost and, you know, how fast this comp from the Titans is moving, he's just not in a position to do anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I think the tempo maybe gets away from him, because where we see him standing is just not a position that you can interact in at all, even if you are playing like a mid to long range hit scan DPS.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see now. The Titans will get close to checkpoint B, but Mitch, they have everything to use here to be able to do it. I think if you're the Defiant, you're pretty much just playing to prevent a full map completion at this point.
To the high ground we go. Once again, the dive is on it. Sugar Free is amongst it. The Immortality Field is brought down rather effortlessly. Kaluge looked like he might have been the next on the menu here. Marjet really trying to space back from Kaluge to stay safe, but Sugar Free thought about a flank there. Doesn't quite get away though. That Hypersphere AoE damage will pick him up.
And now above 4 minutes here to complete the map. So Titans hold on to sound barrier here. I mean, that is going to be huge. Probably, you know, as Sir Marjet goes in with that Captive Sun or even that Gravitic Flux, you definitely want that sound barrier. And I think if you're the Defiant, I mean, you're literally just hoping for a, you know, prevent a map completion here. That's a nice stun there by Kaluge. Oh, and then a really nice use of the Flux.
It's a preemptive sound barrier that maybe could have come out in response to the Flux. As a result, yeah, Punk can't do anything about that. Gets demegged by the Flux and then picked up pretty easily after the fact. The timing on the beat there just a little awkward for Vancouver to...
Yeah, the Flux is also like predictive, right? Like he had to kind of guess where Punk was going to go, and he thought that he was going to go in line of sight of his Lucio, right, in the staircases. Faith will now play the breaks. It tells you that maybe want to play a little bit slower.
I think that's a really interesting choice considering what you're playing up against. Where are you supposed to get Inspire value here? You just want to be part of the dive, I guess. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe play on the card a little bit more with like Punk, but yeah, I mean, how are you getting this Brig in a position? Maybe it's even to just protect the backline a little bit more.
Yeah, play around your D.Va as much as you can, I suppose. There's just no free Inspire procs, really. It's not like Kaluge himself is playing D.Va, because that's a decent spot to be in there. Tac Visor would be good, but Crimzo hits him from behind with the Biotic Grenade. But Hydron gets no value from that ultimate either. Still, though, the Titans in no better position than when they started. They got to find their way down from this high ground, and the Defiant still have the numbers, plus Hydron quickly getting back off respawn.
Yeah, and I like, Hydron just constantly taking these off angles on the 76, right? Forcing somebody to pay attention, turn, just... So you see him through the X-ray there. He's going to be coming towards the backside.
That fire rate with Overload is nothing to sneer at here. He's like spitting the rivets out. We're going to get around and flank on a timing that sees him come out of Duplicate with that flight cooldown available to make a dive or to get out here. It's going to be the latter that he chooses to do. Hydron again caught in a compromising position, constantly striving to find a flank angle, but he's being read.
It did drag Punk all the way out, though, right? I know while that happens, they end up losing Heesang, so not completely for nothing there. So now Heesang will actually play that Ash here, so going to get some hit scan in the mix.
All right, maybe make use of the high ground here. Not only are they trying to deny it from Hydron, but now they can actually make use of it themselves. But the Vancouver Titans are down to 90 seconds here. They need to get Heesang established up here, and the Defiant aren't going to give this room up for free.
I mean, this has felt like with the Brig in the mix, right? You're going to get rally now. This has felt like almost like a 2-minute rally buildup. It feels like you haven't really been able to get the Brig.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Anywhere near in the mix. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. Martin creates some spacing. Looks like the Defiant will eventually give that high ground over to Vancouver. The question is now, how will the attackers make use of it? They drop down from it themselves. Hope to maybe catch someone out here. They wrap all the way around the left-hand side, and you'll notice that Faith needs to stick pretty close to the core of his team. It's going to be a nano blade. Sometimes it doesn't need to be complex. It doesn't need to be subtle. Sometimes sugar-free just delivers.
Sermachet goes over the top here. It will be a completion there for the Titans, so they'll get a minute. You'll add some time here to the Defiant, almost 2 minutes on the clock, but I know they finally got that rally at the end, but I don't feel like the Brig was the answer there.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to understand the value proposition. I think obviously the rally is a pretty key defensive ultimate if you're hoping to use that, but Faith, is an incredible Lucio as well. We saw a couple times the sound barriers, the timing didn't quite line up right. It was a preemptive sound barrier to start the dive, which is fine. Like, it only looks bad because there was a gravitic flux right after the fact. Faith wasn't trying to play reactively around the Sigma ultimate. As the attackers, Vancouver trying to use that ultimate to start a fight and put them on good footing. So I can understand the logic, at least with that. But the Brig, it's like, well, you're dealing with long-range hit scan.
Yeah.
An Echo that's really hard to hit, and a Sigma shield that you need to bypass before you actually start hitting.
It just gives
anyone.
like Hydron another free target that's going to be set on the payload when he flanks.
It honestly could be repair packs for the Genji, but I struggle to see how that's like an efficient use of your healing resources, if that's why you're switching to the Brig.
Yeah, I don't really see it either, with the Brig play. But I also didn't really, love like the Lucio at the start, but the Lucio actually was quite effective to make a play for Ultraviolet in that back right-hand side. Curious that Defiant isn't kind of, maybe going to run that Torbjorn to kind of go against it, but see now the Titans, they'll actually come out with that same comp they had at the start.
Slower round for the Titans, but they have way more kills than the Defiant, so they're definitely trying to start many of these fights, and Sugar Free is 13-5. Getting a lot of value out of the Nano Blade. It looks like they're really investing in, but here Punk really can't.
D-Mac Punk, yeah.
He can't get much progress on the high ground. Like, what are you supposed to do if you take instant or poke damage, Matt, and then a focusing beam just blows you up?
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing you can do. Punk actually ended up, I don't know if you caught it, but like Sugar Free was extremely low. Kalush was actually lining up that rock for Sugar Free, but then Punk actually just flew in to try and help him up in the high ground, and Punk actually ends up getting hit by it.
Yeah, maybe that was even intentional to some degree, but it results in the DMAC, which is not ideal. He's saying living dangerously from the low ground, and Margin plucks Sugar Free. That is dirty stuff. The Ilari with 2 kills in this fight here, and 2 incredibly important targets. Both DPS fall to Sir Margin, and the Defiant seal it here with a hold on defense. Now all they've got to do is get themselves a tick.
Yeah, and What's interesting with the way I, see them playing it at the moment for the Defiant is like Hydron and Surmajed kind of like go off, maybe on a little bit of off angles, right? They have the healing pylon, and those two players, with the Illari and the 76 put down so much damage that you're like forced to turn and respond. But you can't just kind of like completely ignore the Sigma, right? Who can stun, and then the Echo on the opposite side. So it really sets up these interesting like pinches that they're able to set up.
So we thought, justifiably, Sigma's probably even harder to make work on attack than it is defense. So no shock to see Toronto bring it out on the defensive side, make it very hard to shift you from that right side high ground and pose a constant threat to anyone who's trying to climb up and get access to like the left side high ground if they're the attacker. What do you make of this? Junker Queen, Bastion. I am not giving up this high ground for nothing.
Yeah, this is if you want this high ground, you are going to have to pay for it with your health bars, right? With he's saying should be able to put down tons of damage. You also have some mobility here with Sugar Free, right, on the sim, being able to kind of like TP players around, but there's no speed here for the Defiant, so not really an opportunity. You're also able to close the gap, right, with Faith kind of playing the Lucio as well.
I think Toronto are banking on...
It's in very all-in comp, right?
Vancouver are banking on the Defiant not having enough time to switch and adequately counter this setup because it feels exploitable if you have the right kind of picks. Like, Pharah ruins this setup.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Echo should as well. You see Hydron actually on the lower ground there.
Punk.
Hydron's the one on the point, I believe.
Yeah, on the Soldier, looking for a wide flank. That could be a problem. Outside of using the teleporter to reposition, the Titans don't have a way to answer this flank pressure, so it will be a TP. It's to the low ground. Kaluge has started up the catcher. Remember, only one tick required here. Spectra's able to find a kill on Sugar Free now, and Kaluge is taking a lot of aggro, which is exactly what he wants to do. This means Hydron gets the free fire from this hole on the low ground, and the Vancouver Titans go for the all-in. They play a Gambit-style defense, gets completely clowned on.
And Soldier with the sprint is able to just get out of the way so fast, right? You just kind of like roll out the opposite way once, they TP on you, and then they're now stuck in a really bad position, right? Some of those players are weak from the 76. They're down underneath that, kind of like bridge overpass, and then you just have the 76 rotate back out to the point really fast.
Yeah, how do you answer that? Like, you don't have anyone with mobility. You have, team mobility via the teleporter. But that is not enough. I mean, you have to completely concede the high ground or split your resources. And with the Junker Queen Bastion composition, that doesn't seem advisable at all. It's a big risk to take when there's a whole 2 minutes to play. The Defiant had time to figure it out, they did.
Yeah, and I mean, you see some of the highlights here from Surmajed. He's been playing some of these off angles there with Hydron, putting down so much damage with the Defiant with an opportunity to finish off a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, well, it won't be Sigma, I don't think, on New Junk City, but a chance to see what these teams have been preparing on Flashpoint right after this. it's been a pretty darn good year for this Vancouver Titans team. They have improved and they've had opportunities to make these small roster changes, sugar-free. Heesang coming into the lineup, and they've been relying on the stalwarts of Punk, Faith, and Crimso to get them here to a place where they have a chance to be part of the playoffs at the end of this season. To do so, though, they really need to adapt to what this new metagame is serving up, and right now, Matt, they look like they're still searching for answers.
Well, I also think it's just that the Defiant look really good in this current meta, you know, with the way that they're currently playing. I also, with the way the Titans are looking there, they kind of know that this is a rough series that they've already gone through, and potentially to make their comeback are going to have to go through with their comeback potentially starting here on New Junk City.
Of course, we've seen this map a few times, saw it yesterday on a couple of occasions. We even see Sombra get mixed in by some teams, arguably for the mobility, as, again, under Cloak, she has a movement speed increase, allows her to get back to the fight just that bit quicker. That mobility that doesn't require Lucio to shuttle you from place to place might be pretty desirable and might force some decisions when it comes to composition building, especially midway through the round or as it starts to break down. The Toronto Defiant, I'll be shocked. I mean, they come out with this composition, it's all well and good, but it's not that fast. Getting from point to point and keeping everybody, you know, grouped together as they travel might be hard to do without Lucio.
Yeah, and I'll be curious if both teams here, I know, come out without Lucio's. Lucio's been really all the time, it seems like, at least in the Flashpoint games that we've seen, specifically Surabasa. Maybe, you know, with the layout of New Junk City, it's a little bit different, but it will be the Titans running the Lucio. The Defiant just don't care, right? They believe this comp is so good that they will win out in these fights against this Lucio composition every single time.
I mean, again, it doesn't matter for the first point as we head to Arena because, I mean, there's a countdown anyway. So they can get in position and try and make use of the strengths of their composition that may not include mobility. Hydron, though, embodies that exact concept as he's using it to flank around, putting a lot of pressure down on Crimso, and Punk loses the frontline battle.
I mean, just Hydron on these off angles, man. Like, the amount of damage that he's able to put down and then also do it safely, right? You're not going to, like, turn with the Lucio and speed all the way out towards the 76. He's going to get out in time. So it'll be the Defiant taking that point first. Hydron able to just make it out with his life. Oh.
Yep. Dunzo. Nicely done there.
Dunzo as well. Yeah, nice play.
Crimso there now just trying to take stock of the situation as things have broken down a little bit since he was caught in that duel. The Titans still need to regroup to get to the point, but they can do so without having to worry about Soldier for the next few seconds at least. So how do they make use of that? Punk is beelining. He is headed straight for them there. I think Outburst got used pretty early on a sleep dart maybe connected onto Ultraviolet, but the follow-up wasn't available. Heesang wants a duel. He wants to try and keep Hydron quiet as much as possible here. And Ultraviolet's in an awkward spot, has to use that F Matrix, but is getting forced away by Punk, who picks him up. The Titans have the numbers, but not the point just yet. They'll need to double back to Cap.
Yes, Hydron does pick up one here, so you know, maybe you can actually just kind of like linger around a little bit, wait for the spawners to come on through. So let's see. Yeah, look at Hydron. He's going to take this long flank. I wonder if he can like make a play for Heesang here, right? Like,
he's a problem.
Sometimes you want to get some of these players off spawn. Yeah.
Constant pressure. Some burst damage in the form of Helix Rocket. It's a bit risky to play against it in that way. And even Majid playing from a little bit of an off angle here as he rejoins the rest of his team. Toronto move into position to try and flip the point back. Should they do so, the point probably belongs to them from here on out. It's going to be attack fires from Heesang to try and break through this, but all he gets from his trouble so far is a healing pylon. He sees Hydron in the distance, but he's just ratting. He's just running off. Here it is. Captive Sun for Sir Margin. Ultraviolet loses his immortality field, and Margin has to back away after deploying it. Healing turret for himself. Yeah, not a good look as the Titans able to hold on.
No, it looked like he used that Captive Sun. It looks like the player that he connected with just got bubbled, and then he just got pressured out. So not going to get anything with that. Is Hydron in Sermagid still alive here? Just kind of so split from the team. I wonder if they know. No, I think they're just taking a longer route. I mean, there's no way you give this up, right?
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get a touch, yeah.
But this is one of the core problems we identified. Toronto don't have Lucio. So when they're in those positions where they have to come back off a long walk, and because he was playing off to the side with Hydron. Not only is Lucio important to get everybody the same place, it's also important to bring one half of the team back together with the other, should they get separated.
Yeah, you have this grab and sound barrier to use here for the Titans, so you may be able to start kind of chaining some fights together. Nano boost as well, potentially, if needed. So chaining these fights together, you really just need 2 more points to win this map.
Hydron again, a constant nuisance here. They've got to be feeling some frustration after giving up Arena. Immortality field there in the grab, shuts Punk down for a time. Punk the only one able to get away from that one. Kaluge lays it down as Faith and Sugarfree get dominated. And now the Defiant can move into take ducks.
And maybe they felt like they didn't need to use their sound barrier there. I mean, they did have it as the Terror Surge usually not the largest ultimate in terms of how many kills it gets, but able to get 2 big kills. The Titans get 11% on the point, not a ton, but now the Defiant can get set up.
Again, the Lucio means you can take more fights. You can come back off spawn quicker. You can throw yourself into the fray sooner. Here it is, straight to the backline. Spectre's in trouble. Sugarfree found him. Sound barrier coming at a great time after the Titans had soaked a bit of damage. Now Sugarfree is free to pressure Kaluge down, and the Orisa is utterly overwhelmed.
Yeah, it's the nano boost on the Genji, although you don't have a blade, still really strong there.
Hydro got the exit there on Crimso and got a kill prior to that. He got away with absolute murder.
The spawn's pretty far for Grimzo as well.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah, looks like that maybe the Defiant going to be able to, I mean, if they knew, right, you'd get another fight before he got back, or, you know, as he's getting back.
Sugarfree there, takes one to the belly. The Javelin sends him flying backwards. Punk there is noted at low health, and he's a juicy target for someone like Hydra from the high ground. Safe spot to deploy that healing turret as well. The architecture here for the Defiant looks pretty darn good, and they'll have to flip.
Yeah, but it's going to be Attack Visor that comes in from Heesang. He's going to get, you know, just Ultraviolet. That'll be the Immortality field that goes as well.
And he wanted to
be able to flip this. Yeah.
He wanted to do with Hydron for a moment, but realized his attack visor would run out. Hydron would just run away. It's exactly as he's done now. Hydron's very hard to catch, but not always getting into the fire when he's needed.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, like, they can't just get baited by Hydron, right? And just constantly just try and chase him around. Oh, they get a sleep on him.
He's like lurking.
Follow through.
He's the Overwatch lurker, I guess, is the closest like thing I can use to describe his play style right now. But you saw what he did in the previous fight. He played for the periphery. Yeah, exactly. But he, you know, the last fight, he got those 2 kills on the exit, which was great. It actually could have been something that Vancouver could exploit, but his impact came sort of after the fight was already lost again.
And I don't think this is like necessarily like a one team has Lucio and speed issue and the other team doesn't. I actually think just the way that the Defiant has kind of played some of these fights has been, you know, exploitable here by the Titans.
All right, once more, we go to the bomb flats. Hydron here knows he can't get a full kill with any of this pressure, but maybe set something up for the rest of the Defiant to push into, but the blade can't be denied. Sugarfree says there will be no arguments.
You're also obviously with Ilari Baptiste, you're playing very greedy in terms of damage output. You do not have a support ultimate whatsoever. So like those blades, whether they have nano or not, should just get tons of value.
And who's following up on Hydron's poke damage, right? What mechanism do you like guarantee kills from what he's able to do with this like constant peppering from the periphery?
Yeah, I mean, you're just not really getting much of anything. There's a Kaluge here. Gets you with a Biotic Grenade and Ant Matrix up on the high ground. Maybe just to like not allow people to come in. That's oh yeah, that's gonna be a kill there. So they do get Sugarfree, but you see this grab coming from Punk? Oh nope, it's walled off.
Yeah, he ult onto it anyway. I mean, that was a full Terror Surge Captive Sun combo on Sugarfree. That's a lot to try and get rid of the Genji. So yes, the Defiant do have themselves a foothold, but they spend heavy for it.
And an Ant Matrix as well.
Yep.
I mean, that is a ton there. So now I guess when the Titans come in, I mean, they're going to have their visor. We'll see if Heesang can kind of like find a little bit of an off angle, but maybe the Defiant want to play a little bit aggressive mid. You have this Blizzard right here in the choke.
Yep, straight away. Spectre's inside Ice Block. Yeah, I mean, Kaluge as well is able to dance around that, of course, because he has the Fortify, but Heesang gets the better of Hydron, plank from the off angle. It looks like he has the attack visor come up as well. An awkward little meeting between those soldiers who've been dueling for most of the map. Now Ultraviolet's lost that immortality field, and Kalush realizes he has to commit to the point.
Blizzard go? I mean, they used Blizzard. It didn't seem like anything happened. Yeah.
I think he played to fit too, just quietly. Spectre doesn't want to answer those questions right now. Too busy trying to keep his team in the game. Hydron is back, and Kalush has stayed alive for a long time, but they're out of healers here. It's still enough of a window for Spectre to find a kill on his sank here. Kalush trying to stay alive, but again, no healing whatsoever. Eventually, the Titans flip it back.
Yeah, but that's still pretty good though for the Defiant, right? I mean, you get to 99. They also end up using their nano there onto Punk. But what are you going to do with this nano blade that's coming up, right? I mean, this nano blade, just the regular blade coming up, right? You don't have any defensive ultimate here to use.
It's got to be immortality field, and then pray. That's about it. Getting close now. The Defiant have to win this fight to stay alive in the map. Behind on this time, taking a less aggressive flank angle because he anticipates the push, and it comes! Punk, though, gets the shove from Kalush instead. Nice little long-range damage amped javelin throw from Kalush to clean up Sugar Free in one fell swoop.
Yeah, is maybe Punk kind of like thought there was some more healing there, because he ends up getting just blowing up pretty fast there, you know, with Kalush and Hydron coming around the corner. So the Defiant, they stays in it. So you do have the Titans, they end up holding on to some of those ultimates. I think it's probably a better decision, right? You know, imagine if they would have ended up using, Blade, or, let's say they get a grab, the fight extends, and now you come into this without anything. I mean, they'd be in a much tougher spot.
Captive Sun to start the fight. Margin maybe just fancies the mobility here. Crimzo wouldn't be able to run away if he tried. And he's looking for him. Even with the Bardic Grenade there, it's going to be Kalush combining with the Terror Surge. It's a traitor support, so as elsewhere, Sugar Free was able to pluck Ultraviolet out of his team formation. Kalush is low. It's a very charged up Zaya from Punk, who just stays alive, and that's enough. That's enough for the Titans to capture the refinery first.
Yeah, I mean, they just need Punk to stay alive just long enough, right? I mean, he's able to get some big damage out towards the end. Bubble's trying to protect everybody. His Faith is going to go back, escort him in, where the Titans now, Mitch, I think have a big advantage. Tack Visor, grab, sound barrier here. Should be a sick combination that they're able to use.
So the graph earlier on, it was ice blocked and there was a fortified Orisa inside of it, but still, it clogged up the choke and provided a win condition for the Titans in the fight at Bomb Flats. Sugar Free gets the bubble. Doesn't give much charge over right now. Good discipline here for the Defiant, but the sound barrier definitely is a telegraphed play for the Titans. Hydron comes in from the flank with a tactical visor, but most of his targets are hiding behind them. The woodwork, so to speak. Kalush pushes up, but Spectre is awful low. Heesang gets a nano here, going with attack, but again, most of the shots being cut down by the javelin spin. Kalush will finish the job here as the Titans are going to have to give it up.
So Faith gets like a nice exit there on a Hydron on the way out. Just a little bit of a drive-by as Toronto able to flip it in the end. So both DPS still walking their way back to the point here for the Defiant. You're going to have this Amp Matrix. Should be pretty big, but look at this. Crimzo, who's hit some big biotic grenades. Goes over to the Kiriko here. Just wants to try and play a little bit more aggressive with the rest of the squad. A little bit more mobility.
It's unclear if he, is trying to play around Captive Sun just for himself, even to some degree. Hydron gets the drop on Heesang. Could be over quickly if he connects the Helix rocket. Heesang, no, serpentining his way, but only buys a little bit of time. That's all he can do. Margin here with the exact Captive Sun we just mentioned. Crimzo gets brought down by Hydron, though. And I mean, the Defiant retain control. They want to push this to a 5th Flashpoint.
Do you try and fight this here if you're the Titans? I mean, they're going to get up probably, 85 by the time you get back. Do you try and fight this with Blade? You have 2 bubbles for Sugar Free.
No reason not to. I think the Zaya bubble is a big, boon to you there. You can play more aggressively than you otherwise would without the nano. There it is. Before the immortality field is time to even deploy.
Terror Surge.
Yeah. Sugar Free find that kill. Terror Surge doesn't pay off here for Kalush. Spectre comes out of Ice Block. And it's a grisly scene awaiting him as the rest of his team are brought to their knees. Not much Kalush can do now as well. He'll be staved off, and the Titans will be able to accrue the rest of the percentage they need to win the map.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get back here.
No way, it's too quick. And there it is, staying alive in the series. The Vancouver Titans turn up the heat on New Junk City.
The point ticks up so fast in Flashpoint, that you win that fight, there's not even an opportunity. I mean, to even make an attempt to kind of get back. It's really just, if Hydron can be able to live through that. And I think they made the right call. We were talking about it. Do you come back, try and fight this again? They have that blade. You're playing the Zarya. You have the double bubble. There's a really nice attempt there from Kaluj. He actually did the spear spin to try and catch up to the Genji, and then the Terror Surge to lock him in. But Sugar Free gets that one kill, then dashes right up out of it.
Yeah, it's worth bearing in mind, right, that while the Terror Surge knocked you up initially, you can still use your mobility to get out of it, right? You're not hampered to that effect at all. So it did obviously, yank Sugar Free back briefly, but he has that dash reset from smashing Ultraviolet with the blade. From there on out, he's free. Here's where we saw the Gravia in the choke right. Doesn't look amazing because there's an ice block there, but it's what Heat Tank does on the periphery. Wins out the battle against Hydron, and all of a sudden the Defiant are backing away.
Yes, we saw Hydron go on like some long flanks, but it seemed like on a Numbani it definitely paid off, right? On Flashpoint, I just don't know if you're going to be able to play that way. It seems like you have to be a little bit more with the rest of the team and just kind of deathmatch it out in that fashion.
From New Junk City to New Queen Street, we're keeping it fresh here at the Overwatch League. Match 2. We're going to have our push map coming up right after the break. So stick around, of course, a fitting place for this Battle of Canada. Well, our newest game type here at the Overwatch League presents an opportunity for the Vancouver Titans to sneak their way back into the series. But instead, they break down the front door and do it their way. And on New Junk City, Lenny time was all the time. The Genji play from the Vancouver Titans, which we've seen over much of this series, hits a new level on this particular map, and your boy Sugar Free getting close to deadlift territory with his performance on New Junk City.
I mean, you're able to get a lot of value with the blades, right? I mean, 6 kills with the Dragon Blade, but you know they have no support ultimates, right? So nothing for survivability, you know, when you're playing like Captive Sun with you know, the Alari and then Baptiste and Amatrix. So you get rid of that immortality field, it's gone. I mean, these are easy kills for, you know, Sugar Free to clean up.
And even when we saw the Titans switch off the Ana, they still had the bubbles to throw over on the Genji and say, hey, we don't really need nano boost here. Just go in. They have no support ultimates to they can't like beat in response to it. Can't even nano the target that's getting bladed. They don't have that. They just have the immortality field, which is pretty easy to cut through here. Sugar Free also, like, you know, New Junk City has so much high ground, low ground, and variations of those combined across the flashpoints on the map. But Sugar Free, all of them, he's able to navigate quite expertly and very comfortably, kind of be everywhere he needs to be. Whereas Hydron, by contrast, right, is often playing flanking, playing conservative, peeking from wide angles and trying to put pressure down. Sugar Free gets in there and finishes the job that Heesang starts.
Well, I think it was also a little bit of a difference in that, you know, you have Heesang playing the 76 there. So like Hydron in some of these maps, right, he's been able to take these off angles and you haven't really been able to kind of make anything happen. You haven't been able to run him down, right? So in this type of scenario, though, Heesang is playing the 76 and is able to, you know, make plays for him, right? Just kind of like run him down, you know, put some pressure from the opposite side. So you have a little bit of a counter there, which allows Sugar Free to run free.
And I thought it was interesting seeing what Spectre playing with the May a lot of the time. Like, our question was, all right, so if Hydron is doing this poke damage, putting this pressure down, then what's the other end of that sort of combination? Who's finishing off these kills? And Hydron quite often was, you know, caught up in these long, protracted duels with Heesang where he couldn't actually impact most of the fight. I thought, you know, you mentioned the comp was greedy. I guess that's fair to say, right? Like, no support ultimates, no defensive ultimates. Obviously, Margin's been really dominant so far this series on Illari, but it looks like they maybe just need a little bit more utility on New Junk City. The speed from Lucio would be great, and Sound Barrier, other defensive ults would also have gone a long way there.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking a little bit during the break, like what are they possibly going to play? You know, right? If you're talking about the Defiant, like we've seen them kind of play the Sigma-based compositions. You were wondering if they see that. I think potentially we end up seeing like Diva-based stuff here. I think that's a possibility coming up.
Yeah, like we mentioned, the Sigma may be less likely. Again, you really do value your mobility to some degree because virtually on every part of this map, there is some high ground that you could be making use of, regardless of where the push spot actually is. And Sigma, no, maybe not the best equipped hero to make use of that. So we'll see. Although I like to see it from the Defiant, they might have it for us yet again, just based on pure comfort, Matt. It does play into this like long-range, oppressive sort of damage composition they've been trying to make use of.
I mean, the Sigma did look good, right? I think if they decide to obviously run the Sigma, I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I think they want to be a Sigma team.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, they definitely can. I mean, Sigma kind of just has like a little bit of like an overall kit, right? You can just, you have the shield to be able to block. You have a little bit more survivability with grass. The damage is good and just kind of consistent. So, I mean, there's probably, you know, an argument to be made that like there's never really a bad time to have Sigma, right?
Hydron is, and this is like nice, right? It must be a Toronto Defiant DPS thing. He was like the most prolific flanker I've ever seen. Hydron, though, is really challenging that title. But here he doesn't complete the kill. What does he do? He fakes, he feigns that he's backing away, then opts to take a different angle. The Titans are taking a ton of poke damage here, and Spectre's able to finish Heesang off early. Now Hydron has no one to answer him. I mean, what is going on?
I mean, there's just no response, right? I mean, just kind of taking these off angles. It's what he was trying to do on Flashpoint. It just wasn't working as well, right?
Yeah, it looks much better here. This time, the Titans try and send some people to deal with him, but Sugar Free was already so low on health. Yes, he gets a bubble from Punk, but that's not enough to keep him alive. Hydron planted his feet, threw down the biotic field, and finished the job. So we have a Winston switch here for Punk.
Yeah, so the Winston, I think obviously you can get past the Sigma, right? Just to get a little bit more to the backline. And that's something what you need to do. You need to, that's where, you know, Heesang did a nice job. It wasn't necessarily like punishing Hydra on the last map, but just putting enough pressure to just kind of keep him out of those fights. If you're Sugar Free and you find him alone, you need to take those fights.
Sugar Free again, looking to pressure individuals. This time it's Ultraviolet getting a lot of attention from Marja, but it may not be enough. There's not enough healing from the Illari. But Punk doesn't see any need to push further forward. You know, Sugar Free just actually continue to poke that damage from the high ground. And the Titans, despite having a Winston comp, they're playing pretty safe here.
Yes, we'll see, you know, what the Titans decide to do. It looks like just kind of getting to that first corner, right? And then we'll see, can they access that high ground? Like, where is Hydron going to play from? Because I also think now, like, Punk is a threat to Hydron as well.
Absolutely. Where these long-range hit scans pretty susceptible to pressure from Winston. Soldier less than others, but still wants to respect him. That bubble is going to block much of this Captive Sun. Margin tries to thread the needle, but the projectile's quite large. As Hydron just found out, as one got bored through his face. And with the blade in play, there's nothing Margin could do. Trying to throw up the healing turret, but that was a foregone conclusion.
I love the kill feed when we see like the blade or, you know, anything. Now it's like you're getting rid of like 30 different objects, right? It's like you go, I think I saw one screenshot during the break where it was like I think Sugar Free ended up getting rid of the Illari turret, a Torbjorn turret, and Immortality field with a blade. You know, just getting rid of all the deployables. But you're in a spot where the Titans, like, you know, you don't even need the nano on the blade, right? Like, you can give the nano to Heesang, you give the nano to Punk, because you know that there's no support ult on the other side, right? So that time you end up using the nano blade, just a little bit more survivability, where now you put the Defiant in a really rough spot. I mean, you have this Blizzard, but there's so much mobility on the Titan side. Who are you going to get with it?
I like the Winston against
offensive.
I love the Winston against Sigma for that reason. He just ignores Sigma. Kalush turns around and says, well, I'm just going to try and hold a front line or hope my back line can deal with the Winston. Now they do. It's because Spectra deploys a Blizzard there and makes it impossible for Punk to escape.
Yeah, they just kind of threw it basically at Punk as he was just jumping into the back line. But the Titans do get, you know, 56 meters. I mean, that's a good chunk of space that they are able to get. As Spectra gets slept here, looks like they're not going to be able to follow this up. But Hydron actually gets hit with a bio. Are they going to be able to get him pretty low, but not able to finish him off?
He's saying it's actually a little bit of a dangerous angle here. Most of the fight, we're looking at trying to lock Punk inside that room. Gravitic Flux inside the tube. They're unclear who's caught in that one. Attack visor from Hydron, stymied mostly by the masonry here. He's got nothing to fire at. Punk again is taken down first though, so the Defiant switch their focus to getting rid of the Winston at all costs, but there may not be enough in this kind of plan. Nice biotic field there. Sugar Free pulls up short, trying to chase down that soldier.
Yeah, and Sir Majid gets in the feed as well, as this should be the Defiant taking the lead, getting the checkpoint here too, as yeah, just Punk taking some damage, just gets pushed back, can't contest that. So Blade coming up here though for the Titans should be able to fight back, where Spectra actually goes from May over to the Torb, so I think the Torb's the better pick.
Martin repositioning here, hoping for a high ground Captive Sun play. The connection is good, but the follow-up, that's a big part of that ultimate being powerful. Margin can't get back up on that high ground, and Punk just turns him into Swiss cheese down there. I think he'd really do to try and follow up on his own, and that's not the first time Martin's looked for a solo play with that ultimate again. This time doesn't work out, but the rest of his team are getting it done without him.
Yeah, I mean, they get rid of Punk, and then also an Matrix comes down, and Heesang ends up falling. As I think Spectra on the Torb just gives the backline a little bit more safety. Like, you know, not saying like the Torb turret's like some kind of big defensive ultimate, but the Torb turret there putting down some damage with the 76. Also, you know, Torb getting the extra health, you know, the faster fire rate can put down damage pretty quickly, make it difficult for the Genji to get anything big going on.
So we're doing this again. Faith is switching off the Lucio to the Brick once more. Maybe because they feel like they're having to play defensively here, but Punk needs to be careful. Heesang can't get out of the Gravitic Flux, and there was enough damage in the air for Crimson to be nothing but a smear when he came down. Even see the Ana get caught in that one. Kinetic Grasp here to try and slow Heesang down, make it hard for him to pick everyone off, and Faith is just caught at long range awkwardly, not able to get any Inspire procs. I'd love to hear what experts have to say about the brig switch by Vancouver into these Sigma comps.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't love it on Numbani.
I hate it.
I think also we didn't really love it here as well, as mean, yeah, it's to like protect Crimzo, but against who, right? Like nobody's really diving Crimzo, right? And maybe it's to help, you know, try and get into too, but still, I mean, yeah, this is just.
Yeah, I mean, and what Hydra can do now is he can just shoot at Faith constantly, force Faith to lose shield. I mean, there's other targets you could definitely, you know, maybe select as more priority, but it's very difficult for Brick to do much in that situation. Hydron attack visor and he's popping it straight away. It catches Crimzo as he emerges on his own from that side room. This is looking very, very bad for the Vancouver Titans now. We are almost at 100 meters and counting, and the Defiant have a lot to spend here. Spectra overextends though, trying to force Punk back, and it'll be Hydron just to get a couple extra meters.
The bot's the other way. I mean, it's so far the other distance is yeah, Hydron. I mean, you're gonna have to try and hightail it out of there as it does get quite low. Okay, so Punk's able to go back, finish him off, but man, I mean, you use Rally there, and maybe it's just like a hero pool thing, right? Maybe I mean, like it's just
built Rally.
You'd want to play something else, but you know, Faith maybe can't play it, doesn't feel comfortable playing it at the time, right? I mean, they trade Lifeweaver, I think, as well.
Well, here comes Sugar Free again with the blade. This might be just what the Titans need to get themselves out of this sticky situation. It's a 4K for Lenny, and the bot is already headed back towards parity here.
But you're so far behind at this point. You're gonna have to push. I mean, another like 45 plus meters to tie this game up. Where now the Defiant, they can kind of play the way that they're good at, right? They can play a little bit more defensive, a little bit more turtled up.
Flux, is Punk enough? Faith was caught inside that as well. Switching back to Lucio, might I point out. There's a lot of work needs to be done here for the Vancouver Titans in the 2 remaining minutes of this map and potentially this whole series. We've got a Captive Sun available here for Marjet. Takes note of Faith coming his way, gives him a love tap there, and Sugar Free was living dangerously, getting as close as he did to the Alari here. They're keeping Marjet inside this room, but I don't think that's necessarily on purpose. It's Crimzo with a long nade to claim Ultraviolet.
Yeah, and it's a Primal Rage here from Punk. I think he's just trying to displace the player. Yeah, getting, Kaluge just knocks him down right. Go into the rest of the team. But look at this. It's going to be Sir Jed going with the Captive Sun here. Is over the top. I don't think it connects with anybody.
I don't know what happened there. I think I saw it fired at the Genji potentially. But again, a couple of kills on the backside of that fight for the Defiant made it look a little promising, but Marjet wasn't in a position to do much there. Maybe even Captive Sun used for some degree of mobility. Either way, 1 minute left. Still a distinct amount of distance to be pushing for the Titans here. They're only at about half of Toronto's total, and it's all uphill from here.
Yeah, and I mean, you have this Torbjorn ult, right, where they're going to have to get aggressive, because try and make a play for the backline, like a lot like how they can just turn and throw it behind them, right? That's exactly what they go with.
Hydron knows over to find one. It's Crimzo. That's a pretty key kill, and Sugar Free's low. He was standing on the biotic field as well. I think Sugar Free was expecting some assistance. It never comes. And now inside the bubble, Puck is going to get rocked. He'll be brought down, and the Vancouver Titans, just as they look to strike back, they're sent back to square one.
In this type of playstyle from the Defiant, with like Hydron taking a lot of these off angles, it has worked great on everything outside of Flashpoint, as he comes up big with 2 kills there.
Hydron's 12-5 right now, really not only setting up these opportunities to find kills, but completing them himself. High ground is something that both teams are going to value with the bot in this part of the map here, and Ultraviolet's forced to back away. The Immortality Field gets blown to smithereens, and Sugar Free comes in with the blade. This is how the Titans stay alive. It's going to take more than that, though. Another stellar showing from Sugar Free. But the Titans need more than just a big blade to get them to map 5.
They got to be careful here, right? Flux plus Tac Visor coming on in here for the Defiant. If they can somehow live through that, they're in a pretty good spot, Mitch. I mean, nothing's going to be coming online, and, you're probably going to get, within 20 meters here.
Punk harassing Hydron early, doesn't use his jump, so he can chase if he needs to, finding extra damage here with the Primal Rage. He backs out, decides to circle back to the rest of his team who are in dire need of assistance. He's saying no, caught out, brought down by Marjet, now a Captive Sun. Who's it going to be? Looking for the Genji on the high ground, and he finds him. Yep, kind of like Icarus, except the sun got brought to him. Lenny burnt to a crisp, and the Toronto Defiant take the series away on such a fitting map for the occasion. Canada this time belongs to the 6.
Yeah, and I thought the Defiant, outside, vote for me for Rookie of the Year. All right, here we go. Everybody's trying to get. Spectre's like, what is it? Like, oh, okay, yeah.
What did you write? Wait.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take the vote. But I'll vote for Kaluge Rookie of the Year. Why not? But no, I thought the Defiant played really strong throughout this series. I think just kind of like maybe like tightening up that Flashpoint play, right? You know, going on those like long flanks. I thought that's kind of when didn't really pay off. But I thought Hydron on those off angles and then just the damage that Servajed's able to put down from the other side was really good.
I'm enjoying this guerrilla marketing we're seeing from our players here in the Overwatch League. You know, don't bother going on X and typing it out. Do you know what I mean? Just get it in the brief window you have while you're still on camera. But look, I think it's a decent case to be made.
Get the feather pen out. You know, get a nice piece of paper.
Whatever it takes, everybody. Look, great showing here, I think, from the Toronto Defiant, though. We're definitely dubious about them coming in. The Scrimbucks, though, was something that was discussed on the desk here. And that Sigma composition was something that we said, is it just for the one map? Or is there something like an identity that the Defiant are trying to play into? We got our answer on that last map in a big way. Let's talk player of the match here because it ties into this story perfectly. Kaluge said before he's the best Sigma in the world, and he's able to play his favorite tank pick for much of this series after starting with a strong showing on Orisa.
Yeah, I was going to say he also had some really nice plays on the Orisa. You can think back to some like really sick spears that he's able to connect on to Sugar Free. You know, a few kills with the Terror Surge at times, which we usually don't see a ton of kills with. But I thought Kaluge had a fantastic series. I think if these are like the tanks that are going to be kind of in the pool in terms of like the meta for the last few weeks of the season going into playoffs, I think he's going to have an excellent time.
See that Gravitic Flux? That's what we didn't see, but quite often Kaluge is trying to get that like percent health damage onto Punk to make it easy to burn through the health reserves of that Winston. And it's fun to see this composition. You said it's a little greedy, right? There are no big support ultimates here. Very offensively geared, but it's a setup that allows most of this composition to move together and let Hydron be a loose end, to be that flanker. And God, he's such a rat. He's so frustrating to play against. He is everywhere and then disappears when you look at him.
Yeah, I mean, just a nuisance in the just kind of like flanks, right? Just putting down damage, just pestering constantly. I thought it looked good, when they had the Torbjorn in the mix. I think that kind of protects that backline a little bit better, right? You have that Torb turret that can be annoying. We saw a few times where Punk was like jumping in, trying to make a play and just take some shots from the Torb and the turret and has to just kind of hightail it out of there. So I think the maps that they can play the Torb, with the Alari and the Baptiste and kind of like have that 76 roaming around, I think those will probably be some of the best for the Defiant.
Yeah, ordinarily, right? Like playing the Winston against the Sigma comp and just circumvent him, ignore him and dive the backline. It's a really powerful way to play against that tank hero. But with Torb being as strong as he is now, you're even further dissuaded from trying to die. Very powerful strategy here we're seeing from the Toronto Defiant. I want to see it expanded on a little bit more as we head over to our experts on the desk to wrap up our second match of the day.
Monkey. Secure. Lucia. My bad. Good job, guys. Holy shit. Good shit, Maja. Nice. Good shit, baby. Good job. Dude,
Welcome back, one and all. The winning moments here for the Toronto Defiant. Monkey on point, that's what I heard.
Scrimbucks cashing in.
And the Scrimbucks.
I should have bought my Scrimbucks.
Yeah, you
learned it the hard way.
Don't we all?
It's always when you believe that it doesn't work out.
Yeah,
though.
It's true.
Every time I believe it doesn't work, and every time I not believe it.
But honestly, though, this was not Vancouver Titans playing bad.
No,
like, this
Toronto
was just
looked
Toronto Defiant really turning up, and this meta seems to suit their style on an individual level as well as on the team's level so well. I'm so happy we finally get to see Kaluge playing that Sigma. We've been talking about him doing so for quite some time, and now Sigma was one of the heroes actually we did discuss yesterday.
Yeah, back in the meta forecast.
Yesterday in the meta forecast, and we didn't really see it. So it was like, well, maybe the feet are not out just yet. But alas,
the feet are not out.
Just bringing them summer, man.
The toes,
the toes,
the toes, man.
Toes. I don't know. But let's take a look at the highlights. What's up, Hutchie?
I think, I mean, of course, even Kalush himself said that he's the best Sigma, but I was actually very impressed of his Orisa as well. And like Jake mentioned, I think this is a very good meta for Toronto and Defiant because every player just suits them the right way. Like, I mean, we all know that Spectra is a great Echo player, Hydron's a crazy good hit scan player, and I think Jake, this was the first time we've seen Ilari being played whole match, right? Yeah,
I mean, Surgeon locked it in and didn't swap the entire time, and I think that shows how much confidence they have in this meta. They believe like they're making the call effectively with their game plan that like this is the meta and everyone's going to be copying us by the end. I think that's like the vibe here from Toronto, and you can kind of see why because they look dominant and like in the face of I think Sugar Free playing incredibly well. Every single one of his Nano Blades was huge, winning team fights, but without those big ultimate combos, it was just too difficult for Vancouver to shut down Surmajed and his Iliari. So really valiantly fought from the Titans, but Defiant, they look like the team to beat right now.
Yeah. And also, another interesting thing for me was seeing Toronto Defiant not using Lucio on Flashpoint. I think Lucio was one of the heroes that was like used a lot in Flashpoint, but I mean, they made it work, and I think definitely Toronto has like their own style.
Yeah. I do think Flashpoint, I mean, that's the map they lost. I kind of feel I'm a believer of the Lucio on the Flashpoint. Okay. I'm a little suspicious. I mean, right? Like, it was such a dominant series, the other 3 maps.
True.
Felt like, Toronto's in control the whole time. But Flashpoint, I really think that Lucio is so much value. It's just giving you that extra fight every point. But in the end, Flashpoint's just one map. You got to win the whole series. And Toronto, they're not too worried about one map, right? Winning 3-1 against a team like the Titans, that's a great result.
I think it was just really great to see them really finding an identity and sticking with this, for better or for worse. You may drop a map here and there, but Scrimbox did not lie in this case, which is fantastic to see. Let's see how far the Toronto Defiant can take it, but also let's have a quick chat with one of the players from the winning team. We have Spectra joining us for this one. Spectra, welcome and congratulations.
Hello, thank you so much.
Well, I want to open up first, Spectra. First off, by the way, nice to be able to do this interview in English. Very impressive. But what I wanted to ask you about is the new meta, new hero Iliari's in, and you guys are playing a great poke style. How does it feel for you playing in this comp? How do you like the new meta?
I think this meta fits our team very well because we can put College on off tank, and we have 2 great flex support also. Majed is very good Ilari, and UV also good Bob. And as Hydron was very good hit scan, so I think this comp fits us a lot.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and you guys look fantastic today as well. I actually have a specific question for you, Spectra, because after the match, we saw you guys holding up a sign saying that vote for me for Rookie of the Year. So I want to open up the floor for you. Why should people vote for Spectra for Rookie of the Year this season?
To be honest, there is no many impressible Rookie of the Year besides last year proper. But it's an honor to get to be nominated for Rookie of the Year. I will try hard best.
Well, you're making a really good case for yourself. If you had to pick an MVP, who do you think is currently the best, most impressive player in the entire Overwatch League?
I would like to vote for someone because someone and I was on same team in 2021 in Korean Contenders, and he is such a wonderful person and player. I have never seen people and player like that. He's always passionate and don't tilt, and he always hard work, and he have very good mechanics.
Wow. Well, now I want to vote for him.
All right.
More. We already really want someone here, but yeah, you did say. One last question. Toronto Defiant, I mean, the grand finals are going to be in Toronto. How much would it mean to you and the team to be able to represent your own city at the grand finals in front of a home crowd?
We need to, we feel like we must go to playoff, and we must play match in front our hometown fans because it's Toronto hometown. So yeah, I think we can qualify too.
That's right. Use that as extra motivation. I know the fans are eager to see all of you there, and so are we. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you.
Thanks, Spectra.
Spectra from the Toronto Defiant. That was so heartwarming about someone.
Yeah.
It's like when you meet, never meet your idols kind of thing.
No, meet someone.
But someone, if that's your idol, you should meet him, apparently.
Gotta come to the grand finals to do it.
I mean,
they clinched.
Exactly.
I've been
Grab
saying
your
someone
ticket now.
MVP. Now I'm saying Spectra Rookie of the Year now.
Yeah.
Wow.
But from that,
I think it speaks highly of a person when they can speak highly of someone else. And there's something to be said about it. But yeah, honestly, great performance, of course, from Spectra. Rookie of the Year. Votings are also out there. So, it's time to make some decisions if you want to. Now, even though Toronto won, Vancouver, they're not out yet. Not out at all of the running.
A lot of that is because of this guy on your screen right here. It's sugar-free on the Genji, doing everything his team could possibly have asked of him in this match. So many beautiful blades. Like every time he's getting the nano, he is delivering with that ultimate. When they invest resources in him, he does give you that value. And that's very hard to do with that level of consistency, especially in a losing match like this. So I do think for the Vancouver Titans, I was calling them like before the patch as one of the top teams in the play-ins, like one of the most likely to qualify. I still think they're a serious threat to qualify, even if they have to go up against Toronto again. I still see them as dangerous. I do think, though, Toronto's style, you've got to take some pieces of that if you're the Titans. Yes, you need to have your own style and your own speciality, but I think there's ways to maybe blend in more of that poke comp. But on the control, on the Flashpoint maps, their style did look super dominant. I think they have great things to build on. So Titans fans, I feel like you don't give up yet, right? You back for that rematch battle for Canada in Toronto in the grand finals. That's their goal now.
That's right. Planes, of course, are just on the horizon, and I'm very excited for that. Now, a few teams are already out, such as the Vegas Eternal, which will be facing off against the San Francisco Shock, which are coming up. For Shock, it's very simple. If they get a victory here, they actually are qualifying for the play-ins. So this is a must-win. For Vegas, they just want that one win. Just one victory is all. Just
realistically,
one W. Do it for Rack Attack.
Do it for Rack
Attack. Talk all about
do it for Knife.
Do it for yourself. Do it for anything.
Whatever you do, we want to see that W eventually. So maybe this is the time. However, we talked about Shock. They might be a scary opponent. We will be discussing this upcoming matchup after this break. Don't go anywhere. welcome everyone. We are getting ready for the last match of the day. Vegas Eternal will be facing off against the San Francisco Shock. San Francisco Shock we already talked about in the pre-show, so let's focus our attention first on the Vegas Eternal. Currently still winless, however, towards the end, right before the break, they did look improved. They made changes to the roster. It started to look a little better here, a little better there, but is it enough?
Opium.
I'm just asking questions, and there is no statement in
So
this.
much opium.
We're trying, and
It's
so
good.
are they.
It's good. They need opium. I think it's a really rough spot to be for Vegas. I think when you make these big changes, you make these big like adjustments, things are okay. Maybe we can do it, guys. We brought on all these new players. Maybe we can be better and get some wins in before the end of the season. And then you still fall short and keep losing. This is their last chance. The most pressure. It's like if they couldn't do it before, like there were easier chances than this is not the best chance. It's the last chance. It's not the best chance. And I just feel like if they couldn't do it before, why can they do it now? I think Shock is a threatening opponent.
Is this actually their last match of the season?
This is
This is it.
Oh,
the
boy.
one and only chance for them to get the win.
No matter what.
Yeah. I think another thing was after the new players came in, like Knife on that Tracer, he looked really good. And now, like, you know, unfortunately they couldn't get the win, and now they come back from the break. Now this meta sort of shifted, and they also have to get used to a new meta. And there's a lot more pressure. I'm just backing you up because, and this is a final match in the regular season for them to get that win.
For me, Knife is that one hope, but you're right, like as good as Knife has played, he's got to match up against Proper. Okay.
Yeah.
So like if Knife can like equalize that, he is doing amazingly well, and that will not be enough because the rest of the team, there's a bigger advantage for Shock. And Shock has already shown they like playing these poke comps. They like playing double flex sport. They're comfortable in that. They know how to execute on it. And this is the type of comp that really does put the spotlight on DPS. Somebody like Proper can have these carry breakout performances. And not to mention the flex supports can fight for their own as well. Like a lot of just like hitting those headshots. And guess what? Probe on the hit scan, he's been lights out ever since he joined the Shock. He's been like a huge asset to them in elevating their team. So yeah, I'm just not seeing it for Vegas, man. This is like really rough. Like they had better chances. I think Shock's a serious contender in play-ins. Yeah. You know, I think if Shock loses to Vegas, I mean, could be like a momentum killer in their season going, like, I think it matters. You need, like, Houston 3-0 in Vegas. Shock wants to do the same.
It could get them eliminated altogether. And
yeah, true. If they lose this,
one, there is a chance that they're not making
They get a little scared of the Gladiator. It starts to get a little tenuous.
Exactly. So this is definitely not one to drop here. For the Vegas, everything on the line, one last chance. Which that's brutal. That's a brutal loss.
One shot, one opportunity.
Exactly. To seize
everything
they
ever wanted
in one moment. But I do not think they will capture it. I think this is.
They're gonna let it slip.
Dude, Mom's spaghetti gonna be all over that floor.
Their palms are sweaty.
Very sweaty. This is a very sweaty game. 3-0. I'm sorry. Like I really want it for them.
Yeah.
But. Ew.
Yeah, same for me. Shock 3-0. I think this could be a very good meta for San Francisco Shock. Like, we know how great Proper's Genji is. We've seen them already playing that Orisa double flex as well. So I think it's San
Proper
Francisco
plays Genji even if Genji is
not
meta.
Yeah.
So now if he's viable,
good,
exactly.
Right?
If now Genji is viable, like imagine the heights he can ascend to.
I think there are these certain teams with those Genji players who do ascend, right, and who just take over the lobby, make things happen that shouldn't be possible. Proper's one of them. And so whether he's on that hero, whether it's the Echo, whether it's a double sniper, double hit scan setup, it just doesn't matter to me. I just think Proper's gonna have too much impact, and Shock is just too comfortable in this style. They know what they're doing, and I'm not convinced Vegas is ready for that kind of heat here.
Absolutely. Now, as we can see in the lower third, Neil, our replay operator, and
Vegas 3-0?
He predicted Vegas.
You know what? He's going down with the ship, baby. He's going down with the ship. You gotta respect that. You gotta respect that.
This isn't for you this week for sure. This is not
0. No matter what.
No matter what.
Yeah, well, I guess it's a freebie for everyone else.
Yeah.
Thanks, Neil.
I do want to see more from some of these Vegas players, like Knife. What a showing. Let's see if he's got what it takes to earn a win. If he does, I feel like Knife has to go down in the history books. Like, I know he's not an MVP candidate, but that is like if he's the one who could come to Vegas
He's
and
the
he's
one.
the chosen one who could get them a win when it seemed impossible. I mean, I feel like I already have so much love and excitement. I want to see more of Knife. I want to see more of his Overwatch, more of what he's got to show us. But it's going to need to be so much today, Knife. It's going to need to be everything.
Yeah, everything. But this makes this match so exciting. We hope that the Vegas Eternal are not going to end it on a heartbreak. Even if it is a loss, we want to see a good performance there to go out with a bang of this season. And no one agrees more with that statement than Matt, Mr. X Morello, also a hardcore Vegas fan. He penciled himself in to cast this series because he wants to see them out.
Matt,
Is this why I'm doing this? Is it you use your clout to drag me to this game?
This is it. This is it. I mean, how could you not be here for this moment? The opportunity that Vegas has is so monumental. As Jake put it, Knife could go down in the history books for being here for
equalizing Proper's impact on the game. That would be. I mean, that is what we would consider an overperformance. The thing is, though. I genuinely believe he's capable of that. It's the other number of conditions that have to be satisfied by Vegas to be able to topple the San Francisco Shock, right? Irony is someone I'm really looking closely at. Is he given the keys to Ilari to try and pop off and make a difference? Because Irony mechanically has been unbelievable since his debut.
I want them to win for Rack Attack. Rag
Yes.
Attack, I want to see win. Now, do I think they're going to win? I don't think so. But I want them to win for Rag
Is the Overwatch League...
He's at a rough go.
Is the Overwatch League an anime, Matthew? Because that's the question we're basically asking.
I've never watched an anime, so I can't tell you.
If this were an anime, it would be Vegas in 5. It would be Vegas in 5 with Rack Attack with a 3K environmental kill to end the round.
Okay.
So that's what we're looking at here. It has been said
a 5K captive son solo.
It has been said many moons ago that Overwatch League obviously is in fact not an anime, and yet I see week after week posts like, you know what? I'm here for the story. I'm here for watching my favorite cannibal on a certain streaming service. I'm here for all this stuff around the league and not necessarily watching the Vegas Eternal hoisted onto the battlements in 2 halves and hung there to dry. So there is hope for Vegas Eternal fans, for their team, but San Francisco, no. This is their last chance for Vegas to get a win, and they do not want to be the players to serve it up to them.
Yeah, as the Shock, they will actually have Max playing the Sigmund. Interesting, they're going to have Sojourn with 76. No Ilari, but still just a lot of long-range pressure.
So it's a double hit scan composition, virtually, that looks to punish to you and make it really hard for Vegas to stand up. Torbjorn is horrendous here.
Yeah, Torb is not, I mean, Torb does not excel against like double hit scan kind of comps, right? Because you just deal with the turret instantly. It looks like also, Irony, like his healing pylon, they deal with that rather fast as well. So we'll see how Vegas now tries to attack the point.
I guess the idea being that Torbjorn now at like longer ranges because of the travel speed of the projectile might be more effective here. But you've got Knife, the player that probably has the most capacity for skill expression on that hero. So you're going to have to hope he can make a big difference. Sets up on the left-hand side. I think throws a turret down there, and there's also a healing pylon as Irony and Knife are both looking to play around it here. The ladder is picked up already. Proper brings it down. There's an Amp Matrix in play, though. Vegas don't need someone to stand out on the point. A Rack Attack is being punished for even peeking out of hiding.
It's just a lot of posturing now from both teams, right? As Knight gets really low, and I mean that is some pressure from Proper, and then you also have like Crossfire coming in from Probe. Proper takes that Rack Attack across the map as this has been all shot.
Yeah, Captain Sunny for Irony. Luke Mino says, okay, I need a tan anyway. How about this one? Max able to chime in from across the map and finish the job as San Francisco are not moving.
Yeah, maybe they're switching off the Ilari here. Didn't seem like anybody else was in position, right?
Well, Knife is made the switch here at least. Yeah. No Torb, so, we have the Hanzo. Thank God.
And now we'll have Zen. So get his Zen in the mix here. So really now just doubling down on damage here for both sides, quite frankly. But the Shock, they'll be able to get aggressive if they want behind this sound barrier.
Or even they can use it to disengage and continue to have Max create the spacing they need. Luke Mino's just going to go past the Orisa, but he knows the fight's going to come to him one way or another, so he sets the sound barrier down. Knife is done. He's out of the fight already. Not a great start here for this promising young star. Dove is at least able to benefit from the immortality field, but Luke Mino is banging heads together across the map.
Yes, I mean, they have Dove sectioned off there. That was all shock. Jay kind of mentioned they should be really good in this meta. I know with kind of some of the heroes we've been seeing, and that is a fantastic start.
And they're a team that takes a similar leaf, I guess, from the Toronto Defiant book, or come to a similar conclusion after their own testing. But going for the Sigma here on a control map is, I would not say it's a particularly common occurrence. We've not really seen this very much in the past because of how highly teams rate that mobility. But San Francisco still have it. In the past, these Sigma comps haven't really been paired up with Lucio at all. But San Francisco know that being able to move Max in and out of position, a speed boost goes a long way in that regard.
So this would be quite interesting. So keep the Lucio, keep the Sigma, and now you're going to have Bastion Torb here. So Dove will now, instead of playing 76, will play the Soldier. Knife will end up playing the Bastion himself. So Bastion obviously gets some changes with this last update. The grenade feels like it's just an insta-kill. Feels like getting hit with like the artillery. But that's going to be Irony actually finding proper at range. So getting rid of the Torbjorn, that's a pretty big.
Someone I said at the start of the match I was looking out for. I felt like this is where Irony would be able to find some stride. And that's a great opener, getting rid of the Torbjorn here. I guess we still have the question, right? Like, okay, you are playing this Torbjorn in like this Orisa-based composition. Do you feel okay about that heat from San Francisco?
Yeah, I mean, well, you're playing the Torb against it, right? So you see like the turret like down there from proper to the left-hand side. Like it's really just kind of like crossfire amongst the points. So you're just really just, you're forcing Vegas to play in the open, right? And you're just trying to put down as much damage from range as they can. Vegas does a nice job by like pushing up.
Max is having trouble actually protecting the shock adequately behind the shielding probe. Oh, it's a broadside barrage coming in from Knife, taking the Bastion low enough for Rack Attack to finish the job. 2U now will surge forward, but it's an air matrix in his face and he wasn't ready for it. Proper's turret though was waiting. Finn will come back to the point now and looking just to keep Max nice and topped up. There's still a Bastion at large and that generates a lot of threat. Irony's looking for a captive Sun. Finishes the job only on Proper's turret really, and then may be forced to rethink his approach here as Knife is felled across the map.
Yeah, as soon as that captive Sun drops, Lucamino there with the sound barrier, able to keep everybody pretty well protected. So the shock just kind of muscled their way in, right? It really was 2U getting pretty aggressive, then the Ant Matrix was dropped by Finn, and just a lot of damage coming on through it.
Glass is askew. Probe fully focused on the task at hand. Right now, the shock looking off, put away from this Bastion ultimate. Lucamino tries to dodge, but Rack Attack is too sharp. It catches the Lucio as he tries to abscond, but the crackback is even worse. Rack Attack dies inside his immortality field. It can't protect him from that ultimate. And 2U is well and truly out of position. Dove may as well plunge into the waves at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Dove was really low from the Bastion ultimate that kind of came down as Probe will finish him off as Shock will probably take the lead here in just a few seconds. And for Vegas, like now you have the Zen in the mix. Like I feel like the Zen is such like a glass cannon target, right? I mean, they have the Bastion on the other side, just like the passive Torbjorn damage. Gonna be nowhere near like a Transcendence, right? For a while.
Now looking to get as much damage as he can in this fight, but again, Ant Matrix plus Proper's damage is too much to handle. Proper gets to maintain
overclock
his ultimate going to the next fight, and yet Double's hoping for some off-angle play here. There's nothing to do.
No, what you end up using the okay. They want to use it over here to the side, like just is this like a zoning ult?
I suppose. Hey, look, if you can generate extra ult charge by eliminating the remaining players of Vegas, they are very staggered right now. And 2U is so low, so is Knife.
Yeah.
They opt not to chase them down and then wait. That's backbreaking for Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, you have sound barrier here too if you need from Lucamino. It looks like it's going to be 2U. He has to get on, get a touch, gets to move back.
Sound barrier here from Lucamino. Definitely getting back behind the pylon in order to do so. That fortify is scary, but Probe's able to get out of that Terror Surge. Won't be able to escape. Rack Attack though, as another one comes up for the Baptiste. And Irony gets that Transcendence online. It's a late switch, but still able to use its Zenyatta ultimate to keep the Eternal in the round.
All right, so it looks like Vegas will flip the point. They invest everything though. You're coming back into the next fight. You know, Gravitic Flux with the Bastion ultimate could be an interesting combo. You're also going to get an Amp Matrix here too. So Shock in a good position to win the map in this next fight.
A lot to work with, like you said. Transcendence having been used by Irony there in combination with the Terror Surge, so Vegas really spent heavy. Duff might try another flanking play with this overclock though.
Proper goes to the Reaper just to, you know, follow some of this damage up. Doesn't need to be anything too flashy.
Do any mortars get dropped down? They do eventually. There's a lot of pressure in an Immortality Field forced out a Rack Attack on that high ground. He does go for that Amp Matrix, but Max is going to gobble it all up. And meanwhile, Duff falls to a Bastion grenade. Max has a chance to regenerate the shield, but my goodness, that tank mode Bastion is still a scary prospect. Two, though, flatten. Max almost timing that accretion, so he manages to connect after the Javelin spin. And that's got to be it. There's nothing left for Vegas to work with here. It's a first map for San Francisco.
The Shock look pretty clean. Now, obviously, you have Proper who can play so many different heroes. You just kind of move him around. Probe picking up some of those hit scans, no problems there. Shock look like a problem in this meta.
Absolutely. This feels like they're very comfortable here. I thought we'd be seeing Junbin, right? Just because of all the Orisa we'd seen played so far. But they like the Sigma. They want to get Proper and Probe both on these hit scan picks. And they're not messing with the Illari much either. They realize how incredible Luke is on this Lucio, and they just want to make full use of that utility, not get too greedy with their supports.
Yeah, I mean, like what? Just playing like the double hit scan stuff at the start, right? Like, hey, if you're gonna play the Illari, we're gonna play like double hit scan. Just kind of they had a Torbjorn at the start as well. Vegas just kind of like, you know, mow those players down from range, and then once we got into the Bastion kind of head to head, I actually thought Max played quite well on the Sigma, putting them in some really weird spots.
Midtown is our next map on the docket here. Plenty of room to play that Bastion and that Sigma if that's what San Francisco fancy. Stick around. This is the last outing for your Vegas Eternal in this Overwatch League season. Let's better hope it's a good one. Sigma, Bastion. That has been the San Francisco Shocks play here. Getting a lot of value out of both those picks, or all 4 of them, I guess. You want to be cute about it. Again, seeing Max back in the team for a damn good reason.
Oh, yeah. Here
Sigma's,
we go.
What the... Okay.
Here we go. We got Striker coming on in.
This is literally 2017 NIP all over again. Hey, new support. I like that support. Let me play it. Proper. Your Larry? No, my Larry.
Yeah, as Proper now will move over to support. Probably not to play Lucio. He will probably play Olari. As we'll see kind of what goes down here on Midtown. But this feels like a series that can get off the rails rather quickly.
So this should tell you a lot about how players perceive the power of Ilari and her ability to disrupt in this meta
Or that
game.
she's just fun and they just want to play her.
Yeah, Proper's like, yo, I don't have to charge up my rails. I just wait a little bit.
Wait, I just
sign me the fudge up. Get me in that support seat.
I don't have to think about healing you guys. I just have to hide this pylon somewhere. Then you just play around it.
Ah, yes. Yeah, let's see how they like playing hide the pylon. I don't think they'd be a fan of that.
Let's do just a friendly wager here.
Okay.
If Proper plays Illaria the entire map, I think there's.
Would this be up on Bravada?
He's gonna finish. Okay. He's gonna finish with top damage. I think.
You think Proper finishes with top damage?
I think Proper can finish top damage with Illari.
I kind of want to see the comp first though, because she does do the deeps.
Cheating. I mean, you gotta put your chips in before you see the cards.
Bro.
I mean, come on now.
Okay, bro. Okay. See, I don't do much of this stuff. Okay. I think that
Texas Tree did it first, and he adds Proper.
I think. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think Striker will have top damage. That's what I think.
Really? You
Play
think
the
he's gonna
Reaper
just,
guy, bro.
You think
Play
he's
the
just gonna
Reaper guy?
like Reaper Junkrat? This is like Striker's like 9th go on the Shock in 6 seasons. The Torb.
Yeah. He'll get the most damage. Don't worry about it. I have full faith. Striker's back, baby. He gets a buff each time he switches teams, so now he's basically unstoppable.
So, Vegas, they're playing. I'm just completely ignoring.
He's a raid boss.
Because that is.
It's a Dark Souls boss.
It's like if he was growing in size for like each what is it like
so kill to grow. It's kill to grow.
Yeah. He consumes planets. It's just he consumes teams as he goes from one to the next.
Team morale and drywall. That's his diet.
Iron, he's very low. He's now dead.
Let's go. Pro from the high ground. Iron, he couldn't do much about that. Yeah, it looks like the Vegas Eternal are getting bullied off this high ground by Max, who really wants to push them. Proper, you don't need this healing pylon. I need this healing pylon. Hey, yo, Knife, what's up? Let's go, baby. Oh, gets him with a choppy chop. My guy's dirty with it.
It's not even the thought of using the right-click heal. Just throw the pylon and shoot.
Who needs that? Hey, yo, Finn, you keep healing the team. I'm going to do something.
So Knife is going to play Widow. So you're going to play like a Widow Ashe with a Zen in the mix. So like real long range here from the Vegas Eternal.
Well, let me ask you this. How easy is it for San Francisco to like force Vegas off the high ground?
So now they're going to play well. I mean, now you have Pro playing the Widow, and then you're going to have Striker switch over and play the Bastion.
Yeah, my wage is coming up beautifully, mate. Don't worry about it. Striker has 631 damage, so less than Proper and Probe. But that's right. Proper second in damage right now, if you're wondering.
Oh yeah, he's on the come up. You just gotta keep, if you're Proper, you just gotta keep dragging this game out. Maybe a little accidental feed here every once in a while, right?
Amp Matrix from Rack Attack. Probe is...
Nobody's moving, yeah.
Yeah, Probe really living up to the name, actually. Just being very careful about these angles.
I want to see Proper go Captive Sun just flying over the top here into Widowmaker Ashe and just
skirt into the back line. I'd be about that. There it is, Captive Sun comes out Proper to you. He's feeling the heat. Is there enough damage? Yeah, no, not really. It's fine though. Max able to force him away to some degree, but Vegas is still healthy enough. That cart though is a moving.
It's not a great spot. You see where Dove is. Like, I mean, that is not the spot you want to be in, like Ashe and like these kind of close quarter areas. So, although the Captain Sun didn't result in like a huge highlight play, it did do enough damage. After the Immortality Field went away to just force them into a really bad spot.
Knife here has to play pretty carefully now as Probe has rule of the roost in terms of that high ground. Probably less than efficient firing at the Widow's position as Bastion, but able to force Knife off that angle for a time. Max, though, ready for the Gravitic Flux here. You've got to fear this. 2U does not have that available right now. 2U already a footnote in this tank duel. Yeah, and it's going to get absolutely punished. That is devastating. And Probe's able to find 3 in the fight. They're all headshots, by the way. It's just too easy. And Probe, ear to ear, that grin, lighting up the practice facility.
Yeah, I don't really love Vegas's comp here.
Hit him with the gap.
Damn.
Hit him with the gap. Drag him. Kings.
No,
okay, hang on. This might be getting out of hand a little bit. We may no longer have a fair fight.
Out of hand.
Yeah, you know, we may not have a fair fight anymore. Oh, that's the Mercy
Bob
Probe.
on the high ground there. All right, here we go. Bob taking the high ground back. He's dead.
Yeah, he takes the quick way down.
They need to contest that high ground. I mean, you let like Bash and get set up there. Yeah, I mean,
he's beat booping from his ivory tower right now.
He's waiting for Dub to come up. He knows Dub is coming.
Yeah. Dub, don't worry about it. You come up here, we split it. Timeshare on this high ground. What do you say? Fingers crossed behind his back, of course. Here comes the ultimate from Striker. Oh! Dub is getting... Oh, that's so brutal, man. Nothing you can do about that. Coach gun clearly not available to get away. Or at least it was, and it still wasn't enough. Probe here is looking quite deadly. The Widow duel unfolding now as the challenge has already been issued. Probe calling gap and Knife getting brought down by Max.
Big captive sun here. I mean, it's nice healing there from Proper.
Healing.
What, 2's going to come out here with the Gravitic Flux, but that's all you got. I mean,
hey, guess what, baby? Striker top damage. Striker top damage.
Well, there's another half. 3 minutes in the time bank there for the shock, so...
just saying,
that's pretty
buddy.
Quick.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. Probe here, 6 final blows, 0 deaths, 3 scoped critical hits at a 62% critical hit accuracy. All very good numbers.
But Vegas gets to attack now.
That's true. Yeah, generally the game does let you switch sides after halftime, which most people don't normally consider that a reason to necessarily like boost their morale. It's more just like kind of built into the game.
Man, I do feel for them because it is brutal. Like, I mean, they had a tough season last year, right? And then obviously now coming into this year, you kind of start like with like, you know, hey, brand new season, like morale's high, and then things start to go kind of like that same way, and it's tough to get out of. You know, you've had some new players come in, but it's been tough.
You ever seen the movie Troy? About the Trojan, like the Trojans?
I heard about it.
Okay, well, it's this. I'll shut up for a sec. Hold on.
Yeah, this is sick.
He waits on that angle here. 2U just pops up inside that Gravitic Flux and Rack Attack on his way down. So Vegas are Hector being dragged behind the chariot right now. That's what's happening here. It is like, you know, overkill.
He was dragged behind the chariot. Was he like alive or?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, maybe he started alive. He might have started alive. Not really sure what the mechanics of that are. Probably doesn't end well for you though.
All right, so maybe let's see, like, you know, Knife now on the Widow like has a distinct advantage in terms of like range against like the Tor Bastion. Maybe there's you know, some picks here. You get the payload moving. I don't think you can like match it in terms of time, but
yeah, let's get the Widow in position, right? That's got to be like step number 1. San Francisco didn't come out of the gates with the Widow here. They sort of switched to it when the map catered to it a little bit more here. So I'm not sure if it's like optimal.
Though, with the Bastion is not going to be.
Yeah, no, then Sigma as well. Do not doubt how much damage Sigma can do from this position. Everybody caught inside that murder hall.
They don't have speed either, so as soon as they got into the hall, you were like, this is...
Yeah, like, why are you trying to play positionally without like that speed utility that Lucio offers you?
Well, you're also going there with a Widow, like, Widow Sojourn as well, right? Like, it doesn't really play into their strengths. If anything, it allows the Torb to just drop a turret on one side, start just spamming the choke, same with the Sigma, and then Bastion just rolls his body around the corner and starts to turn up.
Yeah, I mean, I understand trying to get the Widow into a spot where she can have impact, but that's not how you do it. You don't have the mobility.
Probe doesn't huge. I mean, he's been firing grenades just into this like choke here, and like players' health bars just chunking down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rack Attack with that Amp Matrix in play has been able to tend to these wounds before they got out of hand. He can't get out of that flux though. Max is looking for him. He's hunting for the Baptiste, but he gives up. Season sent to you there with the kinetic grasp up and opts to go for the accretion now. You're going to run out of healing if you're Irony here. It needs some time to recharge. You're going to flux Max here? That can't be right. Max going to go down at the very least, so okay, Tuyu actually finds the trade here. Immortality Field, great way to prolong the lifespan here, but Proper finds Rack, and I think this fight is still going to go real south.
Yeah, as I can't really bounce back after that. So Gravitic Fluxes exchanged. Rack Attack and Finn both end up using their Amp Matrix here. You know, the Probe with this artillery, if they try and go like that, like alleyway again, I mean, you could get a big Bastion artillery strike off.
They might try that as well. The question is, can San Francisco really slow them down? Here we go, artillery strike, Rack Attack, better dance, boy! He's able to get out. Regenerative burst though had to be used. There's one more shot left. Oh, okay.
Oh,
They're able to get out of it. Yeah, it's just the healing turret. Could have been scary though. Probe gonna put the fear of God in him. But his name is Proper. It's going to be the Molten Core taking a turret out of the picture here, but Darv, okay, a little pop-off, we like that. Oh yeah, better take your time to clear the healing turret. Captive Sun from Irony here will allow him to finish off Probe, and Vegas have some run here. Looks like they'll be capping point A.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Captive Sun is pretty big. You're able to kind of live through that Bastion ultimate. I don't think you're going to be able to kind of fight this for long, right? Max will end up falling, and I think the shock. You'll just give up this checkpoint A, where Dub using that overclock. Yeah. Pretty huge.
Nicely done from Duff there from that high ground. Able to find a couple of kills, if I'm not mistaken, and then, of course, the Captive Sun to guarantee Irony the elimination. It was only Max left at the end. But again, the issue still stands. Like, how do you sort of force control this high ground? These compositions aren't like the dive setups. You have to slowly approach, respectfully, from a long distance, over a long period of time.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I think now, like, you see Dove there on the high ground with the Sojourn. Like, there's not really a great opportunity for him to, like, farm up, like, a railgun shot, right? I mean, every time he pokes around the corner, it just feels like there's tons of damage coming his way.
Yeah, Rack even there uses the regenerative burst in like a non-critical situation just because of how much poke damage Tuyu was taking. Oh man, I mean, the damage spread, or rather the bullet spread on this tank mode is considerable, and still Probe is able to put a lot of pressure down on Vegas. They might try and take the side room approach here, as Knife might be able to just unload on them here.
Well, they know he's there, right? The turret
doesn't matter. Shoot. I was hoping you'd go for it anyway, really. Captive Sun is going to catch him. Proper is on the hunt. There's two players afflicted by that debuff. Proper just got a bloody hit him. And Knife will fall. Probe, though, takes that kill.
Yeah, it's the cart not moving really here at all as well, so you'll be able to kind of regain control of high ground here. You're the shock, as looks like a few players still kind of getting staggered out. So the shock will hold on. Minute 50 and counting here for Vegas. Or it looked like Knife was trying to go on a little bit of an off angle. Maybe the Flux drops down, he gets a Torbjorn ult from the side, but just not fast enough.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's playing for. You probably just can't walk up there and Molten Core, right? You do need that Flux to combine with it. I don't really, Tuyu wasn't really maybe on the same wavelength there. It's unclear. Either way, a bit of a reset here. Max is pretty far forward from this position, but... Oh, okay, Finn. Okay, Finn. Okay, a little hard to heal the Sigma here, and I think Finn realizes maybe it's doing damage is where he's best served. Yeah, he can't do it. Irony knows he's up there, though. Finn's able to pop the regenerative burst, though, and try and stay alive, but you are trolling, my guy. You are absolutely having a laugh.
Yeah, I mean, look, they finished with 3 minutes in the time bank, right? You can be a little bit wild in terms of how you want to play this here towards the end. Finn now goes over to Ana, so maybe you're looking like for a big bio grenade here. I know maybe like you're trying to like sleep Dove as he's going. I know his overclock is. Oh, look at this! Max actually takes the high ground behind them.
What can he do from this spot though? Dove playing a very tight angle here, trying to pressure the stairwell down. There is a Molten Core active there, but most of the shock is staying far enough away that they're not bothered. Max is really struggling here. Proper now has to just hit that right click and keep him standing. Finn gonna chime in now. Captain Sun, healing is for scrubs, he says. I'm looking for Rack Attack. He's found him, gets the debuff there, and wow, double also fall. Proper doing proper things here. He says, give me a Lari. His coach says, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you see why he's able to just get around the corner
Okay,
do
it's
some
Krusty.
significant
He probably
damage.
says shut up and then gives him the Illari anyway.
I do not think anybody from Vegas is going to be able to make it back. Here comes Rag Attack. I think he gets slapped there at the end. So that'll be the shock going up 2-0.
San Francisco here at 7-7, so their postseason prospects are by no means secure. That's why they come out of the gates and they mean business. They get to relax a little bit at some point during Midtown as they realize we have a considerable lead. I've got to say, the Widow play from Probe is something else. Probe does well, doesn't end with top damage on his team. It's Probe because he's playing Bastion. That's what I thought Striker would be doing. But really solid performance. Probe able to follow up, I guess, on many of these opportunities here. This is a solo kill. There's a Flux here. This is an easy one. Even with Transcendence in play, Aini gets clowned on there, popping his Zen ultimate and having it essentially wasted. This should never happen. This is the Geneva Convention being used as toilet paper. That's what this is.
They were trying to push into that alleyway. It's like, you have these like long-range hit scan players, and you're running into the Tor Bastion trying to with no speed going down that hallway. It's kind of brutal, but maybe New Junk City is the start of a reverse sweep.
Yep, let's see if the Eternal have had a chance to workshop this map a little bit and have a strategy that's hard to counter. It may well be their last map of the season, so don't go anywhere. Let's see how this all goes down. Well, if you are San Francisco Shock and proper fans, perhaps you might consider praising the sun. We see a switch from the superstar DPS heading over to support, and yep, He delivers in full radiance.
Put him on tank next, you
That's
cowards.
it. Yeah, you won't do that. Probably like,
You won't do it.
I don't want to play tank though. I want to play the cool, shiny new hero here in the Overwatch League. And hey,
He's pretty
can't
good
argue
at
with this. 8-2. Final blows. Also, again, 8.2k in 12 minutes. So he's there. That's DPS level damage numbers easily.
Yeah,
You know,
and the healing doesn't fall off, right? I mean, that's the thing with LR. Like the damage is there, and the healing is, you know,
but like
also
the
there.
turret,
It's like
the turret healing is actually filthy when you're playing with a Sigma comp. You
Yeah.
just like give it a Sigma, let him take a bunch of poke, and just get those ultimates churning. Lumino though's been permitted to take the support seat once more.
well, think about like you know, playing a Zen, right, and trying to get that much damage down. You would put yourself in harm's way. You have to have the Discord out, right? You know, the damage from Illari is like pretty consistent. You know, it kind of aligns more with the hit scan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we sort
Hugo's trying to give Vegas the dog mentality. He's trying to, you know, trying to train him up in the background.
That's why I didn't even like register it because I'm so used to sitting in a call with you with your dog just losing its mind. But yeah, thanks Hugo. Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably got the dog in him. I know.
Somebody comes within 100 feet of the home, there is, you know, an alarm, and I think he's trying to, you know, wake up the Vegas Eternal with his bark of, you know, you guys need to get, if you guys have the dog mentality somewhere inside you, now is the time.
Yeah,
there's
time
people 100 feet from your door and you need to stop them.
Yeah, it's the Grim Reaper and his buddies. Let's see if they can extract the internal canine on his last map as we're headed back down under, of course, here for New Junk City. Do the Vegas Eternal have silver bullet here? Something special, something that can really give us a great showing before they're done for the season. The story of the Vegas Eternal in 2023.
On Life Weaver. Bring it back.
I definitely need Lucio here. I mean,
you definitely need Lucio here.
Oh, look, Toronto played without it, right? But I'm not sort of about it here. That support ult plus mobility is pretty important. So Rack Attack until the end, absolutely remaining positive and upbeat. Never backing down, the Vegas Eternal. Never give up.
Let's go 0-14.
I mean, Finn's missed a couple of those.
Yeah, they're 0-15.
Couple of those losses. They're 0-15 right now. Yep, that's okay.
Yep.
I don't expect, look, players don't
here.
have to know how many games are in a season. That's fine.
Nope, speed here for both teams. Dove playing the sim. They're going to get there quite early here, but will they be able to do enough damage to kind of power through this comp of the shot?
What do you think of that turret, just quietly?
That's a little
cute
flank one.
Yeah, a little. Oh my god,
come on,
bro! Yeah, that's why the Dove never came back to the Arc. By the way, it was the bloody Torp turret sat halfway in between there and Albuquerque, and he was like, "No, forget it, fam. I'm roosting here."
I mean, if you have your digital vibrance of it, kind of blends in, you know. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, the NVIDIA said he's too hyper. Let me just turn him down. Yeah, that's a great excuse.
1440p with the settings, it blends in, you know.
Next time I feed in Overwatch, I'm going to blame my digital vibrance, bro. It's too overstimulated.
Yeah. just too many cool colors.
I just astral projected for a second across the color spectrum. Okay.
Well, that's something where you just assume the next person.
Okay, well, see you again, Duff. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Knife is just lurking up there, obviously.
Yeah. Straight to the shadow room with you.
So they can back up. They can back up, and we'll go again here.
One more time, I think. At this rate, where they're getting chased down. Okay. Well,
is this like we're getting close to spawn, right? Like,
this is just outside spawn, right? Listen, you tune into an Overwatch League match. Now you're watching.
Can we get a back cap, maybe?
I mean, that would be a good idea. I don't think that's going to happen, though. Tugu, though, nice big annihilation. That is going to rampage rather. It's going to get a lot of value here. Lumino falls. Eventually, the bleed will claim him. And San Francisco are going to suffer a back cap here at 99%. All right, boys, pull your heads in.
There you go. Ragtag gets to the point. On the board. But now you're going to have a lot of good ultimates here for the Shock, right? Finn actually goes over the Ana. So we saw them do that on the last map. They're going to play the Ana again. The bio grenade could be pretty devastating, right? I know going up against... and also the possibility of being able to sleep like Knife, right, as he comes in.
Yeah, I mean, again, offers you a lot of utility. That's really what San Francisco are playing to with this backline. I like that. I think it gives you a lot of options here. It's still very powerful. I mean, Lucio is just unbelievably good on this game type. All right, Flux here would be a nice combo with that mortar strike. But instead, it's Knife's Blade. He's headed out to for one with the boys, apparently. Yeah, that's him. He's done. Proper chase him down. Now onto the point here is Vegas have managed to get 80% back on the arena site. But a sim wall in play means that San Francisco have got to be a little patient. Dove's a bit of an issue from the high ground as 2U gets in the proper with the knife. The accretion doesn't connect. And here, Sigma's very strong against Junker Queen when he doesn't have to fight her like this. Now it's awkward. He'd rather keep her at arm's length and poke her down. But guess what? Guess what? The Vegas Eternal have taken the first flashpoint of the map.
All right. Yeah, you know, Shock, they push up, they get a little bit too aggressive, and Vegas bounces back after that. So, no, as the point moves, I mean, Vegas also has really good mobility, right, with the Sim and the Lucio, so going to be able to get to these points pretty fast.
So they do. Vegas are going to be here first now, looking to set up. It'll be Junker Queens for both sides now. And Bastion for Probe still is locked in.
I mean, the Bastion just does so much damage currently, where you know, Sim is quite squishy, right? If you hit the Sim with like a grenade, any other types of damage, I mean, she's as good as dead.
Rampage available here for 2U. That's the problem here with Junker Queen. The lack of verticality means that 2U just have to leave Dove on an island there. I mean, great Rampage though. 3 players connected with. I don't know how you keep Luke Mino standing here. Proper was able to find 2U. Knife gets in there, really able to follow up on that bleed, that anti-heal, but there's still Shock players in position to play. Vegas stuck that point during the fight though. Maybe that's why 2U opted to drop in the end. Fair enough.
What do you think with what do you think of the Reaper switch?
The Reaper guy is the best hero in the game. Yeah, he's very powerful with the 2 shotguns, and when he comes in from the side, it's really good.
Well, they definitely want to make a play for Finn, right? But you're gonna have that Twerp turret back there. You're gonna have some, you know, damage from the Bastion. So I mean, you know, Wraithform can kind of like walk away a little bit. We'll see though. Oh, I mean, bro, dude, how many first pickoffs have they found with this Bastion grenade?
Yeah, too many. I mean, they are forcing the Vegas Eternal to approach them via the choke here, and that Bastion grenade is it's very powerful.
Some irony, which is gonna back them up, but I mean, they weren't really going in, so now the Matrix get used for nothing.
It's a really interesting choice. I know they're trying to get out of the choke, but it looks like they weren't ready to push out anyway. Now they're going to go with the sound barrier. That's the sport ultimate they want to play around here. Max gets a nano boost. Wow, okay, they're going to go for it here. Irony's in trouble. 2U seen better days as well. Knife gets one in his back. Now Dove going to turn around and face the music. Max with the commanding shout to give some spacing between him and the Reaper, but eventually Dove will punish. That is the function of the Reaper in this comp. It's to make it hard for Max to get to be wherever he wants.
Yeah, as we do get a point flip. So Max with a nice Rampage. Now it'll be Finn here going over and playing Kariko. Do they want to come back in and fight
with
this
3?
Away? I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like a 3-on-4. I mean, Probe is really low. I mean, he's going to use wheels, but oh man, he gets hit with a biotic grenade. So some cleanup here is the Shock. I mean, just they look like they know they can kind of like, you know, skill win, but just kind of like just forcing it constantly.
Someone told San Francisco there isn't a player draft next season that they need to, you know, position themselves for. Some interesting decisions being made in the last couple of moments here. 90 seconds left. Or right, 90%, excuse me, for Vegas here on the point. We're gonna go Knife with the blade here. This is a problem. Molten Core! Oh my god, Knife! The floor actually is lava! My brother in Christ gets brought down as Proper gets 3 with the Torm ultimate. What a way to go out!
So, man, now you will have the Shock tying it up at a point apiece. So, are they gonna play? This is interesting. Okay, for a second there, I thought they were gonna play Tracer Genji. I was gonna say, I was like, that doesn't seem like it'll be great. But now they'll play the Reaper with the Genji here, and I guess but now you don't have like that standard, you know, kind of standing target like an Ana. There's a Kariko in play, right, with you know, a Lucio. So it's not like you have a stationary like support. I guess maybe you feel like you can take down Probe fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about it here, for sure. These high ground, these causeways. 2U has to be careful in approaching now, just in case Probe decides to Spit a hail of bullets at him. Okay, charges past the Torp Tower proper. Oh, he's in trouble. Two is able to catch him unaware here. And Knife with a nano boost. Probe could be an issue. Knife doesn't want to have to deflect there. He actually doesn't have the cooldown available at the time. And so here comes a rampage from 2 to try and salvage the situation. It's good. Luke Mino and Bax are both brought down by it. And Dove is going to try and team up to get rid of Probe. Should be able to. Vegas start with the lead here in Junkyard.
Yeah, as they get control of the high ground, as Finn will be able to TP to safety. So you get control of the high ground. That nano onto Knife didn't really result in a ton, right? As now they'll actually have the Sojourn in the mix. So you won't have this just a big, bulky, no mobility target like a Bastion. So it'll be much harder to dive as Irony off the spawn will go to the Kuriko as well.
So many switches. I think that Sojourn is also just a real pain for the Reaper to deal with, especially when the point is as open as it is.
Oh, and when there's high ground as well.
Exactly. Yeah. Knife, though, worming his way around the side. Proper, though, switching onto the Genji himself. Sound barrier. Here come the Vegas Eternal. Dove going to be pushed back briefly by the Boop. And it will be a good disengage with San Francisco. Man, that's solid.
But now you don't have a sound barrier here for Max's Rampage, right? You think this Rampage, I mean, maybe you think you're going to get the cleanse off, but...
Oh, it's for 3 as well. Okay, yeah, do get the cleanse off on 2 players. No, they can't save rack. They get 1 player, though. That's probably not... That's probably enough, to be honest. Dove drops down, but Proper, man, doesn't matter what you give this guy. He'll take an inch and turn it into a country freaking mile. He's close to the blade already, but Knife has his right here, right now. Has to deflect away and play from inside this small room. It's been a point flip now for San Francisco as they start to stack up this percentage. Kitsune Russians attempted to disengage here from San Francisco, and the sound barrier is going to give him the durability to try and back away from the fight. Knife, though, no blade anymore. He's on shuriken duty for the time being, and Proper has built his up. Probe looking to maneuver into a better position. It's going to be Proper coming with a Dragon Blade. He's found 1. He'll find 2 with the help of Probe, and that should be more than enough to put San Francisco close to parity on this point.
Oh man, as you would think so, as that is a team kill, as things just got like just chaotic there. Is like both teams like in a 3v3 like don't really hate like fighting it, so they're just kind of like playing around the outside. But man, Luke Camino getting that sound barrier off was huge. As what I think it comes down to now, right, is, you know, to you hitting this big Rampage, can Finn get a cleanse off on it? Then maybe Probe with an overclock. They're going to go quite aggressive.
I can't believe any of them survived that Death Blossom in their face. Dove thrown into the mix here. San Francisco, though, had the healing to survive through that. It ends up being a trade of players here. Vegas, in fact, down by 1. And they lose the point entirely. 1 more to go, or 2 more to go, rather, if Vegas can stay in this. Remember, this is their Overwatch League season. This is it. Their final chance to show what they're capable of and what this entire season of hard work has manifested into. No more opportunities to get out on the stage for the Vegas Eternal after this.
I mean, you like the shock in these kind of like dry fights, right? Where Knife takes a big chunk of damage, hasn't been healed up yet. As looks like Tuyu and Co. They want to get aggressive and fight this, but they're quite low.
Tuyu getting poked down out on the point. The Sojourn, I think, is really starting to have an impact. Tuyu doesn't really want to peek out too much at all. Max moves onto the point here to properly start to contest. Constantly is Irony, sending this healing over.
So much damage from Probe from the side, like on an off angle.
Still, though, Dove's able to find his way towards Finn here, so that's a great start to the fight. Vegas now have point control. They'll probably cap him in the process, but Probe's about to find Tuyu, and it's a sound barrier for San Francisco. They're looking to turn this fight around all of a sudden. Sound barrier back from Vegas. Dove pops out of Wraith form here, looking very healthy, and he's looking to get Max off the field. He will do so. It's a long fight. No one actually capping the point at the start here, so we'll start from 0 now.
Yeah, I mean, Dove gets really big value, right? Actually able to get into the backline, pick up a kill, and then take out Proper with you know, the benefits of the shotguns inside the Kitsune rush, similar to last year's kind of postseason, right? The Reaper, once he gets that big burst and just attack speed, becomes really difficult. So this is going to be a blade really early from Knife.
Oh, sorry, he gets caught by a Carnage midair. Max waits for him to drop right in the path of his axe and bisects him entirely.
This is bad because, I mean, you're going to get the point back here for the shock, but they didn't have to use their Rampage. They didn't have to use Overclock, Blade. Like,
yeah.
I mean, and Knife just kind of like went on in with his Blade, and I mean, just got nothing, just face planted.
Max is so well positioned right now. I mean, these picks really suit him. The Junker Queen here? I mean, he's loving life. Proper with the Dragon Blade, a little bit low right now. 17-6 is Proper. Not too far away from deadlift territory here, as we often expect him to be. We're now at parity here on Bomb Flats. San Francisco are looking to close the map and series and the book on the Eternal right here. Here's Overclock. That's one. Iony absolutely flattened at the start of the fight. The one player you really need alive, especially if there's any cleansing required. And what a cheap team fight win. One ultimate. A dominant showing.
I mean, once you lose Irony, it's all screwed, right? You have to back up. And I wonder if the Shock, they decide to like get a little bit cheeky or push up. Because they know that Vegas, you're probably going to have to start like moving in now. It's not like you can kind of like wait for the whole crew.
Yeah, you don't have any time. 95% and counting, but Proper's going to find the blade. And Rank Attack this time's the first to fall. Oh, what a way to go. It's not a roar. No, it's a whimper. It's a slide out of the chair. And it's a sigh for the Vegas Eternal. Still looking for that first victory. They may find it, but it's on the other side of tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, the Shock, they looked really good throughout this series, right? I know, obviously, you would have favored them above the Vegas Eternal coming on in, but new meta, not really sure maybe what happens, right? And, I mean, they just looked tremendous. Didn't really give Vegas an opportunity at all in the series.
Not at all. And, of course, when we went over to New Junk City, we saw both teams play pretty similar styles. I enjoyed actually the degree of switching of heroes we got here. Dove opting to go over towards the Reaper, I thought was one that sort of caught our eye. You know, maybe trying to control Max, maybe forcing him back, maybe, you know, creating a little bit of spacing, enough room for 2U to work here. But ultimately, you know, it's San Francisco who have Proper on whatever pick. It doesn't really matter what. I mean, the guy was at 17 final blows last time I checked over a multitude of different picks. It's just another day in the office for Proper. And it's crushing. It's absolutely soul crushing for this Vegas Eternal team. There's no sugarcoating it. There's no, we'll see you next time, guys. Like, this is it. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brutal way for the season to end. Obviously, you want to compete for the playoffs. You want to compete for a championship. That's obviously not the reality for every team, right? But you expect a win, right? I mean, so not being able to get one here, I mean, that just pretty unfortunate, you know. I think obviously the players, they put in the work, but just didn't really pay off in the game.
Yeah, it says a lot about this league. The Overwatch League is extremely competitive, and every team striving for victory, and nobody wanted to hand the Vegas Eternal that first win. Jake pointed out a few weeks ago on the desk, he's like, as soon as they start looking like they're close, the hill gets steeper. Every team starts to double down and work harder. And none more than San Francisco, who still have to try and secure their own route to the postseason and to playoffs. There is no way they're going to let the Vegas team get in their way here. And again, they hoisted them onto the battlements in pieces and hung them up as an example.
Yeah, and I thought you saw some interesting looks here from the Shock. You know, Max looked really strong in all the different tanks that we saw from him. Right, you saw, you know, Pro play really strong. Proper as our player of the match will be Max for this series, but we even saw Proper on support, right? But Max being able to play the Sigma and some of the other tanks looks really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, a little surprised, I guess, to see him off the bat, because I figured San Francisco might go in a Junbin direction because of how strong Orisa is. But it's not just the Defiant that have really cottoned on to how powerful these Sigma comps are. Even with Sigma Lucio, right? So it's an odd thought. We used to see Sigma Lucio when, like, that people used to force Sigma comps all the time when he was just so powerful, like quite a few years ago. Ironically, another period where San Francisco were at the height of their game. It works here. It works against the Vegas Eternal. There is a lingering question as to whether it works against other teams playing dive comps really well. That's obviously a weakness for Sigma, but Max here, it's great to see him back. It's great to see him in a good space to express his ability on some of these heroes that were picked less in the past. And of course, we've got to say it, a big shout out to the Vegas Eternal organization, players, coaches, staff for their hard work. It's tough to, you know, come out of a season like this without a win. We know they worked really, really hard. We want to thank them for being a part of this and, you know, hope to see more from them in the future.
And I think for the Shock moving forward, this is a team that I don't think anybody's going to want to see or go up against, you know, if they're able to make the play-ins or whatnot, right? Like, you know, the talent, you know, with Proper, right? Last season's MVP can go off at like any moment, and they showed some really nice comps.
What a time for a run-up it would be for this San Francisco Shock team. Is that on the cards? Well, I'm curious to hear what our experts think as we head to the break and then the post-show. Thanks for sticking with us so far for this weekend of the Overwatch League. We've got more on the other side of the break.
Welcome back. Shock are in the play-ins, and as for the Vegas Eternal, well, they are joining the 2021 LA Valiant and the 2018 Shanghai Dragons as the only teams to go winless in the Overwatch League.
Farewell, brave soldiers.
Well, indeed.
Thank you for everything.
Heartbreaker, of course, for them, but we have to talk about the San Francisco Shock. They're looking good. It was fantastic to see how well that meta fits them, even though we didn't get to see that Orisa that we kind of expected to see. Seeing Max on that Sigma, as the gentleman already talked about right after the cast, that's been really, really cool. So we're going to dive straight into a post-game interview, actually, for this one, to hear everything we need to know, and then some, from Proper and Danny.
Thank you so much. So, of course, we got Proper for the post-match interview. Big congratulations on getting this win now, Proper. The biggest talking point, for me at least, is, of course, you today flexing onto the new hero, Illari. So how did the team decide to have you play Illari other than the other support players? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 당연히 얘기해야 될 거를 먼저 좀 얘기를 해야 될 것 같아요. 오늘 프로퍼 선수의 일리아리 모습을 좀 보게 됐는데 어떻게 해서 이런 결정이 좀 팀적으로 이루어졌나요?
일단은 저희 서폿이 3명이라 이런 말이 좀 미안하지만 일리아리를 저희가 스크림에서 다 여러 명이서 했는데 이제 제가 했을 때가 가장 결과가 좋았어가지고 이제 코치들이 저를 일리아리로 시키자고 결정을 내렸어요.
3명 다 프로퍼 선수를 이기지 못했군요. 알겠습니다. So Proper says that, I'm really sorry to say this because we do have 3 amazing supports, but during the scrims, everyone got to try out the Illari, and when it came down, the result was I was just the best, and the coaches so decided to have me play over everyone else. And you guys, and of course, you were looking very scary on Illari. And not only you, I think San Francisco Shock coming to the new meta are looking a lot better. Proper, do you think this is the meta for San Francisco Shock? 자, 뭐 일리아리도 당연히 프로퍼 선수 너무 잘하고 제가 봤을 때 전체적으로 센쇼이 이번 새로운 메타에 들어오면서 훨씬 더 좋은 모습을 보여줬다고 생각을 하는데요. 프로퍼 선수가 보셨을 때도 이번 지금 새로 들어온 메타가 좀 어떻게 보면은 센쇼의 메타라고 좀 장담할 수 있을까요?
아직까지는 잘 모르겠는 게 모든 팀들이 다 쓰는 조합이 달라가지고 또 어느 맵은 루시오가 좋은데 저희가 루시오 조합을 그렇게 또 잘하는 것도 아니라 가지고 더 연습을 많이 해야 될 것 같아요.
I mean, it's sort of too soon to tell, right? Because there's a lot of variance in different compositions in the new meta. A lot of different teams are playing different compositions, and for us, Lucio's being played a lot, but we're still working on our Lucio composition. So I don't think it's safe to say that the current meta is for San Francisco Shock just yet. All right, we will wait and see. Of course, you guys have more matches to come. So San Francisco Shock, thank you so much, and of course, Proper, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in your next matches, which is in play-ins. 자, 그러면은 플레이인에서 만나 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Always great to hear it from Proper. Thank you so much, Danny. Are you all right?
Yes. Oh, the classic dead leg.
It's right.
I'm right.
It hurts. Pain. Feels Vegas, man. Let's take a look at the highlights from this match and discuss how the San Francisco Shock got it done. It was a one-sided affair. It was all the San Francisco Shock. They knew what they were doing coming into it. The meta fit them well, and it looked like the players really were able to excel and take their play to another level. But how much have they been tested by the Vegas?
Well, I wouldn't say Vegas is the test, right? You've got to fare up against much tougher opponents once we get to the play-ins. You're not going to have easy matches like this again. I do think it was great to see Max getting so much playtime and the Sigma looking strong. I do think Sigma definitely has some end game potential in this meta. When everyone starts playing those poke comps, like Toronto's looking so good, I think a lot of teams are going to play more Sigma, and so getting Max the reps now. Judgment, he's been playing most of the season, so you're not worried if he does have to come in, but I think getting Max those reps, getting him confident on other heroes, we know his Sigma's great, but having the flexibility to sort of make any swaps necessary is awesome. And then I think as well, having this potential to put Proper on support adds more depth to Shock, where Proby and Striker are both elite DPS in their own right. And so now you just have a triple threat when you bring in this very heavy Hoax style. It makes sense to kind of have a DPS on support. This is the type of comp where that type of strat comes out.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Junbin today, but I think, I agree with what Jake was saying. I think they are they have more, I guess, tools to work with now. With of course Max playing, of course the Sigma, and also I mean, not only that, I think everyone on the role, I think they look pretty comfortable, and I think I'm super excited for San Francisco Shock. I think we saw a lot of exciting things from the Shock today against the Vegas Eternal. So going forward, I think they're on a good path.
Yeah, and I mean, now they're in the play-ins, and I think their performance today showed that they can be on even footing with a lot of the teams we consider mid-table teams, and maybe they can take it even further than that. It's definitely a good confidence boost for them to finally start to get into a groove and mesh and have that synergy that we were hoping to see from the San Francisco Shock. So let's see if they can keep it rolling. But let's talk about the scores from today, because some things have shifted with today's match results. Florida and Houston both now clinch their playoff spots alongside Atlanta Reign, so they do not have to play in the play-ins. San Francisco Shock locked in their slot for the play-ins. Gladiators, Washington and New York are still fighting to stay out of that last knockout spot. They do not want to join the Vegas Eternal and the LA Valiant and be out for the season. They do want to keep it, like, you know, possible, something in reach. And quite frankly, their performance this week was good. They have a tough opponent coming up, though. I think the next one is Boston Uprising, so, you know, it's going to be rough for them, but there is still a very high chance. New York and Washington in a similar boat right now. So I'm very, very excited. I love a close race up until the finish line, and I think a lot of the things will just be decided to see who gets a better grasp at the meta, a better grasp at the new game mode even. There's a lot of things which can happen and which can change. And I do want to talk a little bit more about some of the plays that we got to see today, because Jake, this one's for you
monster
specifically.
Stuff.
Yeah, this one's for you.
All right.
Because you did not believe in him. You voted against him.
Oh my God.
You betrayed him.
Oh my God.
That seemed so long ago. It wasn't a pre-show.
You lost the debate. It wasn't about merit. Don't make this about Mr. Taylor.
Merit has nothing to me.
All right, guys.
I just can't believe you
Let's
did
go
that.
to the VOD. What did I say after map 3? I said, put merit on the snipers. I said, give this boy a shot. Bring him into the 1v1 against Birdring. He will win it for you. And he did just that. So let it not be said. Let it not be said that I didn't believe in Chaytemin.
But you did not though. Like you did pick up.
You lost in debate,
I'm just a better debater.
You were defeated by the master debater, Danny.
Ilari.
You did this. Dude, that move she does, like when Meyer moved Hani off the map, it's like actually the swaggiest move in Overwatch. Like I'm just gonna T-pose on you, send you off the map, dancing on the pool. Actually, so ridiculous.
That one is funny. I like that. Now, of course, you know, Ilari is one of the heroes we've got to see being picked here and there. Some more for one team than the other. So I want to talk about the heroes which we see on the support line on a Flashpoint specific. We did touch on the Lucio a little earlier. So Jake, I want to hear it from you. Do you feel like there are certain compositions or are there certain support heroes that we need to see in a must-pick tier list on Flashpoint?
I do. I think there's a few I want to talk about in particular, but I think we should look at all the heroes holistically because Flashpoint's a new mode. For a lot of the people at home, they're still figuring out, you know, what should I play? What kind of styles do I want to look for? And one of the things people don't often realize about Overwatch is that having the right style is like defines your whole team play. It defines how you're going to execute in the game, and it defines the utility you have. As much as people look at the tank, that's the big guy, the support is going to dictate what kinds of options you have to move around the map. And so I think it's great for the people at home to take a look at. So first, guys, we got to talk about Ana. You know, classic hero. How do you guys feel about the Ana? I mean, we've seen a little bit of her, but Flashpoint, she's her speed.
I think she's viable. I don't know if she's must play. Definitely not sus or one trick.
I feel like.
Wait, isn't one tricking good? All right, whatever. I'm not gonna.
I think Ana is just like always
there. Always there.
In the right.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it can work. I think Ana being viable. It's hard to imagine this hero not being viable.
Yeah.
Rare to be in that position. Next, we got to talk Baptiste.
What do you think? I think it should be like must play viable-ish.
It is kind of in the edge. I don't know if it's must play for me yet. I think it's close, but. Maybe it's a little better than Ana, but I feel like it hasn't like some teams are playing Kriko. You know, there's like other styles that we've seen on Flashpoint. So for me, it kind of comes with Ana. It's like, yeah, they could be similar heroes in a lot. I do feel like it's a little better than Ana, but I don't know, is it a tier better? I don't know what you guys think.
No.
Say, all right.
It's not a tier, it's like half a tier better. Like,
And it has to be viable. There's no way it's below viable. Let's talk Brig. So I feel like Brig is, Flashpoint is not really her spot, is how I feel. It's like okay, right? You're grouping up, you know, you can get value, but you want to run around the map all the time.
Right, it's not that mobile. I think it's I think it should be like a one-trick thing. If you're if you
are a one-trick, you know it. Yeah, it'll work.
You know if you want to play it, but definitely not on the same tier as Ana or Bat.
Yeah. Now we've got the new girl in town, Iliari. I feel like Flashpoint's actually not that great for Iliari, right?
Know.
Toronto Defiant was great today, except on Flashpoint, where they forced Iliari. It didn't work. That's the map they lost. I kind of feel like Iliari is actually not the best on Flashpoint.
I think she is a one-trick.
Yeah, you know, you can make her work. I don't think she's sus. Agree. But yeah, I'm not a
great
huge,
positioning there, Jake.
I'm not a thank you. I'm a professional.
Very nice.
I'm a professional.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody stand back. All right. Let's talk Kariko. I think Kariko, I'm like dangerously close to a must-play on Flashpoint.
With Lucio and Kiri, I think it's probably must-play.
I kind of agree, because I think even if you're not playing Lucio and you want to play another style, Kiriko, being able to put that Kitsune rush down on point, it's insane, so much value, and I do think it's kind of a key part of that best comp usually. I do think, you know, it's maybe must plays a little strong, but I feel like it's decidedly a tier above on and that mobility is so valuable. Let's talk Weaver. Any Weaver believers? Weaver believers. I think on some maps, maybe, but Flashpoint, I agree, guys.
No.
This hero is sus. This hero wants to hang back and like support the team. That's not really the vibe on Flashpoint. You got to get in the mix. You got to be bringing more value to your team. Let's talk my boy Lucio.
This is
for me, this is number one.
Yeah.
With a bullet. Like I feel like Lucio, to me, is defining Flashpoint right now. I feel like you need this hero on your team. You're constantly going around the map. There's tons of places to wall ride and make intuitive movement. Lucio's just, you gotta have him. Mercy. This is like sus times a million on Flashpoint. Like, don't play this hero on Flashpoint, guys. This is some sussy stuff here, Mercy. I love you, Mercy, but it's just it's not meant to be here.
We got Moira.
Honestly,
I think it could be a one-trick.
Agree. I don't think it's on the level of Ana and Bap, but I think it's
one-trick.
You know what? She can get in the mix. She can brawl it out. Like,
can you put her like right in between one-trick and sus?
It's too late, Danny. We're committed.
Okay.
All right, and then Zenyatta. I feel like Zen is sus on Flashpoint.
I don't
like. What do you? I was playing Zen on Flashpoint the other day, and the point swap. I'm like, oh, I'm 120 meters away from the next point. I'll see you guys after. You guys do one fight, and then I'll be there. I'll be there for the next retake. Like, you guys get it started without me. So I feel like Zen is super sus. Flashpoint.
Okay.
No mobility. Kind of feels painful to play Zen on Flashpoint. You could do it, but I'm feeling pretty good about this, guys. That's
good. That's it.
Yeah, it's a good list.
I like That's all we got.
I like it.
And for the people at home, I think this is, in most ranks, I think honestly, even these one-trick heroes are fine. If you're like an expert on these sus heroes, go for it. But I gotta say,
if you
it's
say
a great time to learn
all the Mercy
Lucio.
one-tricks are gonna be like, yes.
It's a great time to learn Lucio. I mean, the Mercy one-tricks are gonna be playing. It doesn't matter what I say. They're not listening.
One thing to be said about all of this then. Sure, there are some heroes which are more viable here and there, but it also heavily depends on what the rest of your team is playing.
Agree.
Sure.
So, you know, like certain heroes call for certain other heroes to be in the mix.
Right.
You can be a great Lucio all you want. It doesn't help you if your team is just...
I think literally every hero calls for Lucio on Flashpoint, but maybe I'm overstating.
Not in gold.
Okay. I'll trust the experts on that one.
Hey, us gold players, we know. Like, we don't look at comps. We just pick whatever we want to play.
I got lucky now when people like try to like play the right comp. I was like, it doesn't matter if you play the right hero if you don't know how to play it. Like, that's,
there's a fair point.
Also, I'm not golden. Thank you.
Were you platinum?
Back in plat.
Okay.
She did it. I was just gonna drop next week again. I guess up and down.
I like gold better than plat.
Very sad. What's not sad though is more Overwatch League coming our way, because another week, another chance for some of those teams to show us what they got. Starting with the Eastern Summer Knockouts schedule, September 2nd. Mark your calendars or sync the app. That's right, you can do that. And heading over to the Western region, this is what's coming our way. A lot of implications here for New York Excelsior, Vancouver Titans. Everything on the line. Gladiators also, rough opponent with the Uprising. And as I just mentioned, the calendar sync. If you don't want to miss those matches, make sure to actually scan the QR code on your screens right now. It will sync up with your calendar, so you'll always know when the action begins.
Sync it.
Sync it.
And ship it.
Guys, Gladiators
Ship it.
still have a chance.
I know.
They're so barack.
It is not a good chance.
Watch over.
But there's a chance. You got to fight to the end. And Boston, tough opponent, but
yeah,
that's what you got to do. Got to take them.
Yep. You know, there's always a chance.
Always.
For everyone out there. For everyone out there. Such as people who participate in pick'ems. We do have, of course, once again, our pick'em winner here for the production crew. There we go. Do you want to do the honor and announce?
And announce. All right. And the winner for this week's pick'em is Nino. Congratulations, you're the winner. You get to take this amazing belt.
Yay.
Great job, Nino.
They're bowing
goat.
down.
Hero.
Respect.
Yes.
Neil through. I'm not gonna lie. Neil.
He believed.
He
You know
believed.
what? He believed.
Like a truth
To our
forever.
fallen soldiers, Neil, the one who believed no matter what.
No matter what, but you know, better chance next week. Nino, congratulations. Of course, everyone at home, if you're ahead with your pick'ems, good for you. Good for you. It doesn't really matter. You don't get a belt.
Yeah.
But it feels good. It feels good. And it will feel good to be back here again for more Overwatch League action. So thank you guys so much for joining me once again for all the shenanigans and festivities.
It was my
Thank
pleasure.
you, Zoe.
Thank you.
It was my
thank
pleasure.
you.
It took us a whole season to say
Yeah,
thank
you
you.
never said, this is the first time they say thank you back. 6 seasons. This is the first time I get a thank you. I'm gonna be going home smiling. That's right. Thank you all so much for watching. We see you again next week. That's right. That's a taker. That's a keeper.
Gotta
All
have
right, bye.
I said bye already. I don't know what you're waiting
Johnny,
for.
see you next week. You better come back.
Bye, Johnny.